All right, we are broadcasting live from the Pacific Northwest. It's the top of the hour at 10:38 a.m. PST. Oh, I have to send out my this. I gotta.
When you said free will, it was so soothing. 'Cause without that free will,
Oh, here's my chat. Who's here?
all of his power, dragging
Welcome in.
us
Welcome in.
down to hell. It's egregious.
Messages.
If God is sovereign, he made billions, billions of souls to send to Sheol. Yeah, he's an asshole.
Not sure when Joel might be going live today. So this might be a short live, depending. Conjunction. Hey, Carbon. Good to see you. Need music that lasts longer than the Joel songs. We'll play. Oh, I don't like this song very much. It's a good song. Okay. Hey, Succubussy, good to see you. Where was I? Blitzing? Welcome in, welcome in. All for Silas. Can you name this tune? Today's topic is faith killing the morality of Christians? Faith is not killing my morals. Okay. Welcome to Request Up if you're over 18. And when the show begins, we can we can have a conversation if you'd like. Hey, John Brown was right. Is it Ake IT or Ake It? And Lockpicking Turtle, good to see you. Everybody, go ahead and let's see. And TikTok, tap the screen. Oh, I didn't sneeze, but thank you. Tap the screen and share the live and like it and do the join and do the gift thing. There's like you get points. It's quite addictive. It's a very interesting dopamine loop that I built to get like a fraction of money from you every time. And then on YouTube, less involved. They've got the like button, and then I think you can hit a heart there as well. Hey, egg rolls. Good. Let's see. I think it might be afternoon for you. I'm not sure where you're at, but it's it's still morning for me, but I know it's afternoon for a number of people. Word on the street is that the afternoon has reached a number of people, and personally, I'm worried that I'm next. Carbon's already in the afternoon. See, it's already happening. The people I know. You know, and then it becomes, yep, afternoon's coming for me soon. And then, pretty soon it's evening, and then it's nighttime, and then a whole new day. Can you believe it? Yeah, Mac Jack, it sounds like you've succumbed to afternoon. That's unfortunate, but time makes fools of us all. The answer is no. Cool question. Okay, well, you're welcome to come up and discuss it if you'd like. Yeah. Oh, hey, Mac Jack. I don't think I actually said hello. Um, yeah. So I'm curious because to me, Christianity seems like it has it's got kind of you can think of it as in like a funnel, like that, or like the morals are like to me a safety net of decision making, and the Christianity safety net has like some of the pieces are cut, I guess, so there's like a hole in the middle. So certain things, they fall in, and then it naturally creates a funnel, and they kind of like go down into it. And so every one of your decisions goes to that cut in your fabric, which is your God. This is a weird analogy, but I'm working on analogies. In my mind, it's really clear, but I think in reality, no one knows what I'm talking about. We do have a guest, so that's good. That'll shut me up. Good time frame. What is your age and religion?
Hello, my name. Oh wait, would you ask me?
Uh,
25, and my religion is sort of like a spiritual Native American indigenous. I'm indigenous, so
okay,
my family's natives, so I kind of
interesting.
have that. Yeah.
Cool. What do you want to talk
Yes,
about?
sir.
Well,
Uh, I guess.
ma'am,
Uh,
I think you might have just been speaking colloquial or doing like a thing. Ma'am, yes, ma'am would be the.
oh, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah.
What did
It's
I
good to
say?
meet you. I'm Sarah. It sounded like you said yes, sir, but it doesn't matter. I think you were just kind of like I do it too, just to plants. Um, it's like how our language is sometimes. Um, yeah. What do you want to talk about?
I think the question Christians is faith killing your morals. I think faith is a part of Christian morality, like the faith that there's an objective moral truth, and it's just the way in which it's the framework that they use to navigate the world. You know?
Okay. So you're saying I think that you're saying that it's like a malformed question because it's basically saying is faith killing faith or is moral killing morals? Like they're the same thing to them?
Yeah. It's how morality is formed through the Christian lens. It's like it's a faith-based thing because you can't measure morality. You can't really measure where it is in the universe. You just kind of have to have faith that it's there, and it's like the divine law.
Like from their perspective. I
Yeah,
I think I understand what you're saying. I would say that it's still worthwhile discussing because I think most people, regardless of their faith or perspective or whatever, think like they're a good person. They're like I'm trying to do what's right in some sense. Sometimes it's really self-centered, and so it like doesn't really make a lot of sense to other people how it's right. But I think most people aren't like I'm a villain. Most people are not trying to be villains. So I think in that sense, a Christian would say like, well, I'm moral and we have like a same kind of sense of morality or something. Like this is often what they want to say is that I actually have the same morals that they do somehow. And so it ends up being like, well, why are our morals so different, and why do they seem to break down under things that seem obviously like it should, the outcome of this should be one way, but you stick to this other thing. So I do think that they have kind of I think there is a distinction that can be made for them, even though I understand. I think what you're saying makes some sense.
I would say um, that Christianity has a directive. It's it's sort of like if you can imagine like the purpose of a lion, right? You wouldn't really call it its purpose, but its drive is to kill, right? It's not necessarily evil for doing that, and it's in Christianity's nature to sort of convert, dominate. It's a the sort of the Abrahamic religions is like humanity has been that is shaped in the form of like a weapon or a gun, and it's been very effective at kind of influencing its or expanding its influence onto the world. And in that way, you know, mm, it's sort of like uh, self-fulfilling prophecy, so to speak, like the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must mentality.
Mm.
It's just a very, very efficient uh, moral structure of that mentality.
Right, but I don't think that Christians see it as that. They don't see the that that's happening, and so that's actually probably what is actually the problem. I would say that they see it as, it's taking care of the weak, while the strong lead, or some sort of bullshit, and like, but like they wouldn't see it as like dominating. They see it as like success, and so
Yeah.
it's difficult because you have to kind of like explain the, I guess, how their view is different.
What do you mean different? Like
So
how it's different from what I'm explaining?
no, sorry. I mean, if I were to try to make this case, like that's kind of what I feel like we're talking about, is like how would you even argue this to somebody? Um, and I think it's kind of like oh, my brain is not like, this is the interesting take. I hadn't thought of it this way, and that like they would just, well, I mean, like it's kind of like you're saying like they stick to the strict thing. I think here's the thing: they stick to the strict rule set, essentially, a rigid structure, and it does all the things you're saying. But they think they don't. They think that that's religion, and that they don't have that going on, and that's the problem. That's the thing they need to figure out. If they want to be like in a cult and let a book tell them how to think, then that's one thing. But they need to recognize that's what they're doing, I guess.
Oh yeah, like to see. I guess I know I kind of understand what you're saying. It's like the difference looking at your child and saying like I love you versus saying oh the neural network in my brain is forcing me to care for you. They're both kind of
Mm.
saying the same thing, but there's a story behind the love versus the cold neural network of what's really going on.
Oh,
And
yes, yes,
yeah,
yes, yes. They have I guess that makes sense, but it sounds like it sounds like atheism is the gold neural network and love is the Jesus, which I guess would be how they would see it. But like the love story though, yeah, it is just like a story, and it doesn't actually explain anything, and it doesn't actually like mean anything when you get down to the technical details of what they believe and how they believe it and what they do. Then you see that it's like, oh, this runs through a system that is faith, and it's not really helping with morality.
mm, I think uh mm, I don't really necessarily think how like morality, do you believe that morality is subjective?
I think you can make a case for objective morals through like a system, through a framework of logic. But other than that, yes, I think it's subjective. I think that it's basically, I think the problem with morality is that it's goal based. And so it's not that things ought or ought not be done. It's that we need to know to what end. We need to know why we're doing them. And so there's always a lot of context that needs to be brought in. And so yeah, it's subjective because just from that, it's going to be subject to whatever situation.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I kind of agree with that, and I add to it like morality is a bit. It's weird because it's both. I think it's both objective and subjective. Like it's objective in the sense of like what you said. It requires like logic and reason for morality to sort of take form. You know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Hmm.
It's and I just take it a step above that and just say that reality itself is subjective, and that's why you have all these different stories because reality is a story. That's the closest thing we have to what humans kind of feel reality. That's you know what I mean. So it's a
Sort of.
reality that's subjective,
I mean,
and
the difference is that we have things in reality that we can point to objectively that aren't stance dependent, that aren't context dependent, like a tree or a rock. We can point at them and we can all observe them and all say that it looks the same and it's always the same, at a particular time or whatever, but it's not dependent on like a mind to exist. And so that's why I don't think it's actually subjective.
I think I think a tree exists as we see it, or see, I don't like the term subjective because it means like there's a lot of implication that it means imaginary,
Well,
or like
I take it to mean just to be stance dependent, to be dependent on somebody's position or mind, just that somebody sees it or recognizes it or thinks it. That's subjective. Objective being stance independent, outside of a mind, outside of a stance. It just exists. It is.
uh, so don't you feel like when two people look at a tree, they're both accessing different. Uh, if me and you were to look at a palm tree,
Mhm.
like yeah, sure we see the stimulation, like we sense it, but like is it do we really see the same tree? Like I
I
mean,
mean, that's a good question, right? So this is coming down to like, how do we know that we aren't everyone? How do we know that solipsism isn't the case, or that we're not actually experiencing a simulation or a brain in a vat sort of situation? And the truth is that we kind of just don't. The best that we have that I can gauge is we have like this axiom that we are experiencing. That's the best that we can know. I'm experiencing something that seems to be happening. I don't know how it's not. So that's my best, baseline. And then from there, we just have to like kind of say what makes the most sense. What do I have the most evidence around me to say this makes sense? So I look around and say, like, well, I wake up every day. Everything seems very, very consistent. So it doesn't seem like it's, a dream, or that it doesn't seem like it's, a distorted reality. It seems like it's pretty solidly there. So that kind of thing is like I'm in the 90% or 99% probably accurate, range of like I trust that this is real, that sort of thing, and it just goes down from there. So me talking to you, very low probability that you exist. No, I think you're actually still probably like in the 80 or 90% that you're real.
hmm yeah, I think I'm pretty real too.
Right?
So
For you, it should be like 100%. For you, you should be
yeah, I
like
think
I
it's
am
100%.
experiencing.
Like I exist on some level, yes. But I guess what I'm trying. Do you remember like back when AI images were just coming out,
Hmm.
and then you ever saw like a meme that showed like an AI image, and then it would ask like, "What is this?" or "What's in the photo?" And you kind of try to piece together things, but none of it makes sense because it's just an AI generated image of like random stuff. Because do you know what I'm talking about?
Sure, yeah.
Well, I think no, but like, do you really know what I'm talking?
I,
Like, have you
I
seen
think that
those
I do.
images?
I mean, I've seen images that had a lot of mistakes and artifacts, or do you mean like it just makes random and generated nonsense? I don't understand
So,
which one you mean, but
okay, there was like a viral image of an AI generated image, and
okay.
then the meme was like, I took a picture of my room, like implying that it's a room. but it's really just AI, just kind of, and it had weird kind of AI patchwork that, when AI first came out, it looked freaky and dreamlike. None
Okay.
of it made sense.
Sure.
Well, anyways, I
Like
think
the
that
first
is,
the initial things you're talking about when the Google was like doing the image, they were showing their first image stuff, and it were like, this is weird how it's like making these weird artifacts of weird, really weird images. Is that the era?
yeah, like everything. Yeah, I'm talking about like 2018, maybe
Okay,
2019.
I remember that now. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I think that is the closest thing to objective reality, is that when you're looking, or better yet, have you ever like been in a dark room and you see something move, and like as you're watching it move, your mind is like flickering through all the different things it could be, and it's almost like it's narrowing it down smaller and smaller until it's something consistent and comprehensible.
Mhm.
Have you ever experienced something like that before?
Yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that process of like looking at something and not knowing what you're looking at, that's the closest thing we have to objective reality. And as you're pulling it out of the chaos and you're kind of like separating it from the universe, the unknowable universe, and you're pulling it into the known of your mind, it becomes something. And at that point, you're crossing a line that's no longer really objective reality. It's a subjective story. Do you get what I'm saying?
I kind of do, except that I think that you're leaving out that we have outside ways of testing these things and confirming them. I think that you're kind of saying that everything that we experience is so subjective that we cannot be sure that anything is real. Is that kind of the point?
No, I'm saying that subjective and objective reality are the same thing, but they're different experiences of the same reality. So it's like almost like saying like water exists and fire exists, but you say, oh no, that's impossible. They both can't exist because one will cancel out the other. Well, it's not because they both exist, not because they're both together, but they're both in different points of reality. So there's space between them that allows them both to exist simultaneously. It's a subjective reality is the access of a very specific flavor of reality. You get what I'm saying? So like when I
Uh,
look at a piece of artwork and I interpret it, that interpretation is real, and it is a real flavor of reality, and it's so unique and so dialed in that it is like nothing. It's not going to be like your perspective, it's not going to be like the next person's perspective, but they're all just as real, and they're equally real, even if they're contradicting each other, because they are existing in different points of
so,
reality.
do you think that when somebody takes mushrooms or something and does a psychedelic, that they see a different perspective of the same reality and that perspective is real?
It is real in the sense that it is.
Real means to exist in reality, so I don't know that there could be a different sense of it.
If I take mushrooms and I am tripping balls, there is there is a set of beliefs. Okay, so what happens to me personally is like I am able to look at my life in this expanded sort of sense, that I'm able to connect certain. I'm able to use logic and reason in a nuanced way that I've never used before, because I'm on a substance, and because I'm able to connect different neural networks in my head. I'm able to construct logic and reason in a different way that allows me to behave in a different manner. I
That's
guess
not
that's the closest way.
I didn't ask anything about that. Like, do you know what I asked you, or like, what were you answering?
Well, let's say, yeah. Can you give me a more specific example?
So imagine that you see something that other people do not see. Does that thing exist in reality?
It exists in reality, but only like in my head. It's like literally
Then
the
it does not
chemicals in
exist
my
in
brain.
reality. Then it does not exist in reality. It's like does it like you're speaking past me, I think, in like an intentional kind of way. You're trying to say like it exists in a sense of like that it's like the chemicals make you the image in your mind, whatever. Yes, agreed. That's reality. But in reality, when somebody sees a monster and they say there's a monster on the corner, and you say, is it there in reality? You don't say like, well, it's in their neurochemical brain waves, whatever. It's not like that's not an answer to the question. So I think you're being kind of like you want to like have this conversation so badly for some reason that you're just saying a lot of words.
Okay, so I will say that it is not real in the sense that like people can measure it. No.
Right. So why should I care about this perspective? What is this perspective and why should I care about it? I don't understand it. It's not related to the topic at all. And I've lost the other guest that was trying to get in. They were begging and pleading, but I was trying to give you your space, but it feels like I don't understand what you're even saying.
That's all right. I'll go ahead and get off if you need me to. Yeah, I just, no, you're good. Thanks for having me on, man.
Okay, well, have a good day.
You too. Bye.
I'm sorry if I got a little frustrated. I felt like, you know, it's not like the guest was spamming in the comments that they were upset that this wasn't even on topic. I'm like, it's a good point. I would like to know at least what we're even talking about because every time I tried to narrow it down, it was just more of like, like, well, and, here's a whole different way to look at it. It's good to see you, Tilting Windmill. Did you think you could hide from me? Yes, I'm talking to you and you. What's up, peeps? Christianity is a disguise. The disguise of trying to get people to be a better person, as opposed to having any actual like foundation to how to be a better person. It tells you to behave a certain way and says that the outcome will be that you're a better person, but it doesn't actually work, and it's not actually what is killing? Like diminishing, I guess. Doing away with, abolishing in some way, smothering. A lot of different ways to look at it, I guess. I wanted to thank you for all the great gifts, egg rolls, and J-Rab, and Nora, and Tahir. You sent me a ton of stuff. The Dolphins and the Populars and Lathe of Heaven, thank you. Yes, it is all just choice at the end, and Christianity makes people make bad choices. This is the point. Like, I'm not sure what your point is, because it sounds like you're trying to say that I'm wrong in some way, and that it's like just a different perspective. No, I'm actually correct about this, and it's just the thing. What's killing us is people who follow their own subjective morality. Believer, why don't you walk up? Why don't you walk on up and request up? We could talk about objective morality if you want. We can hear about how your objective morality beats my subjective morality. We can play that classic Pokemon's game. I choose subjective reality. That's why I initially dumped Christianity. It claims to transform people into better people, but it doesn't. That's true. The best that I ever saw was that it makes people behave very, very fake. Like, it makes them really put on a show, and it makes you put on a show. But I never saw anyone actually, like, when push came to shove, they cut ties. They did not, like, question anything or, like, challenge anything that was happening. It was just like a get away from it. I'm a follower of Christ's teachings. Try to explain to other people its choice. What are Christ's teachings? I'm curious. Because I think that no Christian is actually a follower of Christ's teachings because those are God's laws. Oops. I just spilled coffee all over my boobs. Christ's teachings are the laws of God. from the Old Testament. So I don't understand what people mean by this. And I think that they mean that, like, they remember being told to love your neighbor and to love God, and they think that's all it is. And it's crazy because Jesus said a lot more than that. In fact, he said a lot more right there. Just got kicked from a Christian stream for saying that I think Jesus would be insulted by the Greek title of Christ. I bet you're right. I could see it in that, he'd be like, because he'd be want to be called. So my understanding is that rabbi didn't actually exist at the time of Jesus. The word rabbi didn't exist, so he wouldn't want to be called rabbi, or he wouldn't know it, or he might if he's actually God. Maybe he's using it, and nobody else is. But which is like one of the crazy anachronisms, right? You have to look past to believe in this. I think that's pretty interesting myself. Sorry, I got a schedule for tomorrow to 12:21. Fuck yes. That's awesome. I have car access tomorrow afternoon for a date. I have a little bit of money for it. The word wasn't applicable until after the temple. Yeah, exactly. That's what I have heard. I need to look into that a little bit more, actually, because I don't like just repeating things that I've heard, but I'm pretty good at judging bullshit at this point, I think. I remember the instances in the past like decade where I severely misjudged bullshit. And they made sense why I made that decision, but it gave me something to learn from. Rabbi Hannah can give you the historical sources. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, I need to talk to her then about it. Talking about mainstream Christian only, or talk about Gnostic Christians. Did the Gnostics believe in the demiurge, right? No, I'm talking about the people that seem to be like most Christians. I don't think Gnosticism is like, drastic enough to think that it's doing anything to anybody. Those people are probably like on a different wavelength. I don't even know what I'd be able to talk to them about. My parents were friends with a couple who were maybe the most religious among their friends. Even as a child, I'd call the woman that fake woman. Oh yeah. I had a friend that he got together with we were all teenagers at the time. So I guess girl, but like, a woman, and she I didn't like how happy she seemed, and like it to me felt off-putting and fake. And then I don't know, they've been together a long time. I guess he sees her as sincere. I never quite bought it, but she was nice, and she never actually really did anything to me that bothered me. And eventually I was just like, okay, well, you're not harming anyone right now. They believe the Old Testament is a false god and that Jesus was the son of the original light of the Mother, Father, Child, Spirit. Yep, yeah. Most people don't believe that. So, I mean, I could talk to them. It'd be interesting to hear their perspective. At this point, like, I guess I just want to know. They'd probably be like, I don't know what they'd say. Don't know enough about it. So if you're Gnostic, I guess we could talk about it, but it's probably not. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm open to the idea that it's true. I don't know why I would believe it, but that's not the kind of thing that would be killing morality, because they'd have to believe that Yahweh is God and that His laws mean anything. Yeah, Kenny, I mean, I was in that position at one point where I was just like, you know, I had an image of who Jesus was and who God was that my church painted repeatedly and over and cherry picked very specific things and explained things in a certain way. Now that I have distance from it, and now that I'm looking at it from like, from history perspective, historical perspective, from my own logical reasoning, a little experience with stuff, understanding feelings aren't God. Like I've felt things in my life now more. When I came across God, it was like um I hadn't experienced very much. And I think that's kind of like a big part of it too, and why you're not allowed to do a lot of things, because the more you experience, the more that you realize like this isn't that novel. This is actually not like what they're doing here is actually just tricking me. But anyway, to the point of Jesus is not what the church says. And even though you think that you have a different, like better understanding of Jesus or whatever, yeah, that's wonderful that you understand that he's not white. That's great. You understand like a small historical amount. Jesus also says a lot of terrible shit. So like if you are following Jesus, you're following a terrible person. But when you say, I think he's good and I do a better example from it, that's where I know like you don't know who Jesus is. I'm not talking about something superficial like skin color. Although I do think it's a travesty as to how people have betrayed Jesus throughout the years. I was hoping that this would generate some interest, this topic. But it's just getting people talking in the comments more. An example of what Jesus is bad for the New Testament. Um, are you able to come up and talk in person? No, I mean, I can't promise that I won't get angry. It depends on how you behave, I suppose. I try very hard to not get angry. Huh, that's interesting. That commenter that you go ahead and just chuckle to yourself as you know you're right and you have no reason to discuss anything with anyone. Just you know. Let me find a verse about the Jesus that I think is probably like a good indicator of. Well, we got a guest actually. Unfortunately they take priority. Hello, Eastern. What is your age and religion? What is your age and religion?
No.
All right. So moving on. To do, you can just keep straw manning and making assumptions from the chat. You're welcome to do that. It just shows me that that's why you're not up here, is because you're not old enough to join. Like you've never had an actual conversation. So this is like, you're probably kind of like testing against me. Like, I'm going to talk to my older brother later and I'm going to go online and I'll test it out. Okay. I'm already on a mission. I'm looking for Jesus stuff. So if we're talking about strictly what Jesus says, and not necessarily how he behaves in the New Testament, because there are some things that God does in the New Testament, and if Jesus is God, especially in the New Testament, then Jesus does those things. So it's always very confusing to me. Such a bad approach. Yeah, the approach is my approach is the one that was bad. I understand. I'm mocked. I thought it was in here. Let me find the verse. God or Jesus. enter SVUE. Boom. And we'll bring it up on the screen. So Jesus left that place and went away to the district of Tyre and Sidon. Just then a Canaanite woman from that region started shouting, "Have mercy on me, Lord, son of David. My daughter is tormented by a demon." So here, let's just go through it bit by bit, because I feel like Christians actually, they have a story in their head about what is happening here, but it's not what's happening. They've been told a narrative. They don't see what actually it says. So Jesus is walking around. A Canaanite woman, not a Hebrew, not an Israelite, right? She comes out and she's saying, calling him Lord, son of David. She's obviously like a believer. She thinks he's God, right? Or at least the Messiah, or that he's, here to help. But he did not answer her at all. And his disciples came and urged him, saying, "Send her away from us, for she keeps shouting after us." So that's how they were. They were very like, "Send her away. She keeps shouting." And he answered, "I was sent only for the lost sheep of the house of Israel." That's how Jesus also talked. But she came and knelt before him, saying, "Lord, help me." He answered, "It's not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs." And she said, "Yes, Lord, yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table." Jesus answered her, "Woman, great is your faith. Let it be done for you as you wish." And her daughter was healed from that moment. So, really read what happened here. She came to Jesus begging and pleading and saying she already believes. Her faith was already there, right? He says, his disciples are like mean and like, "Send her away. This is annoying. We know why we're here. It's not for her." Jesus says, "Yeah, I'm not here for you. Leave me alone." This is not like a loving answer to somebody. This is not a good way to respond. I'll get to your comment in a moment, Kenny. It's classic. And then she grovels some more, and then he calls her a dog, which my understanding was like a translation that's like a lap dog. It was like a very like a slur. It was a very mean thing to do. And then she further subjects herself to him and says that she's, she is a dog and she wants the scraps. And he says, "Oh, okay. Since you've you debased yourself, I'm willing to hear you out." So, yeah, it's like a really bad story, and the apologetic for it, the way that you're supposed to understand it, is that Jesus deserves people to show great faith, and she showed even greater faith, and that's what the story's about, is that you should have a lot of faith. You should love Jesus. And that's still bad, but it's just sugarcoating what it is actually saying, which is that Jesus, some people are actually not good enough and they have to debase themselves to Jesus. He's that important. That's the moral of the story. You need to be ready to debase yourself. So you wrote, "I'll say this before I have to go." So it sounds like, oh, I see. I'm sorry. I didn't see all the things you said. "Sorry, I'd love to only get upset when people use personal attacks." That's fair, and it is something I'm known to do sometimes. I'm trying hard not to do it. I think we'd probably get along okay. It's usually with people that are really annoying. They just talk. But yeah, if you're more Gnostic now, then you're probably on your way out or something. And you're sorry for hurt me. I don't know what that has to do with anything at all. Their morals are being corrupted by false preachers turned into golden bulls. Jesus Christ himself preached empathy and love. Christian churches choose bigotry. I don't understand. When Jesus called the Canaanite woman a dog, we just read this. You were here for this, I'm pretty sure. Oceans. We just read this. When did Jesus preach empathy and love here? What is empathetic? What is loving about this story? This is the story you have told yourself. It's a contradictory story. Jesus taught a lot of stuff, and a lot of it was actually just like subject yourself. Love God, love me. Don't listen to other people sometimes. But also, if they follow me, listen to them all the time. It sucks because I think that these are kind of like the good Christians. These are the ones that are not going to come up and say crazy things. And that's why they won't come up, because they're like afraid to actually, engage with this monster God. Um, you gotta do like a really rage baity topic to get the rage baity responders, I guess. Bob Ross is the only person I tolerate a God bless of. Yeah, you can get some crumbs under the table is love. It's crazy. Another good example of where Jesus, like, there's so many examples where Jesus just totally drops the ball. And it's crazy because, like, you know him, you love him, like, you know all of these passages probably, you remember when they happen, but the way that the way I recall them, it's almost like I watched a Saturday morning cartoon Bible story about it or something. So I think it's two different things. Um, McTime and YouTube, you said, wait, that was a Canaanite woman or a Phoenician Greek woman. I think it's two different stories with two different women in the different. So there's a Matthew 15 and a Mark 7. Let me see what Mark says because I got them both here. So it's here in Matthew. Yeah, Matthew 15. And then we go down. Here's Mark 7. Yeah. Woman. From there he set out and went away to the region of Tyre. He entered the house and did not want anyone to know he was there. Jesus is sneaky. Yet he could not escape notice, but a woman whose little daughter had an unclean spirit immediately heard about him, and she came and bowed down at his feet. Now the woman was a Gentile of Syrophoenician origin. She begged him to cast the demon out of her daughter. He said to her, "Let the children be fed first, for it is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs." It's just like a softer. It's interesting though, because my understanding is that Mark came first, and then Matthew kind of like copied from Mark. Oh, it seems like Matthew is like, no, this needs to be like a little more obvious. But she answered him, "Sir, even the dogs under the table eat the children's crumbs." He said to her, "Oh, the demon has left your daughter." When she went home, she found the child laying on the bed and the demon gone. So, like, the kind of person, I guess, or the culture that she was from, they got it wrong. One of them got it wrong, right? Can't both be right, right? 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 Can contradictions exist? Jesus Christ is not God, not alive. Yeah, he was racist against Greeks and Canaanites, according to the stories. That's a good point. Hey, 1020 Carrie, I'm sorry that you're having a bad go of it lately. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate everyone coming by. It's been 1 week, no, 50 minutes. So it's been almost a top of the hour. Maybe it's time to switch topics or something. Got here and you lied twice, 4 times. Why don't you come up and tell me what I'm lying about? I'd love to hear it. I'd love to be corrected. I'm not trying to lie. He's in heaven, so he is a god without a body. Oh, okay. I'm in heaven. I'm a god without a body. Prove I'm not. It's an awfully big claim. How do you know I'm on Earth? You have no idea where I'm at. Coming to you live. This is Sarah Shark coming to you live from the firmament. That's right, folks. I am in heaven. I am God. I am a talking Blahaj. Blahai. Hello. You can hear me from the cloud. Exactly. I am God. I am up in the air. Ooh, I float away. This is me. You clouds. Okay. Baby shark. Doo doo. Funny because there's actually a Blahai above me in my loft bed. All right. Well, this has gone on long enough. We have had no guests. We had one guest, I think, and they were like, incomprehensible to me. I was trying. I hate switching topics so frequently. Yeah. Bly is in heaven talking down. Okay. You know, I think I'm just gonna do the one that always works. Let me find it. Did I spell that right? Christianity. Yeah. Christianity makes no sense. Step right up, step right up. Explain to me why your religion makes sense. Why should I believe in Jesus, the Son of God, or Yahweh? Literally, let me ask you a question. What is the word in your mind when you see cross, his, a person, rainbow? Angel rainbow, not a rainbow, it's God's promise. What? Okay. Yeah. Jesus undercover, I think you may be literally a child. MC time, if you want to call in, right now I only have TikTok. You'd have to make a TikTok account and find me on here. And sometimes it takes a bit for TikTok to give you the access or whatever. Oh, wow, we hit 50% of the goal. Thank you so much. Is it Andrea? I have a note on Discord, but I don't know. Look at that. How do I see the note? I don't know. Andrea. I was close. Andrea. Requiring bloodshed for forgiveness definitely makes no sense. It's wrong. I agree. And I can't tell. So what's funny is that like that could be a Christian making a joke because like they see it as being actually very sensical somehow. So somebody in chat said free will. I think the AI might have finally picked it up.
Free will, oh, it better be real. Sweet, intoxicating free will. Yeah, I need it, I need it, I need it. Baby, it's got to be real.
That's from Joel Reads Bible. He's another creator on TikTok, much bigger than me. But I've stolen his music. I mean, I technically hacked his computer and stole his AI that he uses. And yeah, if you're not familiar with Joel Reads Bible or Mezzo, you should find them on YouTube and TikTok and follow them. They're very good. Yeah, that's Joel. Oh, I have someone in the box. My bad. Hi. What's your age and religion?
85 religion. You said what? What's my religion?
Yeah.
Is
Do you have a
Islamic.
religion? Islam?
Yes, Islamic.
Oh, okay. I guess you probably agree that Christianity makes no sense.
I mean, some parts of it do. Some parts of it don't. I think it's kind of like overall within a religion.
Well, I mean that's true, but I mean like the core tenets of it, I think, don't make sense. Like the core narrative of God making people that He knows will sin, and then they sin. He doesn't like that, and so He gives them like all these rules to do and all these laws to follow and animals to kill. And then I guess that wasn't good enough. So then He sends Himself to die to fix the problem, but it doesn't actually fix it because you have to still like believe for some reason. That I don't understand why you have to believe, but you have to believe. And that I guess then God will decide whether or not He's going to send you to heaven or hell based on the decision He made at the very beginning. The whole thing doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I would agree with most of it. It makes sense. In some regard, I disagree with, obviously, but there's a difference between God and Jesus. There's different things. When you mention God, I think you're just mentioning one person. There's two. There's a God and there's a Jesus.
Right.
Jesus
I mean,
the
like
Son
to
of
a
God.
Muslim, to Islam, they're different. But like in Christianity, they're considered usually the Trinity, and so they're usually considered both God.
Okay. I mean, I respect the religion. I mean, I have no hate against them. I think to them it makes sense to them. Everything, like just like I'm assuming you're trans.
I am trans.
Yeah, like I could say that you guys' ideology makes no sense at all, and there's no proof to back it up. You can say the same thing. I mean,
That's
with
an
everything you
interesting
say in
take.
life.
Is that why you were up here? I was wondering
No,
what your like goal
No.
was, right? Like I was
I just
wondering
saw
what
it in
your
the
goal
background.
was.
I just saw it in the background.
Huh? You did what?
I just saw it in the background. Your Christianity makes no sense, and I see below it, right below it, it's coming from a person part of the LGBTQ, and I know God doesn't support them at all. I just find that ironic.
Right. Like
Even
I
Islam
don't
doesn't
understand
support-
what you disagree with. This is your goal, was to come up and be bigoted.
No, I'm just giving you an example of your own take on other things.
You don't know anything about trans people. Your example doesn't make
Yeah,
any
'cause
fucking
what's
sense.
the-
You're a
no,
fucking
it's,
idiot and a bigot. You're
It's
just
a
showing how
crazy
stupid
ideology,
you
a
are.
retarded ideology. I mean, what's to make sense
I'm
about it?
sorry. Use a slur like that, you're gonna get kicked, unfortunately. Is anyone able to block them? I can't get to them, I don't know. Maybe they moved on. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to let you stick around if you just use the slur. I think you use the slur on purpose to get kicked because you got owned. Hi, Enoch. How you doing? What's your age and religion?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm 23, and I'm a Christian essentially, but I don't really claim it too much because I'm a bad person.
What does that have to do with why you can't be a Christian?
Because I don't want to like disgrace Christ. Because I'm a bad guy, so I don't claim him.
What do you do that's so bad?
The way I think.
Why do you think that it's bad?
Well, I have a lot of wrath in my heart. I'm a sinner. And I think that like if I call myself a Christian, I won't represent Christ in the best light. So
Okay. I understand your point, but I'm trying to get at like what is the actual bad stuff that you're doing? Why do you feel this way about yourself?
what's my sin? I think I have addictions and things like this, and
Such as
I think I have a lot of wrath.
like why do you
Addictions, I
think
think the regular stuff that men go through, I think, yeah, like women and stuff.
how do you mean what is it like? You have sex every hour?
No, I think I just have a lot of a lack of self control and stuff like that.
So do you sexually assault people?
No,
Well, it sounds like you have self-control. What are you lacking in that
even
area?
if something's consensual, you could have a lack of self control, right?
Oh, that's fair. Okay, so how often do you lack self-control? I don't understand. You're being very evasive and very vague because I don't think you're actually as evil as you think, and I think you know it.
I think all humans are very evil, but I think that if you're not seeking your best to be like Christ, I don't think that you can call yourself a Christian. And I think I'm not there yet.
What does it mean to try your best to be like Christ?
To be forgiving, to be not wrathful,
Okay.
to be as sinless as possible.
And you don't try to do those things?
No, because I think I'm a little stuck in my sin, I think. I see Christ and I love him, and so I'm a Christian in that way, but I'm not actively trying my best to be like Christ.
Why not?
Because I think that there's like unfinished business.
Like you're just not ready?
Yeah, I'm not ready, yeah. I would say that.
Okay.
I think that there's things that have to be done in my life that are not going to be so Christ-like, I think.
Why do they have to be done? Why would you say, like, this is a very strange perspective to take. What do you mean? Like, it sounds like you're talking about something very soon that's very bad. And I kind of worries
Well,
me.
no. Well, no, not in that way. No, I think not soon. I think there's a lot of things, like, for example, right? I guess to dispel any sort of like mystery, I think that the U.S. is headed for a civil war. Okay.
Mhm.
And in that way, I think that there's a lot of bad people are going to have to do in a scenario like that, to where if you claim Christ, I think that you're going to make Christ look very bad.
Why would you think that? I don't understand. What are the
'Cause
things
a lot
that
of
you'll have to
people claim-
do? What are the things that you think someone's going to have to do that would not be Christ-like?
Well, I think battle. I mean, a lot of saints actually didn't even like that Christians that would go to battle would unalive people, that they would be refused communion for 3 years, things like that.
Well, what does that
Yeah.
have to do with Christ?
Well, Christ was against murder.
Well, I mean, but that's not murder. If you're in a battle,
It's still very sinful, I think, because unaliving people in general, I think, is very sinful. It's a horrible part of life, I think.
okay. So, do you believe that Jesus is God?
I think so, yeah. I think Jesus is God.
So,
yeah.
what was God doing in the Old Testament when He murdered all those people? He killed them all. Killed so many people.
You know, Christians follow New Testament, right?
Do you know Jesus is God, right?
Yeah, Jesus is God, but I mean, you understand the Trinity. I don't have to explain this to you, right?
It seems irrelevant to my question.
Old Testament is Old Testament. That's the fallen state of humanity,
That's
right? New
your
Testament
God.
is New Testament. That's
Enoch,
Christ.
Enoch, you're not following my question. You're assuming something else. I asked you, is Jesus God? You
No,
said
because
yes. Did God
you're
give the
lacking the
laws in the
logic
Old
there.
Testament? No, you're not following because you're.
Any
I think
Christian
you're
could
ignorant.
understand
I think
this.
you're either ignorant or being willfully ignorant at this point. I think
Sure,
you don't
sure,
seem
yeah.
you don't seem like you couldn't understand this, and you're obfuscating from my actual point with your own questions,
No, I'm
your
saying that
own
it's
nonsense.
the basis is already flawed.
How so?
The Old Testament God has a different nature, or at least not nature, but more so it's a different revelation in the New Testament.
What
The
does that
nature is
mean?
the same, but there's a different revelation. Well, because
does that
Christ
mean?
is about forgiveness.
What
Well,
not
because
doesn't
Old Testament
explain
is
what a
about
different revelation means. What does a
well, no,
different
Old
revelation
Testament
mean?
is. I'm about to tell you. Old Testament is about God says that He's a jealous God, things like this. There's a lot of striking down of cities and things like this. Whereas New Testament is about forgiveness. It's a different covenant with the people. So that's the whole point of Christianity. You have this fallen nature of humanity where bad things kind of happen, and then you have this New Testament where it's forgiveness, where we're under a new law.
Right, but like why is the I don't know, it's just such word salad. Your God is the same God, right? In the New and the Old Testament?
Yeah, same nature essentially.
Same God, right?
Yeah.
What does it mean to
Yeah.
be the same nature? How is that different from same God?
It's the same energy essentially. It's the same
What does that mean?
entity. It's the same.
How is it different? What's the difference? You're not giving me a difference. You're saying different words. To me, they all seem like you mean same.
The difference
God.
is the difference is the covenant. I mean, it's a different covenant. The Jewish people were a very
So
exiled people.
So did God change?
Well, no, it was an unraveling story. God
So
already
did-
knew that He would.
Yeah,
have
you're an
Christ come.
unraveling story. Did God give laws in the Old Testament?
Yes, He did for the Jewish
Right.
people. Yeah,
Yeah. Were those laws good?
they were good at the time. Yeah,
How can they be good at the time if your God gave them and He's unchanging and eternal and timeless? What does that
well,
mean?
because He was unfolding a story.
What does that mean?
He's unfolding a story. So at the time, He has to put in those laws because He knows that Christ is coming to fulfill the law.
So things like slavery was required for Jesus to arrive
Slavery was regulated back then, and then
by
with
God.
Paul, and yeah.
God.
it was regulated. Yeah.
You're laughing about it.
It
That's
wasn't-
interesting. Do you think slavery
Do
is
you
like
think that-
pretty
wait, hold on.
humorous?
Do you think transatlantic slavery is the same slavery that they had back then?
Why would you ask me that question? I don't think that.
Because I think that that's what you're kind of implying. Because slavery
No.
back then, like slaves could actually have jobs and that they could have careers. Did you know that?
That doesn't matter to me. So do you know that
matters to me
slavery?
because it's a
Why does it
different-
matter to you? Why does it matter to you?
It's a different lens because transatlantic slavery was very brutal and very horrible.
Yeah, biblical
And slavery
was
back
too.
then,
Biblical slavery was too.
not really, especially because God regulated it.
Mm.
If you looked at Roman slavery,
Did you
sure,
know the
I mean, they would
regulations
do
that God
horrible
gave
things.
were actually worse than the regulations of I think it was not Babylon, the other place. It was worse than the surrounding area. Doesn't matter. I don't have it offhand. So the point is, slavery is owning someone as property. Do we agree on this point?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, and that's exactly what your God said you could do. And I think it's never okay. It doesn't matter why you think it was done, and it doesn't matter at what time it was done. I think it's always wrong. So I don't understand why you would follow a God that did
Wait,
this.
why do you think it's wrong? Wait, based on what? Why do you think it's wrong?
I think it's wrong to restrict someone's autonomy in that way.
Just because it hurts your feelings or something?
Oh, that's an interesting straw man. Why don't we stop pivoting away from the God you worship?
Well, no, you have no basis for your morality.
So you think that slavery is okay?
No, I have an objective morality. Paul
Right.
says that both are one in Christ Jesus, right? slave and master are equalized. Paul says that, right? So Paul
He
is
does say
against
that.
slavery.
What else does he say about
Yeah.
it? What else does he say about it?
He says obey your earthly masters.
Right. How,
Right?
what do you
Right?
think? How do you think you have an earthly master if you're free?
Well, no, hold on, right? Earthly master, right? And then he says, obey your master like you would obey the Lord. So now I ask you, if your master asks you to do something against the Lord, would Paul want you to follow that command?
If you're a slave, would you? If you're not a slave, would you have a master?
Well, no. I'm agreeing. Slavery exists during this time, right? Paul is
Your
trying to.
point is that Paul is against slavery, and then he says to obey
He
your
is.
master. Why would you say that?
No.
Why would you
Well,
say
no, answer
that?
my question.
Why would you say that if you're against it? Why wouldn't you
Hold
say
on.
do not
Answer-
obey
hold
your
on,
master?
Because I'm trying to give you the full quote.
Why don't you
right?
go ahead
So
and
he says-
fucking say your point then instead of dancing around it? Say exactly
I'm
what
trying
you
to get you
mean.
to answer-
Say
I'm
exactly
trying to
what
get
you
you to answer
mean.
something.
No,
Hold
you're
the
not.
phone.
You're dodging the problem.
Answer
As
me.
for the
You're
male,
scared.
no.
You're scared. You're running.
Enoch.
Okay, you're gonna
Enoch,
answer?
Enoch. I asked you a question. Do you remember?
Well-
I said, do you agree? First, we agreed that slavery is that owning someone is property. And then I was saying, why did God
Yeah.
say that it's okay to do that? And you're trying to pivot to some other nonsense about Paul. I don't care
He
about Paul
regulates it. Why don't you care about Paul? He's our saint.
because this is a non sequitur. Has nothing
This
to
is
do
about
with the topic.
Christianity.
Has nothing
This
to
is
do
about
with the topic.
Christianity.
Has nothing to do with the topic.
Paul is.
Can you follow a
Right,
linear
he's the biggest-
topic? Can you follow a linear topic?
Well, I want you to answer me. Right?
Why should I
What
answer
is-
you though? Why should I answer you? You're not answering me. Why should I answer you?
What do you want me to answer you on?
We'll do this. Because you're having a really hard time. You're really
What?
hard time with this. What's missing? Slavery is evil. Premise 2, God condones slavery. Premise 3, what's missing to make God good?
Is slavery inherently evil?
Why don't you tell me what's missing that makes God good? Is it that slavery is actually not evil?
No, I think slavery in the way that it was back then wasn't an inherent evil.
It
No.
was good. You
'Cause
think
I
it was? You think slavery was good? Is good sometimes. That's
I
your
think
point.
that if you're back then and you're a Roman and you have a
Why
slave
back
and
then?
you treat them
Why
well,
back then? Why back then?
what do you mean? Why back then? Because slavery is not inherently evil. You're looking at that Western lens.
You're
Like,
begging
you know,
the
of being
question.
like
You're
a
begging the
American and
question.
not-
You're begging the question. You're saying slavery's not bad because back then it
not
was
inherently
okay
evil.
because slavery's not bad. I
It's
never
not
said.
inherently evil.
Yeah, I think it is. Why isn't it? Why isn't it inherently evil to own someone's property?
Because I think that if you have a slave and that they're educated and you treat them well, is that inherently an evil thing to do to someone?
yes, you're restricting their autonomy. They
well-
cannot leave. It's evil.
What does autonomy mean to you? What does autonomy mean to you? Why is that so important to you?
Autonomy is not important to you. It's the ability to do what you want.
Oh, so you should just do whatever you want.
No.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
If you're restricting someone's autonomy, it better be for a good reason. Doing it for because they're your property isn't a good reason. That's all. I don't want to have
if,
a moral
for
argument
example-
with the fucking monster. If you can prove to me that you think slavery is always wrong, like I do, then we can talk about why we
Because
think that.
slavery isn't always wrong. That's such a.
Show me when
child
it's good.
understanding
Show me
what-
why it's good. When is it
I
good?
just told you.
No.
I just told you an
You
example.
told me when you think it was good, but you don't know why it was good then. Why
What?
was it
No,
good?
I know why it's good, because if you enslave someone, right back then during Roman times, if you enslave someone and you're able to get them a good education and things like this, that's not inherently evil.
Yes, it is.
Why?
I told you, because you're taking away their autonomy. Why is that good?
Autonomy doesn't matter here, okay?
Why?
Because you can't
They're
just
a
let
person.
people do whatever they want to.
I didn't
Well,
say
no,
that.
This is a,
You don't
this
need
is
to
during a
control
time where-
them. You don't need to control them.
this is during a time where it's very economically.
So
So actually, you
it's
can
okay. For
can
economic
enslave
reasons,
someone-
it's okay. For economic reasons, enslavement is okay.
you
Under
can
the right
literally
conditions,
enslave someone.
economic reasons make it okay.
That's a straw man, right? So what I'm saying is that
I'm trying to
At
get you
the
to be
time-
fucking clear. You say words and then you move
I'm being
on.
very clear with you. I'm being very clear with you.
One's in chat if Gus is being disingenuous is fucking not clear. One's in
Well-
chat.
All of them support you. Like, we don't even have to do that. Sure, they're all going to disagree with me. I don't have an issue with that.
Do you,
Okay.
do you know
What I'm
why?
saying is
Do you
that-
know why?
Because they're atheists and their morality is based in nothing. So I don't
Really?
care about atheists.
Not
Yeah, I don't
reasoned?
care
You
about
don't think
atheists.
anyone's reasoned about this like I have? You think that we're all just
If you're
like
an atheist,
mindless?
if you're an atheist, no, I don't think that you're reasonable. Unless you're Alex O'Connor, I think he's the best.
Have you
atheist that
heard
guys
my
have.
argument?
What, for economic reasons is okay? That's a straw man. What I'm saying is that you could pull someone out of a horrible economic situation if you enslave them. Back in Roman times, this is true.
Can you do that a
If you're
different way? Can you do it a different way without taking away
During
their
Roman
autonomy?
time, no.
No,
during
there were
Roman
no
times
jobs.
was very
There were no
difficult.
jobs.
I mean, sure, there was jobs. Yeah.
Oh,
Sure.
why do you need slavery?
What I'm saying is that it's not inherently.
Why do you need slavery?
Like you're saying, why do they need this? Why do they need that? I'm saying that it's not inherent.
Show me why restricting someone's autonomy for your gain is necessary. That makes it evil. You're doing something that you ought not do because it's for your gain. It's restricting them from living their life. I don't understand how this is difficult for you to
Here's the problem.
understand.
It's like, here's the problem. If you can concede on the fact that there have been slaves that lived very good lives, how is slavery inherently evil?
I don't care if you're living in the Taj Mahal as a slave. You're restricted in what you can do and how you can behave and what you can think. You're a slave. It's wrong.
Well, first of all, you're not restricted in what you can think. I mean, that's crazy. Like, you can't be restricted in what you can think unless you're literally propagandized like the left is when they're growing
Let me
up,
ask you a
right?
question. Let me ask you a question. Do you
Yeah.
think that you ever think bad thoughts?
Sure, yeah, I admitted that, yeah.
Yeah, why do you think that?
Why do I think that I think bad thoughts? I think
Yeah.
I base it on a Christian morality, and I think I also base it on morality.
Do you
about,
think you're
it's
restricted
written
in
on
what
our
you can
heart.
think? Do you think you're restricted in what you can think?
No, actually, I think about pretty much the entire range of things.
Hold on. But you said that those are bad thoughts. You don't do you think you're not supposed to think them? You don't think you're actually restricted
Well, no,
in thinking
no.
them.
I can think bad thoughts, yeah.
You can think
I
them,
do that.
but does
Yeah.
your religion restrict you in what you can think?
No, it doesn't. It restricts you in what you can act.
So why are the thoughts bad?
Why are the thoughts? Because they're immoral.
Why
I
are
think
they
that you can
immoral?
think
Why are
immoral-
they
you
why
can
are
think-
they guest? You don't need to explain. Just why are they immoral?
Yeah. Based on my objective understanding of morality.
Which is
Based on Christianity and based on what I can observe as my objective reality.
so this is the shit. This is why you're evil, right? This is why you're a bad person because you're like this.
Why? What am I like? I don't know what I'm like.
You don't know what you're like?
Well, no, you're
should
saying
learn,
I'm like
you
something.
should
What-
learn who you are, I think, because it's not
Oh,
working. It's not working for
I
you.
know a lot. Wait, bro, you're trans. You don't know who you are. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry? I'm Sarah. What is
You're
that? What do you
trans,
mean?
so you literally rejected yourself. So how do you know who you are?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
If you're trans, you have
Uh-huh.
rejected yourself, right?
No.
You have literally rejected yourself the
Nope.
way that you originally were.
Nope. Embraced myself.
I mean, you can call it that, sure. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not a horrible guy.
Fucking total piece of shit. Everyone, like the live, share the stream, subscribe, do the things. Hello, Symbols. How are you doing? What's your age and religion?
I'm 18 and I'm a Muslim.
Cool. Do you want to talk about this topic or something else? I changed this kind of mid convo.
Yeah, I was just gonna add to what Christians are missing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was gonna add their God orders for the grape of woman as well.
He does. So how does that make God good?
I don't know. It just doesn't in their paradigm.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding is that if your religion is also has some sore spots.
I mean, if you don't like really study it, it does, right? But once you like, or not even if you don't study, but if you just like don't know a lot about it, it does, right? But once you like look into it, a lot of the quote unquote sore spots and stuff that people question, if they have an open mind, are really easy to explain to them, like what actually happened and why it's not wrong.
So my understanding is that your prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old and slept with her at 9 years old. What is your understanding of the situation?
Yeah, so they have a different, the first thing you have to understand with that is they have a different, back then, like for age.
This is the wrong
first
answer,
thing-
I think. What do you think her age was?
I think she was 19 at the time
Why do you
of
think that?
consummation. Yeah. So Asma, who is Aisha's oldest sister, was 10 years older than her, and Asma died in 73 AH at the age of 100, and this places her birth 27 years before Hijra. If Aisha was 10 years younger, she would have been 17 at the time of Hijra, so when they got married, and 19 at the time of consummation. And this is backed up in writing.
Well, why did she
what's it
say that
called?
she was 9? My understanding is that she said
Yeah,
herself that she was 9.
Yeah, in the Hadith, that brings me back to the Quran and the Hadith, and at the same time that the Quran had the time of the Quran, it had a different writing system, or not writing, counting system. The Hadith would use the same counting system as the Quran, right? So according to her, in her world, she was 9, but like because the way the accounting system worked is once the female was done with puberty, then they would start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like so on, right? So she ended puberty about like 11, 12-ish, right? And
So you're saying
then she started the counting of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you do the
Okay.
math, it was about when she was 12, I believe. That would be 6, and then 19 at
so some guests are asking some
9.
hard questions. Why was she playing with dolls still?
Yeah. So the hadith of why she was playing with dolls, it doesn't necessarily dictate your age, because same way that if I played with Legos, it does not dictate my age. It does not mean that I'm immature. It just means that you might have a hobby and take an interest in doing
Is that a
something,
fair point?
especially because
So I guess I would give you this, that you don't have the worst interpretation of this, that you've shifted it enough to where you don't believe that she was a child. So that's good, because then it means that we have a shared understanding of consent, I believe, right? That she would not have
Yeah.
been old enough at that age to consent under any circumstance at 9.
yeah.
Okay. So like I don't know enough about this to really rail against it, but I think that's the best way you could go, is to say that it's just whatever, this is wrong or something. Or that that the text was wrong in some way.
Yeah.
So
So I'm an ex-Orthodox Christian, right? So I used to be Russian Eastern Orthodox. So like me personally, I've been live, or I've been on other people's live, and they'll bring up that, and I'm like, even if I grant you the fact that she was really like 9, which didn't happen, but even if I grant you that, your
Don't do
own
this.
Bible
Don't
does
do
not
this. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm not a. I'm not.
yeah,
a
I was gonna say,
Christian.
even I was just like telling you what I would say to them. I would be like, even their own Bible, it does not give a specific age. It just says once you are done with once you flower, referring to puberty, right? So if someone goes to puberty at the age of
the whole time period, it was gross how men treated women, and especially children, and I think that it's just an unfortunate thing that occurred. But yeah, the Christian Bible doesn't make it any easier to defend against it. We still have a lot of child marriage in the States, for example, because it's like a religious institution to be able to marry children. It's fucking crazy. But I don't know that much about Islam. The things that I do know seem like it's not convincing enough to me. So I'm curious why you switched from Christianity to Islam.
yeah, so I was a Eastern Orthodox, right? So I was raised like Christian my whole life, and then I really started like studying Islam, not to necessarily revert or anything, just to like understand it, because my parents, they instilled like a lot of like Islamophobia in me, right? Like these people aren't good, they all want to go boom and stuff, right?
Yeah,
So
no, Christians
I really want to
they've
understand.
got their own bigotry against everybody else.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I wanted to like truly understand it for myself. So I started reading and studying, and then I learned a lot about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, right? And then I like put that away for a little bit, like about a year or something, and then I was like trying to get more into my faith as an Orthodox Christian, and then I read Isaiah 42, specifically Isaiah 42, 10 through 11, and it doesn't like say there will be a prophet named Muhammad, but it almost to the T not even predicts, but prophesies a new prophet that will. It talks about there will be a prophet. It says sing a song, desert towns, and the singing of the song is referring to praising God and the new way that will sound such as a oh, you're pulling it up. Yeah, so it says sing to the Lord a new song, and that's referring to the way we pray and the way we recite Quran. It sounds in a like musical manner, right? Like if you listen to Quran, it almost sounds like a song, but it's not, right? And then it says, where is it? Can you scroll down a little bit, maybe? Yeah, so the word right below, since it's the villages, that, and then Kedar is he's a descendant of Ishmael, and it's talking about a prophet that will come from Ishmael's tribe. And one of the things that for Prophet Muhammad to be a valid prophet, Ishmaelite, so that's another prediction. And then you have the what translation is this? Because it talks about a mountain named Sela.
Yeah, it said that here.
Sela.
Let the
Yeah, so
inhabitants
yeah,
of
it
Selah
says
shout for joy.
yeah, so
Shout from the tops of the
Sela is
mountains.
actually a famous mountain in Medina. So we have Mecca and Medina in Saudi Arabia, right? And Sela is one of the
What
most
does this
famous
have to
mountains.
do? Why does this mean Islam is true?
Yeah, because it's prophesying a new prophet that will come and bring a new way to praise God, and they will be a descendant of Ishmael, and they will also receive revelation, or not necessarily receive, but they will be from the area of Sela, which Muhammad did, and he did bring.
So because another person made up more stories related to this story, like you think that it happened or that it's true, and so it must be that they're actually God. Why aren't you a Mormon?
Well, that's not only that was just one point, like from a Christian to Muslim.
But this
then
isn't
you also
convincing
have,
at all. Like this isn't convincing at all.
well, there's other stuff as well, right? But then you also have the fact of the miracles.
Why would this
within
be
the
a part of
Quran.
anything? It isn't convincing to me. It doesn't convince me that God exists or that Islam is true or any of it. Like, why did you bring it up?
Yeah, because it prophesies a prophet coming, bringing a new way to praise God, coming from the same place Muhammad did, and receiving or coming from the same tribe that Muhammad came from. You also have the fact of in the Quran, there's the preservation, right? So we know everything that happened in it is staying the same. That's really that's like to prove that the Quran has not been corrupted, right? Then you also have the fact
Hold
of
on. This has really always been very confusing to me. How is anyone convinced by these things? It doesn't seem convincing at all to me. Like none of this is all just like, trust me, bros. Like it's so historically kept the same that it must be true. That's not true. That doesn't make any sense. Who cares that it's historically kept the same? It's not true.
Oh, that's just I was gonna get to like why that was important, but
I know why you think it's important. You think that it shows that it's like divine, right?
No, I was gonna say it shows that like we know for a fact that hasn't been changed, and then I was gonna list the reasons why I believe it to be divine, or why I know it's divine, and
but
then
it not changing doesn't have anything to do with it being divine or with it being true. That's non sequitur. It doesn't have any reason to bring it up. This is part of the problem. You're wowed by things that aren't like good evidence.
Yeah. So, but also you have the like miracles, and not even necessarily miracles, but you have the because anyone can claim miracles, but you have the predictions within it, right? Prophecies of the stuff that will happen, that have happened, right?
Like
Muhammad,
what?
peace be upon him, he predicted be able to talk to each other from long distances.
How did he say that?
Not like,
what was the prediction? What's the verse or whatever I look up? What do you call it?
I don't remember. I can look it up.
How preserved would it look? This is a good question. How preserved would it look if someone hadn't gone around burning variant versions? That's a good question. Did someone burn a lot of copies of that were?
Yeah, so they're referring to Uthman the Third Caliph, and something that's very key in defending this is, are you aware of how many Arabic dialects there
are? No.
It's a bunch. Like, yeah. So if you go to like Saudi Arabia, they're not going to speak the same type of Arabic as the people Palestine, or as the same in Morocco, right? So there was different dialects of the Quran in Arabic, different the different languages, and then also there were people that were adding stuff into the original one, or not the original one. They were adding stuff into their own personal. So he collected them, all the ones dialects are not the original dialect, and then he burned them all to keep the of it, to keep it preserved.
Okay, yeah, so basically, as long as you are militant about preservation and don't let anyone make any changes, it would stay unchanged because someone has decided to force people not to be able to change it. Like, it makes your claim weaker because it doesn't seem instead that it's like divinely been kept unchanged. Instead, it seems like people have been kept by force to not be allowed to change it. That's a different thing.
How does that weaken my claim? Is just saying that
Because if it had happened by chance, if you had been able to show, like, all of this time nobody ever felt the need to change it, I'd be like, that's kind of interesting because the Bible has so many changes and variations and things that we know are different. But instead, if it's during all of this time people were repressing what they wanted to change about it, then it doesn't mean anything because the Bible has the same issue. The Bible just happened to get more things through. Does that make sense?
I mean, kind of.
What do you think I'm missing?
I mean, I would say I agree. I would just say it doesn't add or take away from the preservation, right? Like, it's just showing that it was preserved, that there's evidence that it has been preserved.
But then it makes the point like a non sequitur doesn't matter. We have plenty of things that have been preserved. Like what is the point of saying that it's been preserved? It just means that somebody had decided at some point what was the correct thing, and they enforced that. It doesn't mean anything to me. It actually just seems worse because it's like,
Yeah,
you're
so
unable to
found
see what other people may have thought.
But it's the preservation is key in knowing that you're still practicing the same way that was practiced at the beginning, right? So
How do
I
you
found
know? How do
some
you
of the
know that? How do you know
historical
that?
predictions.
How do you
Historical
know?
predictions,
How do you know that
because
the original way wasn't burned and changed, and then you have only the beginning is actually at a
because we
branch?
are able to trace it back to the original. Like, we are
How?
able to look at the original and see that it has the same as the one we have today, which even
How do you know it's the
Christianity
original
cannot
though? How
do.
do you know it's the original? I don't understand.
Again, because Uthman, he burned all of were not the original. He was a third caliph.
I'm saying, how do you know that he didn't burn the original and then say, I have the original?
Because he had no motivation to do that.
Why wouldn't he? If he wants to force his perspective?
So if he was going to do that, he would insert himself somewhere within the book to give himself glory, which he does not do.
What? That's a totally new thing. Why would I expect someone to do that?
Because that's like the only motive that he would have.
No, it isn't. If you believe something to be true, you'll go to great lengths to try to make people stop saying what you think is not true. Is that incorrect? Do you disagree? Like,
I mean, I disagree, but that's like a religious thing, right? Like we believe that he did not. We believe he didn't burn the original, but he standardized it.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
Unofficial
You
copies
believe. It's just not convincing to me. And I'm trying to point out why it's not convincing, and you just keep kind of repeating your claim. Let me try it this way.
We also have the oral tradition.
Yeah, everyone has an oral tradition. It's fine. It's like really not impressive. I hate hearing about oral tradition because it's just like, okay, like I don't know why I would think that this is so impressive.
Well, because the Quran is the only book in the world that all of them were burned completely, not one single remaining. It would pop up back the next day.
What? No, that's not true.
How? So there's our faith. There's the only faith that has a reward for memorizing the whole thing, right? So there's thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that have it memorized.
Right. If they were
there's
all
a really
destroyed,
famous influencer on this app that memorized the whole Quran. He's like 20 something. The earliest person to ever memorize the whole Quran is like age 5.
You misunderstand. If they were all destroyed and there's no way for us to verify what they said, how will we know if somebody puts down the correct thing? And if many people
Again,
put
because we
down
have
different things, how will we know which one is correct?
great, yeah. So that brings us back to the oral tradition. If somebody has the original memorized, and not just somebody, but hundreds of people have the original memorized,
Right?
and then
Like, you
that one
don't
gets
understand
burned.
me at all. You may think you have it memorized, but you don't. And then if you don't have the original to look at and you say whatever you think it said, and then you put it down on paper and say that's what the original said, we have no way of knowing. Do you understand the problem?
No,
The analogy,
so
the situation you're giving doesn't make any sense.
I'm talking about the people at the time when it was burned. They had they were able to
I'm
trace
talking
back their
in
old tradition
general.
to the original.
I'm sorry. I moved on from this burn thing. I don't care. I'm talking in general. It's just who cares about all of this nonsense about copies and oral tradition? None of it is convincing. None of it means anything.
Okay, great. So, but the prophecies do mean stuff. This
Okay, what's the
prediction that have
prophecy?
come
What's the
true.
prophecy?
Roman victory over the Persians, conquest of Mecca, Abu Lahab's
Okay.
fate.
So let me look up Quran, Roman victory over Persians. The Quran, specifically Surah Ar-Rum, chapter 30, verse 2-4, prophesied that the Byzantine Romans, initially defeated by the Sassanid Persians in the nearest land, Syria, Palestine, would triumph within 3 to 9 years. A victory Muslims would rejoice in as Allah's help against Persians. This prediction, made when the Romans were at their lowest, came true around 627 CE, with Emperor Heraclius' disciple at Nineveh, validating the prophecy and delighting early Muslims. Okay, so they said, we're going to win eventually, and then they did within the time frame that they gave?
Yeah, so they said that they were going to win, and then they won. And then you also have the conquest of Mecca.
And they made the prediction when the Romans were at their lowest.
That doesn't disprove it. That's another prediction. You also have the Christian division that was predicted.
That sounds very easy to
protection.
predict. I don't understand why that sounds...
The prediction
just
of the
you
Quran.
saying it sounds incredibly weak. Why don't you have to look it up? Like, this is why this stuff is very unconvincing. It's just that, like, it's all like very tenuous, and it doesn't at all seem divine, or like when I look at like what the religion seems to inspire people to be like, it doesn't seem like it's a good religion either. So
what do you think it inspires people to be like?
I mean, I've seen a lot of Muslims defend child sexual abuse.
But how does their religion inspire that? Just because someone within a religion defends it does not therefore mean their religion advocates for it. It just means that someone has a different way of thinking and a wrong way of thinking.
No, it is because the religion says it. They might think it outside of the religion. It's hard to tell, because specifically it's when we ask them questions about that you luckily kind of dodged by saying you just think that the ages are wrong. I think that's an acceptable enough answer. I think, as long as we agree on consent rules. But most people don't agree. They think that Aisha was young, but she matured better, or that God did something and intervened, or whatever. They have all kinds of excuses because they want to hold to this religion, and you hold to a different version of it, which is interesting because you keep telling me how it's very, very, correct, and this is the way you looked at it, but people have different interpretations that they give me for it. I don't know why this would be seen as like at all from a God.
Yeah, the age of Aisha, even though I can disprove it and a lot of people can, does not therefore mean that she didn't mature faster and people don't mature faster back then. Are there rules in
the Quran for divorcing prepubescent girls, including a waiting period to see if they're pregnant?
It's not girls. There's a thing that talks about waiting periods of divorce, and Islamophobic. They will take the verse that talks about divorcing someone who is not yet menstruated as therefore applying to just children whenever there's conditions that grown women will have that prevent them from being able to menstruate.
Is there a way that you can divorce someone that's not menstruated yet if they're like old enough to get married? Like, how do you divorce someone that's not menstruated but they're not a child? What does that mean?
Yeah, so there's conditions. I'm not a woman, so I don't know. But
So it was talking about like some very specific thing of people not menstruating until they're like adults, and then you're gonna divorce them.
So there's that aspect. There's also the aspect of why yes, even if you do look at it as from a guide on how to divorce quote unquote children, it is not therefore permitted. It's telling you how to do so, how to divorce them. And I look at that as, even if it was telling you to do this, it's not saying you are allowed to go marry children. It's saying if
So
you
the
have married a child, which the Quran prohibits because it says you have to be able to physical, mental, and emotional maturity, which
right.
a child
So why
cannot
is there
have.
this difference
So
between
if you
traditional? Why is there a difference between traditional view, which is what I'm saying, and the modern interpretation, which is what you're saying? Why is there this difference when the text seems like it's the traditional view? To me, looks like that's what it's saying. I don't understand how you leap to
yeah,
it's actually for a
so
medical
I
condition. So why would we think this?
no, I'm just you can argue it from that way. For me personally,
Yes. So why
like my
would you hold
personal
to something that you can argue from this way, but doesn't actually make a lot of
so
sense to argue from this way? Why are you
yeah
arguing it from this way?
my point of view on the verse is it is indeed for children, but it is not telling you to go marry a child.
If the verse is indeed for children, guess what? Guess what it means? Yeah, I kicked you. It was gross. What you said was gross. I don't need to hear anymore. Like, how can you divorce a child if you haven't been married? Yeah. Like, I tried really hard to engage. I find Islam to be very particularly disgusting because of these kinds of things, and the kind of like dancing around that Muslims will do to avoid like offending the religion, but also like avoid offending, you know, I don't know, my sensibilities or whatever. Is telling someone who has reverted that has married a child how to divorce? I don't know why you would think this. What does that mean? Someone who has reverted? What does that mean? Left Islam? Aren't you supposed to just... What's my, oh yeah, got our decent base of YouTube viewers. Hello, YouTubers. Somebody who has become Muslim that has married a child, how to divorce? So like somebody that was not Muslim, married a child, became Muslim, and then they're getting divorced? Oh, they think everyone's born Muslim, so converts are called reverts. That's crazy. That's a crazy cult thing. It's not permissible to marry a child in Islam. I mean, Aisha said she was a child. I don't understand how the logic of she was actually counting from when she hit puberty. The hoops that you have to jump through to make this work. I'm gonna say it. God can do better. God can do better. You were fooled by Orthodox Christianity, now you're fooled by this. It's crazy. Everyone agrees with me is a classic hallmark of conspiratorial personalities. And every time I was trying to hold your feet to the fire a little bit about, like, at least like this point you have about oral tradition and manuscripts that are consistent. Like, none of these things are actually impressive when you think about, like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, I don't know how we would verify that the first person that heard the oral tradition, heard the oral story, put it to paper, that they got it right. How do we know? It just makes no sense. We are slaves today? No, we are not slaves today. Slavery is owning someone as property. This is a common mistake Christians make because Christians don't like to understand language. It ruins their idea, their perception of reality. It makes it difficult to comprehend like what's going on in reality. So they have to believe like, well, actually, I'm a slave to Jesus. So that's because, he said to do that. And, I have a job, so obviously I'm a slave. I do assume you're Christian because you're doing slavery apologetics. It's very strange. You're some kind of strange, is what you are, beta boy. I don't know why anyone would like defend biblical slavery if they weren't a Christian. Like that's a wild take, but you do you, I guess. I'm gonna try to change the background again. Just arguing because you have no guest? Don't play devil's advocate for slavery. What's wrong with you? Don't do that. Leslie, that my keyboard's making you know, my live is not the only one going on. Ian's doing a live, and I think it's probably pretty fun. So you could go see Ian. He went live 5 minutes ago. CBJ's on 13 minutes ago. I don't understand why like I want to be entertaining, but I don't want to argue slavery with somebody that's not sincere. It is their actual name. It's pretty interesting choice, but it's you do you. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't know what kind of hate speech got on up to on Twitter to get fucking banned there. But that tells me a lot about you and why you are probably a Christian that sincerely apologizes for slavery. Your account is suspended on Twitter. You have it in your TikTok bio, Beta Boy. This is why you're Beta Boy. Fred Allison, thank you so much. Appreciate what I'm doing. Thank you. It is suspended, yeah. Thanks, Sparrow. Good to see you. Yeah, I genuinely worry how many Christian slavery apologists are out there willing to be public about it. For real. I don't understand. I'm sure you did earn it. I left Twitter when Musk took over it. A cesspool. There's no reason to stay. Didn't ever go to Blue Sky or anything. I just couldn't. It was kind of nice not having that feed. That was a bit much, but it is all right wing garbage now. So, like, is everything about you like an irony? Your name Low T Beta Pig Boy? Is that like an irony, like that you are actually leftist or something, but you're named ironically? You made pictures of Trump kissing Elon? Fair. Okay. My esteem of you has raised. You had to have a Twitter account for OnlyFans? What? Oh, is it just like had to in the sense of like that's how economics work right now? Yeah. I used to really enjoy Twitter during the first Trump presidency. It was a great it was great. You could keep informed of protests and what was going on and get like real news. I would like read and hear stuff about court reporters that would go to like the legal things that were happening. That's I don't know if that's happening on Blue Sky, but seems like that's just gone. Like I don't know, we don't have this anymore. They use it for IDing you. That's crazy. You have a Twitter with 5 selfies. That's weird. Thanks for the follow, Beta Boy. Yeah, I was technically on it for quite a while, but I don't think I really engaged with it until the Trump admin. But I had like an account that I would occasionally post to my friends or something. It's very funny because I remember before transitioning, and I was you know, of course, an ally, and so I was, you know, tweeting a lot to transphobes, and they were, you know, saying things about how I've pronouns in bio and all these things. They think I'm trans, and I'm like, joke's on you, but turns out it was they I don't know, they had a little bit of a um like a stopped clock sort of thing. Only followed porn artists. Yeah, I do miss that. I had a number of there were a lot of good like especially trans Twitter accounts I really liked. Well, this isn't getting me any new guests at all. Should I go to the cult one? Just keep going back to old reliable. I kind of liked it when it was like this big zoomed in. Need the chat BG though. Time to leave cult. Love it. Love it. Okay. Christian 40 plus years, now an atheist and happier than ever. Wow, 40 years. If you want, Fred Allison, if you want to come up and talk about it, you can come up for a little bit. I'm not getting any guests, so. Jesus was trans banner would get some hits. That's true. Oh, how do you do it? 1 second. I can see if. Okay, I sent you an invite, so you should get like a thing, I think, asking you to. I have a hard time doing trans topics still. Not sure if I want to like defend my identity that much. It's really hard. How do you allow audio? I'm not sure. That might be in the phone settings or computer settings. Do you know what kind of device you're using? I guess it'd have to be a phone to join up, I think. So Android? Okay, so I think you'd have to go. Let's see if I can just find like a way to allow TikTok microphone access. Go to phone settings, apps, TikTok permissions, and then toggle microphone to allow while using the app, or always allow. And you're not an idiot. Some of these things are kind of hard to do, right? Let me know if it's phone settings, apps, TikToks, permissions, microphones, allows while using the apps. I do have a different person in the box, so I'm going to take them really quick. Hey, what's your age and religion?
Hello, 30 Christian.
Cool. Are you ready to leave your cult?
No,
Okay. Why not? What's keeping you in?
I believe in God.
Okay. Why is it the Christian God?
What did you say? You said
Why is it the Christian God?
why is it the Christian God?
Yeah.
Well, Christian because of Jesus Christ.
Okay, but like why Jesus Christ?
Well, because I believe that God is the whole, probably if you believe in God, I don't know, the creator of all, and that we have sinned a lot, and that God's like, damn, I need to send somebody to save these people. Or even if he did come and prove himself and show himself as a human, which I believe is Jesus Christ, look what happened to him. Literally, the world killed him for it.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you view it, right? I don't think that God exists, and I don't think that if Jesus did exist, I don't think that he rose from the dead. So like
The Christian giggle.
it's fine. Yeah, don't listen to and Andrea. They're just okay. Don't read the comments. They're mean. Okay, so I just don't understand why. Like, I know I was a Christian at one point, but I'm no longer, and I have my reasons for why I don't believe it. But I don't know what I know why I did believe it at the time, and I don't find them reasonable now. So I'm curious why you believe it.
Well, I'm guessing that you want him to like scientifically prove himself to you.
I mean, that would be a huge boost to his being real, but I mean, whatever it would take, God should know probably. But it's very unconvincing at this point. Like, there's just way too many issues with it, and especially even if the God existed, he's not like a very good God. He doesn't do good things.
So that means he's not real?
No, I said even if he existed, he's not a good God. That's like the point of what I'm getting at is why do you follow this
because
God?
you're saying that there's like murder and all that stuff. Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry, I'm saying it in here. But like you're saying
because the God in the Bible does those things. The God in the Bible commands genocide, makes laws for burning women alive, makes laws that condone slavery. I don't think these are good things. I don't know how you get around them. I have a hard time. Even if that God existed, I don't know why I would worship it.
I feel so sad for you. Were you raised Christian or Catholic or what?
I was not. No, my family was largely atheist.
Oh, well that's... So you've been hearing these kind of things like your whole life, basically?
No. They were, I guess you would say, like, my dad was probably atheist. My mom was probably more like a Christian, but didn't ever really talk about it a whole lot. I knew the basics. Yeah. I went to Awanas with friends. I had friends that were very religious. I didn't understand it for a long time. And then in the 8th grade, I got tricked into thinking that my feelings were the Holy Spirit. And then a bunch of, I got tricked further and further into thinking all this stuff was true. And over the years, like, unravel that, walk away from it, understand what reality is and how none of this actually lines up with it.
Do you feel like whatever you were feeling as like Jesus was in your heart, do you think that brought you somewhere negative or?
Yes, because the Bible is so conflicting about how you should feel about yourself. And in fact, I think it leans more into that you should hate yourself and that will make it so that God can fix you. And that doesn't work. Like, that's not a good way to like actually get fixed. The real thing you should do is love yourself, and that's how you fix yourself.
Well, I feel like the Bible, like in the New Testament, I don't know if you read the New Testament, but I feel like it's like all about like sinners and people who are having like a bad time, and how much you can repent and Jesus will forgive you, and God will
Hold
forgive
on.
you.
Why do I need to repent?
Well, no, if you feel a time where you did the wrong thing, do you have moral? Like you have moral.
When did I say that
you feel moral?
What are you talking about? How does this respond to what I said though? I just
Because you
said
said it brought you into negative, like you said it was kind of negative into your life, and that you feel like if anything, it makes you feel like you should not like yourself.
yes, and then you're saying the things that I'd expect someone to say if they don't like themselves very much.
Right. But I think that you should like yourself very much.
Why?
And I don't think that he's saying that at all.
Why should I like myself from a biblical perspective? From Jesus' point of view, what do you have to show me that I should care about myself?
Well, there's a bunch of Bible verses. You want me? Can I look? I mean, you want me to look them up? Like what Bible
Yeah,
verses?
I can pull them up on the. I can pull them up on the.
I mean, I guess do ChatGPT and say, "Hey, what Bible verses show me that I should love myself?"
Okay, so you don't really know any of them. So like when Jesus says that you're a worthless slave,
God
do you
so
think
loved the
that
earth, He gave His only Son to forgive you for your sins. And
Jesus
Jeez,
didn't say that, right?
okay, are you saying not to believe in Jesus or God or?
I'm asked okay, so you're saying if the Bible says that God died for you because He loves you, that means that you have worth? What does that mean? Why should I love myself?
Because you don't have to go to hell. He already took the hell punishment for you.
I don't have to go to hell because it's not real. But why should I? What?
Wait, that's
what
not
in the
fair.
book? What
Well,
in the
you're
book
saying that it's not
actually?
real, so
What
then
in
the
the
whole
book
thing would be
actually?
wrong.
What in the book actually says you should care about yourself?
If you're going to question the book, you'd have to believe in hell. If you don't believe in hell or heaven, like the book says, why are you arguing the
Okay,
book? That's my
that's
question.
a fair point, but it's not a good point because if you're, I'm sorry, it's not. I mean,
Fair but not good. Okay.
yeah, no, it's fair. I should accept that there's hell, but it doesn't mean that you're a good person because God made hell to send people to it. I don't understand. The point that you're making, that you're coming to, is to say that we all deserve hell. Isn't that what you're going to get to?
Well, because we don't all, follow the 10 Commandments of God.
That's not why, right?
Well, I mean, if you want to be separated from God, He's not.
No. You said 10 Commandments. That's not because we don't follow the 10 Commandments, because we don't follow the law.
And what's the law?
Like 613 laws that God gave in Leviticus and Deuteronomy, and right?
Well, whatever sends you to hell. What about it?
Like, what about it? What are you talking about? What about it? That's the law. You said 10. It's way more that he's talking about.
So what's the argument for that? I'm so confused. What's the argument? Like, what are you trying to say? God's not real because you're quoting the Bible itself?
No. We are talking about why this religion is harmful. Like, that's my point.
It's not harmful.
Right. And I'm saying that it does not make you think well of yourself. It makes you think poorly of yourself and everyone else because you believe that you need Jesus to fix you. And that everything you've told me so far is the exact thing that I'm saying. And it's bad. It's not good to think this way. This is how Jesus thought. And let me know if you agree with him. Who among you would say to your slave, do you have a slave?
No, not now.
You did at one point?
No, but I'm just saying, no, we don't have slaves anymore. So it'd be kind of hard to ask that question to anyone, I'd hope.
Well, I mean, but Jesus was asking it, so he assumed that the people he'd be talking to or would be reading this would have slaves, right? They'd have an understanding. Okay, so, but we can assume you know what it'd be like to own a slave?
If you could, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I don't want you to say the wrong thing.
I mean, you just have to be honest, which I know is really, really hard because your religion restricts you from actually doing that. So who among you...
No. The world restricts us from saying things like that. Can you assume how it feels to have a slave? That's kind of a weird question.
Uh-huh. You could just answer it honestly. Jesus
Do
wants
you know how it would feel to have a slave? I don't.
No,
I'm gonna
I
be
don't.
honest. I don't.
I don't know. I think it'd feel terrible.
Yeah.
But
So I
Jesus,
mean,
Jesus
well,
expects that you would know and you'd have a perspective about it. So I'm just
when
asking.
people had slaves, is that what you're saying? When people had slaves.
So this verse, okay. So my point is, so you don't believe that everything Jesus said has relevance. It's not important.
It is in that 2,000 years ago.
Is it important to you now?
The basic principles of Christianity, yeah.
The things that Jesus says, please stop changing what I say when I ask you, because it's dishonest. I asked you, are the things that Jesus said important, or are they only important at the time?
Important at the time for this. If you're saying slaves, because it wouldn't be important now because we don't have slaves.
So what things are not and are important? How do you determine?
Well, I guess if you determine if he's talking about 2,000 years ago or if he's talking about the way you should live your life
I mean,
in general.
He's not talking about 2,000 years ago. He's talking about who among you would say to your slaves. So he's just saying, amongst you that have
you're
slaves,
and none of us
who
have
would say
slaves,
this?
then obviously he's talking about then.
Why is that
Not
obvious?
now.
Why do you think that he's not talking about
Because we don't have
all
slaves.
times? When did he
Because we
say
don't have
you would
slaves.
not have slaves? When did he say that?
It says your slaves.
When
Is
did
this
he
in the
say-
Old Testament?
Does Jesus talk in the Old Testament?
No, it's in the New Testament. That was dumb. No. But he's not talking about people now because we don't have slaves.
Okay.
We're
I'm
talking about the
trying to
future.
make sure that you're going to understand, like,
Go ahead with it. Read it.
when we get done with this, you're going to say it doesn't apply for whatever reason because you're dishonest. That's what I'm pointing out here. You're already making excuses for why this won't work.
You're cherry picking the Bible against me, who's a Christian. Why are you doing that to me? Why can't I cherry pick your beliefs and how dumb it sounds? I don't believe in God or Jesus. I think that's the dumbest shit ever.
You're welcome to deconstruct my own perspective if you're able to. I don't think you are.
But why do you have to use the Bible against me? I'm the one who believes in the Bible. If you don't believe in the Bible, then why are you using it against me?
We are talking about, it's an internal critique. Do you know what that is?
No, but you're trying to critique me from something that you don't believe in.
Do you know what
So
an
how
internal critique is?
Go ahead, tell me.
So an internal critique is when you take somebody else's perspective and you say, okay, here's the things that you believe, right? We can agree on these things that you believe. And then you say, here are the contradictions. Here are the problems in the way that you arrived at that conclusion. You do it internally. So like what I'm doing here is I'm trying to say, do we both agree that Jesus is saying something that should be taken, to be real, to be true, something like that? And you're saying like, well, for the time. And so this means that like you're not willing to take the internal critique. You're just willing to look at it from external perspective. I agree. At the time, he said a lot of things maybe, and I don't care about what he said. But that's not your perspective. I'm trying to get your perspective on what Jesus means.
Okay. But I also see where you're going to say plowing and tending to the sheep in the field. Could you agree that maybe some things in the Bible are for 2,000 years ago?
I mean, yes, that's true. But how do you determine when Jesus wants you to take his things literally and take his things figuratively? How do you determine that?
I guess like kind of like common sense. Like, hey, could this apply to this time in life?
Okay, but so if he makes an analogy using slavery, does that mean it cannot apply, or does it mean that the analogy just doesn't apply perfectly?
Well, let's hear the analogy and let's figure it out together.
Okay. It's going to be hard because you haven't laid down how you figure. You just said common sense. So I think what's going to happen is that you're going to have the common sense that Jesus didn't mean what I'm going to say. It's clear what he means.
Let's hear it. Come on, let's hear it.
So who among you would say to your slave who has just come in from plowing or tending sheep in the field, come here at once and take your place at the table? So would you say that to a slave? You think if you had a slave, would you tell them, come here at once and take your place at the table?
I want to read the whole thing first before I answer
Why is
something
that?
about Jesus.
Why is that?
Because you're like, obviously you're going like against Jesus, and I want to hear the whole situation before I judge Jesus. I don't want to judge Jesus, anything he says.
I'm not asking you to judge Jesus.
But
I'm asking you what you would do.
We can hear it together, the whole thing.
Not asking you to judge Jesus. Jesus said, who among you would say to your slave who has just come in from plowing or tending sheep in the field, come here at once and take your place at the table? So I want you to answer Jesus.
Can we keep
What would you
going?
say? No, we can't. What would you say to Jesus?
Wait, why? You're trying to trick me at that point. I'm not
Because I know
allowing her
you're
to see the rest of
dishonest.
it.
Because you're a Christian.
Let me open the Bible.
Because I
then,
know
and I'll
you're
read it myself
dishonest and a
right here, right
Christian.
now.
Because I know
Okay,
you're
and what
a
is this?
dishonest Christian.
No, not dishonest Christian.
Yes,
That's
you're
not
going
fair
to
to say.
change
You
your
don't even know me.
perspective based on what you read at the moment. You'll change your perspective at any moment.
No, that's not true.
So Jesus asked, would you tell them to come take the place at a table? Would you not rather say to him, prepare supper for me, put on your apron and serve me while I eat and drink? Later you may eat and drink. Do you thank the slave for doing what was commanded? So you also, when you have done all that you were ordered to do, say, we are worthless slaves. We have done only what we ought to have done. What do you think Jesus' point here is?
Hold on.
I want you to recall that our discussion is about how this text makes you think of yourself. Why I think it's harmful, why it makes you think bad things about you, and that you need God to fix you, and it doesn't work.
It's saying that he's using the first an illustration of the first century.
What's saying he's using an illustration in the first century?
It says that obedience
What
to
says that
God is not
obedience?
something that we
What says that
earn
obedience to
praise
God?
for.
What says that?
I'm using Google right now, aren't you?
I'm using the Bible. What I thought we were reading Jesus' words.
But right, but I'm telling you, hey, look, if I'm not understanding what's going on, let me see what other people are trying to say this is going, which it's saying.
How do you
Let's
not
see.
understand
Because
this?
what you're saying, well, what does it mean to you? What do you
It
think
means
it's
that
saying?
you should consider yourself as worthless slaves to have only done what you ought to have done. You shouldn't ask for gratitude from God.
But it's saying, but that's not it. That's not it, though.
Why?
You
It
haven't
says
researched
literally.
it, I guess.
It literally says the words. Why should I
But
take it to mean?
research it, though. But
What
you're
does
obviously
how?
reading it
What is the
literally,
research?
and it's not. It's
Tell me
figuratively.
what the
This is not
research is.
literally.
What is your source? Why do you think this is different? Because somebody else said it?
Doing what God commands is simply what faith looks like. Let's see that.
In a Slavish sense, right?
It's saying that like God doesn't owe you just because you obey.
Right.
He doesn't owe
Like
you
a
shit.
slave. You don't owe a slave money. You don't owe a slave anything.
No. Oh my gosh. But you're gonna. What's the point? What's the point of you like not believing in God? What's the big fucking deal? Like it is what it is. You have a God. You have a creator. You'll
You
meet him
forgot
one day.
again.
Why you want to rush
You
it?
forgot again.
You're saying it because okay, but that still means God's real. Whether you like it, you
You
think
forgot
that this
again.
religion is not.
Do
It's
you remember
harmful
what I
to
said?
you.
Why we're
This
looking at this?
religion's
I even brought it up.
harmful.
I
Yeah,
even brought
because
it
you
up
said
again.
it makes you feel like you hate yourself.
Do you consider yourself a worthless
Because
slave to God?
no, they're saying that God doesn't owe you shit. Even a fucking scientific reason for him to be here is a spiritual being.
In what
To
sense
ask
does
and
he
say,
not owe
prove
you shit?
yourself.
Why did he not say, I don't owe you anything? Why
Because
did he
he's
say
already
you're a
giving you
slave?
life. He's already giving you love through your mother and your father. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. But he's giving you life. He's giving you this opportunity to love him. He's saying, I'm not pushing myself onto you.
How does God make you feel
He's
about
not-
your family, you think?
I love my family. What
How
do you
does
mean?
Jesus
he
want
make
you
me
to feel about your family, though?
He wants us to love or not. Oh, you're gonna look up the one where it says, "I'm here to be mean to your wife and all that stuff," and it's gonna be. I heard that earlier. I was like, okay.
You're gonna
okay.
find the verses where
The
Jesus
neighbor,
says
the
the
neighbor,
different.
this,
You're
yada,
gonna
yada,
find
yada.
the
But you're
verses where
using the
Jesus
Bible
says the
against me and saying that the Bible
antithesis
is
of what
important.
you believe. This is the problem, guest. You believe in a God that doesn't exist. He's not in this book.
No, he does exist. You're
He's
trying
not
to
in
get him
this
to
book.
exist in
He's not in this book.
scientifical.
Not in this
Yeah, you're
book.
trying to get him to
The God you
yeah.
believe in doesn't exist. Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. This is Jesus, the God you believe in. I have not come to bring peace but a sword. Come to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and one's foes will be members of one's own household. So this is Jesus saying, I've come to divide you.
One's foes will be members of one's own household. What does that mean?
Is this love?
Let's read the whole thing.
Is this love? We read the whole
He's
thing.
saying
Is
if
this
there's
love?
sinners, they will show. Look who's coming through. Even some of your closest people you think are close to you are your enemies. That's not crazy to think. What do you mean? That's not crazy. Okay.
That's not what he said.
That doesn't disprove God. What does that mean? That doesn't even have anything to do with disproving God.
We're not disproving God.
Just
I'm
because you don't
showing you
like
how
what he
the thing you
says.
believe about your
You
God
just said he
isn't
doesn't
true.
exist.
I'm telling you,
just said he
you're
doesn't exist. So how are you
refusing to
saying
engage.
it?
You're refusing to engage. It's an internal
you're
critique.
wrong.
I've already explained to you what an internal critique is.
Okay, and I can internally critique you. Let's go. I think it's dumb that you
Let's
don't
do
believe in
it.
God.
Let's do it. Let's do
That
it.
doesn't
What do
even make
you got?
sense.
What do you got? Do you want me to
You don't
argue
think
about
it's
it?
kind of
Give you
crazy
an
to
argument?
believe that nothing created everything?
That's a straw man. I do not believe that.
Okay, so therefore you believe in a creator.
No. I don't believe anything was created.
You don't believe anything was created, then how are you here?
In what sense? Like, that's such a broad question. The matter that comprises me was never
Okay.
created. How is that? Does that make sense? The matter that comprises me was never created. It always existed in some form.
Okay, like God, like Jesus. I was here before anything was created. You can't believe that God is outside of space and time. You can't believe that. Like it's
Why would I?
crazy to
Why
you
would
to
I
not.
believe that? It is crazy, actually. Time is required
not.
to create. How do you create outside of time?
Do you see how ridiculous that sounds to say, God, I don't believe
How do you
in you
create
unless you
outside of
show
time?
yourself?
No,
Because
I'm
he's
not asking.
God.
I didn't
He
say
doesn't
that.
abide by scientific law. You can't say, hey, if
That's
you're
not
not
just
abiding by
scientific law.
scientific law, you aren't real,
No,
God.
it's a
That
logical
doesn't even
problem.
make
It's a logical
sense.
problem.
It's not logical. God's outside of all of that. God was
If
here before any of
time
that
is required to
existed.
act, time is required to act. God cannot act
Scientifically.
without time. No, in
Scientifically.
reality.
It's intellectually dishonest to make God revolve around science if God is the creation of science. He's
Okay.
outside of space and time.
I'll try to lay it out. I'll try to lay it out a little better, okay? The guest is too wise for me. You're right. I'm not getting it. Okay, so let me lay it out like this. Let's see. God is eternal. I haven't done this argument in a long time. I really find it very tedious, to be honest. That's poison in a well. Sorry. Okay. What before the universe existed? Was God existing before the universe?
Outside of the universe.
Outside of the universe and outside of time?
Outside of space and time. Absolutely.
Right,
Yeah,
because space
yeah.
and time are connected, right? They're like intertwined. And when
Yeah.
did God create time?
I have no idea.
But he did create time at some point?
Or did we create like time, or did he just create like day and night? I'm pretty sure he just created day and night, huh?
So he didn't create time.
Like light? He just created light? Didn't we come up with the time bullshit? Did we or did we not? Like the time of day you're talking about?
Well, time seems to exist.
I'm being serious.
Time
Like,
seems
I
to
don't know.
exist intertwined with matter, because if you have different like gravity affects time, I think. So you can see how time changes based on gravity, which means that it's more material than not. So the problem I'm getting at here is that all of the ways that you would talk about God doing something require time.
Mm-hmm. But God's a spiritual being, so to try to put time
That's
and all
a non
is kind of
sequitur.
wild. He's a spiritual being. He is.
That's a non sequitur, though. It's like a red herring. It doesn't actually mean anything to do with the measurement of time, or the
Exactly.
it doesn't have anything to do with time.
Why are we asking about time if it has nothing to do with it?
You asked about
You just said he has nothing to do with. Okay, he has nothing to do with space and time. That's me, right?
That's not.
You
what
just said.
No, I'm saying that him being. Oh my god! Like, you are so bouncy. It's hard for me to fucking even remember the things that you're saying.
Okay, well, just know that God's real, and you'll figure it out one day. Don't let your family tell you that he's not real. You said that your family's atheist and stuff like that. I think you should probably explore more into it.
Interesting. That's a huge fucking assumption. You're so arrogant.
Well,
It's
you told
crazy.
me. You said that your family was atheist. You said your mom
I
was
did
pretty
not.
atheist.
You're so fucking assumption. Like so many assumptions. Like,
You don't
this
have to
is
curse at me.
classic.
You don't have to curse at me.
Yes, I do have to curse at you. You should learn
No,
how reality works.
you
People
don't.
curse
You
in
don't have to
reality.
curse.
People fucking curse in reality.
No,
I'm
you don't
sorry
have
that your
to.
virgin ears can hate the fucking. They can't take the
No,
fucking
she's
adult
uneducated.
language.
No, that's uneducated.
You
There's
can't.
people who
You
have real
cannot
conversations
control
don't
me.
curse at each
You
other.
cannot control
I don't
me.
want to control you.
Then
What the
stop
fuck?
telling me what to do. Do you understand how that works?
God's here whether you
You
like it or
told me
not.
that
There's
I
nothing I can do
cannot
for you,
curse at
buddy.
you. You do want to control me. Do you understand the doublespeak you do because
Well, I'd
you're
like
in
to
a
control your
cult?
respect for me. I think that you don't have respect for many people.
I
And that's
have
not
no
cool.
respect for you. You won't have a conversation with me. Hey, Stotsky. Or satirical,
I
sorry.
won't believe your shit on that God's not real.
What God?
Exactly. You're gonna say what God? Get outside of like Spider-Man and all your
Are
Harry
your
Potter
gods in the
bullshit.
trees?
No, God's not in the trees.
Okay, then where's your
Is
God?
God's up your ass? Nope, God's not up your ass either.
He's up
God's
yours.
not up your ass.
What?
God's not in the trees. Keep
You're so
going.
gross. So what
You
God
are
is?
so gross. Your mom's
what's-
so gross.
So what's your God?
Judge pro-choice.
So where's your God?
What'd you say?
What God are you talking about? You
My God.
nutcase.
I'm talking about the God of creation, the God that created
Okay,
you, the
which
God that created your
what
mama, created your papa.
what God is that? What
What do you mean, what
monster
God is
created
it? The
you?
one, only
What
true God, the
psychopath
spiritual
created
God.
you?
Why? You want to know my mom's name? Why?
What
You trying to hook
psycho
her up
made
with?
you this way? So what God are you
What psycho
presupposing?
made you this way?
What
You
psychopath
had to bring
made
him back
you?
up because you were losing, huh?
She's not. She's
Yeah, he brought
I
him back up
asked.
because he was losing.
No,
So
Terrible.
I
where?
saw a
So look
satirical
at
God
this.
is a
Stop
spiritual
running.
being
Stop
outside of
running.
space
Stop
and matter.
running.
To
What
say that he
God?
needs to abide by your space or law or evidence is intellectually dishonest, and you know it.
Does your
God
God have
doesn't
to
have to
are
abide?
you
show
talking
proof to
Sister,
about?
you
hold
in
on a
physical
second.
way. That's not
Uh,
even the thing.
guest,
God is spiritual.
guest.
Sorry, he won't command and
Does your
bow down
God
to
have
you.
to abide by the words he said in his book? What do you think?
Have to abide by anything.
So he doesn't have to abide by the word he gave. He's a liar.
Let's be honest. Did
So
God
he's a liar.
write those words
So he's a
down?
liar.
Did
So
God
he's a
write those
liar.
words down?
If you
Did
can't
God write
tell,
those words down?
no.
If you're saying God's a liar, you're admitting that God's real. If you're saying that God's a liar, you're admitting at least that God's real. If you're going to argue about him all day, at least admit that he's real.
Why are we back on this? Do you remember
Exactly,
when I
because
told
you know
what
God's
an
real.
internal
You
critique
know
is?
God is real.
Do you
know he's
remember
real.
when I told you what
You
an
don't
internal
like him.
critique
You don't
is?
like the
What
book
God
that's
is
Do you
written
real?
about
remember
him,
when
but
I
that's
told you what an
boo-hoo, sad
internal
What God?
critique
story.
is?
What
You know
God are
what
you
God? Why you
talking
keep
about?
saying what God? Are you
Yeah,
dumb?
because you're just making up a God.
No, I'm not making up anything.
Yeah,
He's
you're just making
outside
up.
of
God
space
showing
and
us
time.
nothing.
Get
You're
over
just
it.
creating a God. Look, just mean
No,
just
nobody's
hey,
creating a
God
God.
this
The
one.
God who created you, the God
Okay,
who created this
okay.
universe,
Prove
the God
that
who
your
created the earth.
God. Prove that your imaginary friend created me.
You,
Prove it.
because you want me to prove him through what?
No, prove it. You said
Scientifical
that he
proof.
made
You
us.
want me to
You
prove.
said that he made us, right?
You said
Okay,
you
well
want me
then
to
prove
prove
that he
him
made
through
us.
scientifical proof, and he is outside
Okay,
of
how
that.
did your God that you made up
Nobody
make
made that
us?
up. Nobody made it.
Yeah, okay, then show him.
Why?
Demonstrate
You're
him.
saying he has to come here? You fucking
Demonstrate
believe in
your
him?
God. Wait, where
That
is
is
he? Is he in Hades?
intellectually
Is he in
dishonest.
a-
God is a
your God that you're
spiritual
making
being.
up
Guest.
in your mind
No,
Guest.
nobody's
doesn't
making him
exist
up.
You're
in
being
reality.
very dishonest.
No,
That's
no, no,
insane.
no, no. You're
You
trying to
keep-
make him come
we-
into
to
reality because
demonstrate
you
it.
want to
Don't
demand
understand what
physical
God you're
proof from a
talking
God
about.
that doesn't have.
Guest, we're asking you to demonstrate that your God exists, and you keep strawmanning it and saying, I can't show
Remember
you
that verse
physical
you just
proof.
used against me, where
We
God doesn't owe you shit. Remember
told you to
that.
please
Remember that.
demonstrate
God doesn't
the
owe you
things that you
shit. You owe
say.
God.
You're a
You owe
perfect
God, boy.
representative for Christianity.
You
Keep up the
owe
good work.
God.
You're gonna make
God
so many
doesn't owe
atheists.
you. Probably why y'all are lazy and don't work. God
up the
doesn't
good
owe you
work.
shit. Neither
No
does your
one wants to
parents.
Are you
be
working?
as
What are you
Okay?
doing?
Neither
What are you
does your
doing?
parents.
What are you doing on a Wednesday afternoon?
anybody want a Christian like this girl? Anyone?
Anybody want to be a Christian? What are you, a Satanist?
No, man. Are you mind?
Are you out
What's
of your
Satan?
mind?
What's Satan? You nutbag. What's
You
Satan are you
nutbag.
talking
What
about?
is Satan? My
Okay,
mommy and my
demonstrate
daddy.
Satan. You just keep mentioning these things without any, just unsubstantiated.
You
Let me just
want
make up some names.
physical,
My
scientifical
God,
proof.
my
Do
Satan.
you or do you not
What
want
are you
scientifical
talking
proof?
about? Like, where do you live? Like,
You're
what's in
saying
your
prove
brain?
it, prove
Do
it,
you have
prove
worms
it.
in your brain?
You're saying
What
prove
God are you
it. How
talking
would you like
about?
me to prove a God that's spiritual?
You're just making
How
up.
would
That's
me
the
to
point.
prove
You
God
don't
that's
have a
spiritual?
God. You
No,
don't
no, no.
have
You're
one.
trying to
You're just
make
saying,
him
look,
into
God.
no. No.
What God
You
are you
hate
talking
God
about,
because you
lady?
didn't get
What
what
are
you
you
wanted in
talking
life.
Guess
about?
what's your
Bad
name?
things
I'm
happen
sorry,
to
I
you,
don't
so
think I
you
got
think
your
God's
name.
not real.
Guess what's your name? What can I call you?
XO is my name.
EXO. EXO, the point that we're making here is that you keep
And I'm
making
Shim.
claims. You keep making claims, right? And then we ask you for evidence of the claims, and then you say you can't
Do you want
handle the
scientific
truth.
evidence? I'm asking you.
No, any kind of evidence. You keep saying
Only
we
evidence
can't
that I can
handle
give
the
you
truth,
physical or
and then you never
scientifical.
prove anything. No,
You want me to prove it scientifically.
no, science doesn't
You
prove
want me
anything.
to give you physical evidence
EXO,
of God.
I want you to give me anything that shows your God is real. Any fucking thing.
Right now, look at yourself in the mirror. You see God in yourself? You see that you're created by somebody?
How
A
does that
higher
prove
being
your
than you?
spirit? Oh
Are
my
you
God.
look in the fucking mirror?
How does that
You are
You ever
prove
been
God?
to?
How
You ever
does
been
that
out of
prove
this city,
Jesus
the
or
state?
God
Have you
or
ever been out of
Yahweh
your
or
mom's
any of the?
basement? Have you ever seen this whole world?
EXO, you
that
have
you
a
live in?
certain story that you will need to prove to us. I don't care if there's a deist God that created everything. I don't believe it, but it's not important to me. You believe in a fucking sheep herding God, like a warlord God. You believe in a shitty God. I want you to leave that God. Leave it behind. It doesn't exist. We're showing you how it doesn't exist. It's entirely in your mind. You can't do anything except for ramble and straw man us because you worship a lie. You're welcome to respond.
You want me to prove God
I
in
want
a
you to
physical,
demonstrate
scientific form? How does one
how often
scientifically prove a
XO,
spiritual being?
XO.
You go ahead and tell me.
You don't. Nobody asked for that. You're the only one saying scientifical because, first of all, that's not a word. So you're the only one bringing
Yes,
that
it
up.
is. Yes, it is.
Scientifical?
Scientifically. You want it to scientifically prove God.
I
No,
want you to
we
show,
want you-
to demonstrate your God exists. I don't care how. It could be a logical argument. It could be like through statistics. It
He's
could be
outside of
through-
logic. He's outside of statistics.
That means that your God is
statistics.
nonsense. If your God is
No, it
not,
doesn't.
is
He's
not
a spiritual
rational,
being.
logic
He's
is
a spiritual
do you
being.
believe-
I'm not so
believe
sorry
in
you don't know about a
illogical
spiritual being.
things. No, it just means you believe in illogical things. Saying
What
it's
is
a spiritual
okay?
things-
What does spiritual being mean to you? What
We
does
don't-
spiritual
you're right.
being
You're
mean
right.
to
We
you?
don't know about spiritual. What is a spirit? What is it made of?
What do you have in your heart? Do you have a spirit?
It's blood.
You were
My
born
heart
with
pumps
spirit.
blood.
You were born
My
with
heart pumps
spirit.
blood. Now,
What
can
is
you tell
that?
me
What
a
is a
spirit
spirit?
is?
Were you born with a spirit?
My
What is
heart
it?
pumps
What's a
blood.
spirit? You just
we don't
keep
know
saying
what a
it.
Yes, your
spirit
heart
is.
pumps blood.
You
What
just
is a
said we
spirit?
don't know what a spirit is. We want you to tell us what a spirit is, what is it made of, and where does it exist. Go. We don't know what a spirit is. You do. Teach us what a spirit is, what is it made of, and where does it exist. Go.
Okay, your mind, will.
No, that's brain. Go ahead. Keep on.
No, I'm trying to explain to you. You're gonna keep cutting me off.
Yeah, you're just saying heart, brain. Are you going to give us what a spirit is today while we're young?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, get to it.
The spirit that connects you to God.
What is a
Connects
spirit?
you to God.
What is a spirit? You can't
A
define
spirit
as
is the
spirit.
part where you're God aware. I guess you might not have a spirit. Spirit
Do
is where
you?
you're God aware. It connects
Do
you to
you?
your God. It
Do you
connects
have
you
a
to your
spirit?
higher power, to your creator. Absolutely.
Do you have a spirit?
Absolutely.
What is it?
It connects me to God.
What
it's
is
the
it?
only thing that connects me to God.
What is it? Is it a string? Is it a cord? What is
No,
it?
it's spiritual.
What is a spirit?
It's what you feel in your heart.
Where
when
is
you're doing
it? What is
something
it
wrong
made
and
of?
you're
What
doing
are you
something
talking
right.
about? You just make it worse.
Okay, do you know your emotions? Okay, if
Yeah,
you
we
hurt
know what
something-
emotions
If you
are.
hurt somebody,
Do you know what
can
a
feel
spirit
that.
is? We don't
If
know
you
what a
hurt somebody,
spirit
you can
is.
feel it. If you're
We
doing
don't know
good
what
to
a
somebody,
spirit is.
you
Can
can
you
feel
tell
that.
me what a spirit is?
I was wrong. Scientifical is a word. It's just archaic. It's a less
Yes.
common variant of scientific. It sounds like somebody that was probably homeschooled on the Bible would probably be referred to scientific things as scientifical. That's
Guess we'll never know what a spirit is.
Hello.
yeah. So I don't even
Sorry,
know what
sir.
I don't even know who your God is for me to disprove it at this point. I'm an atheist at this point.
Okay,
to your
well,
God.
I gotta go pick my kids, but I hope that you find that God.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Have a
it
great
is.
day.
Sorry, Sarah. Take care. I love you.
Thanks. That was crazy.
Nuts. Wow.
Damn. Hi, Shark.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi. I wanted to explain a spirit with them still on here because it's the Christian idea of a spirit is nonsensical. While I've found pagans actually do a very decent way or a decent job explaining a spirit to some extent.
I've never heard anybody explain one well. They just always refer back to the same
Um,
word. Or they make up new words.
Yeah, the one I'm most not fluent, but most I can remember of is the Norse pagan idea of a spirit. The way that they describe it is that your spirit is broken into 4 separate parts, right?
Okay.
You have your body, which is, clearly your brain, bones, all that good stuff. Your ancestral soul or whatever, which can do, everybody who's in your, which, if you want to take it from a scientific point of view, scientifical, that can just be your bloodline that connects you to like your bloodline in history, connects you to your ancestors that you will that
Okay.
you can like pass on to your kids or whatever.
So spirit is basically
Um,
bloodline. I mean, like it's at least something, but I find it to be
for,
kind of like
yeah,
a weird take.
it's something, and it's like, and then there's the Fulgia. I hope I'm saying that correctly, which is your, I guess, what connects you to nature. It's like a spirit guide. Again, these are. Oh, what happened?
I don't know.
Oh,
I have
okay.
somebody. Oh, I had somebody in the box. A guest that was in the box. If you want to come back, I can let you up. We can discuss. And
Oh,
then
that's what
if you
happened. I
want.
wasn't looking at the screen. As
Oh,
it, I guess you added a guest and they
not no. Well, they
dropped.
were just waiting. They were waiting. I was about to hit the button. I was about to say, if you want, you can stay around for them or not. But then they left.
Yeah,
So
sure.
they're not here.
Fine, cool.
So I don't know. All that to
The,
say, they're gone.
like, even though these are, fantastical, mythological, and spiritual woo-woo ideas, I've found that pagans explain it better, even if they're trying to explain it with a mythical sense about it. Christians don't explain it well at all. It's what connects you to God, or it's your feelings, or things that can all be attributed to a freaking brain or a mind,
Hmm. Yeah, I don't find much of that convincing. I was convinced when I was a kid that my feelings were God, and it took me a while to realize that like you can feel things and it doesn't mean it's God. Like it's such a huge connection to make. It's not a good way to think about things.
Yeah, a
Well,
lot of it's
hmm?
jumping around bullshit. Like they
And
can't define it for themselves, and they try to quote unquote define it for others in order to, God damn it, justify their own beliefs, which I think is just silly.
well, do you have anything else you'd like to say? I think I'm gonna keep it light on friendlies probably for a bit.
No, I was just wanting to talk to her. You can go ahead and drop me for the algorithm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I usually don't bring up. I try not to bring up too many like friendly people. I don't want people to feel ganged up on. But sometimes it feels like I'm at an impasse. They're just not listening. We're going in circles. So I think maybe somebody else. Faith in righteousness. How does that lead to bad results? What is righteousness? Like this is just another made up word. I blocked that Jeff person. They were weird. They were saying things that was like getting kind of racist. It means right standing with God. Right. And that leads to bad results. Being in right standing with the Christian God is not a good way to live. To be in right standing with the Christian God, you have to submit to them at all times. You have to give up your own thoughts and feelings. Yeah, I do say so. Like, I have reasons. I know that you all don't have reasons to believe the things you believe. And that's why you just come up and crash out. That's a good point. Yeah, the Nazis thought they were righteous. They thought they were doing the right thing. Like nobody thinks they're a villain. And the problem with this with the Bible is that you can interpret it in a lot of ways. You can interpret it exactly how it reads, and it's very very hard to actually like say when it's wrong. Yeah, I'm taking a guess. I sent you an invite. Hey, are you over 18 and you're a Christian, I assume?
Yeah, I'm over 18. Yes.
Cool. Yeah. So why are you a Christian?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, because of my own experiential circumstances. I chose to place my faith in the finished work of Jesus Christ, as he stated 2,000 years ago. And I was changed. So, I mean, well, I can't prove to you that that's true. It's nonetheless a reality for me.
Why
But
do you believe it
I'm
was
just
God that changed you?
why? Because I believe what the Bible says is true.
Okay, so
Can
what
I
did the
ask
Bible
a
say
couple
would?
questions?
Sure, go for
Can I
it.
ask a couple questions?
Oh
Yeah.
no, go for it. I
Because
didn't
earlier
realize.
you were saying that in order to believe in Christianity, you have to give up individuality.
hmm
I don't know where that's anywhere in the Bible and Scripture. I don't see that. In fact, it says the opposite. It says
Okay.
God loved the world. That's you individually. He loves you, right? And that doesn't mean that you have to become a robot. He's not creating robots. I mean, I still have the same personality. I still have the same thought processes. I'm still the same, I'm me. And
Mhm.
it says that God loves you, period. It has nothing to do with turning you into Tom or anything of the sort, or losing your individuality. So I
So
was just wondering where in the Bible you got that idea from.
yeah, on whose understanding do you think God wants you to lean?
Well, on his understanding, correct.
What about your own?
My own understanding? Well,
Yeah.
my understanding is his understanding.
Should you lean on your own understanding?
Yeah, I mean, you have to put that in context,
What's the
right?
context?
Well, the context is in that circumstance was the flesh, or there was some creation, man. The Bible teaches that people were, all people from the time of Adam after the fall were born with a sinful nature.
Right.
And
So we're not talking about that though, right?
so,
I know you're trying to
but
get to
you are.
Jesus again. Nope, we're not.
But you are.
Nope,
No,
we're
I'm
not.
not.
Nope, we're not. Nope, we're not. You seem to have misunderstood me. So my point is,
No,
right, that Christians are
in
all
my
the
own
same.
understanding.
That Christians are all the same. You're all robots because your book tells you to be, because it says things like lean not on your own understanding. And so, like for instance, when I bring this up, you try to pivot to the fall to bring it back to Jesus because you're a Christian. Has nothing to do with the thing that we're talking about. Why do you think you should be able to make your own decisions? How are you different than other Christians? How are you different?
Why do you want to yell at me? I'm my own person.
I'm sorry. Maybe I was being a little too forceful. It's because you wouldn't shut up. You keep trying to talk over me and talk about what you want to talk about.
Man, you're rude. You're rude.
Just, I want you to understand something. This is my show. You're in a cult. You need to fucking engage. You need to engage with me.
I'm not engaging.
And stop trying to pivot away to other things.
Sorry, bye.
This is what I mean. Can't think for themselves, right? That's what I'm talking about. This is a cult. Thank you, Andrea. I didn't think I was yelling, but why did a good God make everyone with a sinful nature? They wanted me to let them speak. That's all that they were getting at. They wanted to be able to just ramble at length. Because if you would have noticed what was happening there, I said, why does your God say to not lean on your own understanding? And he went into fallen nature, sin world. He's going to go back to Jesus. That's the whole freaking hey, we're almost at 666 subs. If anyone's not subbed, give me a sub. I've noticed this though. It's the way that the brain works on Christianity, right? Jesus is always going to be the center focus that you're trying to get to. And then I am not inactive, TikTok. You're such a liar. You know. And so they think that it's like the problem is that I don't understand the theology. It is emotional manipulation. It definitely is. It's to try to make me feel like, oh, like somehow this is resolved because I'm evil and God had to fix it. Like it's not anything to do with the fucking topic. Unsubbed and subbed, thank you very much. Doing your part. Oh, Arcane, thank you for subscribing. And if anybody has any money and they want to be extra great, you can I have like memberships and stuff. You get access to a Discord that's got an occasional activity. You'll hear when I go live from the Discord. And at least he was treating you that way because you're a woman? I'm not sure. Yeah, he was trying to walk all over me. And it was probably because I'm a woman. A lot of Christians do this. It's very funny because they I watch a lot of TikTok lives, right? Always look on the broad side of life. I watch a lot of TikTok lives, and most of the creators are men, and the guests sit quietly, they listen, They go watch Thinker. The guests are crashing out. They're just yelling at her, trying to get her to find things. Bash comes up and talks. He's calm. He's got this deep voice, very authoritative. They listen. Oh yeah, I hear you. No, you sound like you really making sense to me. Men are so emotional. It's insane. Eric Idle playing acoustic in my head. I'm going to do more music stuff. Speaking of acoustic, that'll be another good reason. Thinker and BAA get the worst. They do. It's a big reason why I want to do... I think I could get quite a lot of engagement with trans topics, but I just don't know if I can handle that kind of engagement. I've seen how they get it and, just being themselves. And so the more you lean into being yourself to a Christian, it's offensive because they think like robots. They want everyone to be the same. The last guest is a prime example. Like unable to respond, completely like out of their mind about this nonsense. They're not able to actually have a conversation, and then they get mad when you try to pin them down into talking about what it actually says. They want to move to other stuff and act like you're just not getting it, you're not listening, you're not doing what I want. Yeah, people do think they're edgy for being hateful. Abstinence makes the church grow fondlers. I think that's a really good point. Guitar guy, 69. They get mean, and why subject yourself to it? Yeah. And I honestly, like, Christianity is the easiest topic to debate. Like, it's all just kind of memorizing stuff. It's not a ton of, like, there's a lot of really interesting stuff to it, but I feel like if you're going to treat it as, like, real, as, like, God exists, then all I need is the Bible. Like, I don't know why I need other people to tell me how to think. Cornholio, I don't know what love the person, hate the sin would mean, because when I see that sin, the consequences of sin is death, and so you can love someone all day long, it doesn't mean anything if you kill them for it, like for the thing you dislike. Like, this is why this worldview doesn't make any sense, and these kinds of platitudes are actually just harmful. They don't mean anything. You cannot love somebody when you think that they are wrong inherently. Oh no, somebody in the comments said context. I think the AI is just gonna... Oh, the AI's caught it. AI's caught it.
That the answer's in the context. You're never gonna get it with the context. I don't know what it means either, but the context. The answer must be hidden in the context. Don't ask me what the context is, but all I know is it's context.
It's another Joel Reads Bible tune. He should be on later. I'm really, really excited to see some Joel. In fact, I haven't looked at the Discord in a while. Might have happened. My favorite JRB song is Free Will Soothing.
When you said free will, it was so soothing. Cause without that free will, God's abusing all of his power, dragging us down to hell. It's egregious. If God is sovereign, he made billions, billions of souls to send to Sheol. Yeah, he's an asshole.
Yeah, Joel and Meza have very good comedy chops. I try very hard to take note. I haven't been doing a very good job. Prayer worked, found my keys. Kids with cancer, not so much. Yeah, actually, this is the wrong. I like this background because it like fills the page, looks funny, but like there's a different one. Oh, this one's not bad. It's less a little less rage baity. Still has the Bible going in the trash. Thanks, Andrea. Thank you for all the gifts to me and the guests. Very kind of you. After keys, they should pray to find their brain. Ever read the curses for disobedience in Duke 28? Let me. Jesus' favorite band, 9 Inch Nails. That's what the lore is, right? About the name, is that it's supposed to be like 3 nails that are 3 inches, and it's 9-inch nails, and it's like about that. That's what I always heard. There are too many good verses to use against this god. It's so interesting. It's weird that I didn't really see it when I was a Christian. Deuteronomy 28. If you will only obey the Lord your God by diligently observing all of his commandments that I am commanding you today, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth. All these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you if you obey the Lord your God. This is actually one of the things, if you look at the way the religion changes. And oh, Miko, I didn't say hello to you. Thank you for the Miko raid. That was forever ago. I don't know if you're still here. If you look at the way the religion changes, and it's like God used to be about obeying for earthly reward, and then everyone goes to Sheol. And then it changes to, oh, hey, Miko, great. And it changes to, obeying for eternal reward or punishment. It's a very interesting way to look at it because it's a definite change. Okay, blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the field. Oh, it's kind of you, God. Blessed shall be the fruit of your womb, the fruit of your ground, and the fruit of your livestock, both the increase of your cattle and the issue of your flock. So this is interesting because if this were true, well, I guess Christians would have to follow God's laws. But, we wouldn't see poverty amongst believers. But, these are just little things like truth and reliability of a God. Blessed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl. Okay, I guess you're going to have a lot coming out of the bowl. Blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. I think we all know what you mean by that, God. The Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you, more going in and out, to be defeated before you. Yeah, I like to see them beg. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. The Lord will command the blessing upon you in your barns and in all that you undertake. He will bless you in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. The Lord will establish you as his holy people, as he has sworn to you, if you keep the commandments of the Lord your God and walk in his ways. All the peoples of the earth shall see that you are called by the name of the Lord. They shall be afraid of you. None of this stuff, by the way, none of it matters. None of it happens. He's like an evil video game designer. The Lord will make you abound in prosperity, in the fruit of your womb, in the fruit of your livestock, fruit of your ground, in the land that the Lord swore to your ancestors to give you. Very repetitive, Lord. Open up the rich storehouse, the heavens, give in the rain. You will lend to many nations, but you will not borrow. The Lord will make you the head and not the tail. More sex talk, I think. You shall be only at the top and not at the bottom. Man, Jesus is so randy in this. If you obey the commandments of the Lord your God that I am commanding you today by diligently observing them, and if you do not turn aside from any of the words that I am commanding you today, either to the right or to the left, following other gods to serve them. Warnings against disobedience. But if you will not obey the Lord your God by diligently observing all of his commandments and decrees that I am commanding you today, then all of these curses shall come upon you and overtake you. Here's the good part where everything gets awful. Cursed shall you be in the city, and cursed shall you be in the field. Cursed shall you be in the basket of your kneading bowl. Cursed shall the fruit of your womb be, the fruit of your ground, the increase of your cattle, and the issue of your flock. Cursed shall you be when you come in, and cursed shall you be when you go out. I'm not sure how this is going. The Lord will send upon you disaster, panic, and frustration in everything you attempt to do until you are destroyed and perish quickly on account of the evil of your deeds with which you have forsaken me. Jesus. The Lord will make the pestilence cling to you until it has consumed you off the land that you're entering to possess. The Lord will afflict you with consumption, fever, inflammation, fiery heat and drought, with blight and mildew. They shall pursue you until you perish. The sky over your head shall be bronze, and the earth under you iron. The Lord will change the rain of your land into powder, and only dust shall come down upon you from the sky until you are destroyed. This is interesting. This is contradictory to the verse that says that the Lord makes the rain fall upon the just and the unjust alike. Instead, it sounds like for the unjust, they get powder and only dust. Unclear how the Lord works. The Lord will cause you to be defeated before your enemies. You shall go out against them 1 way and flee before them 7 ways. That's just kind of like the inverse of the good stuff, but a lot worse. Loving God who turns rain into dust. You shall become an object of horror to all the kingdoms of the earth. Your corpses shall be food for every bird of the air and animal of the earth. There shall be no one to frighten them away. The Lord will afflict you with the boils of Egypt, with tumors, scurvy, and itch, of which you cannot be healed. The Lord will afflict you with madness, blindness, and confusion of mind. You shall grope about at noon as blind people grope in darkness, but you shall be unable to find your way. You shall be continually abused and robbed without anyone to help. Fuck. This is how we're supposed to think God thinks about unbelievers. This is his loving kindness, right? You shall become engaged to a woman, but another man shall lie with her. You shall build a house, but not live in it. You shall plant a vineyard, but not enjoy its fruit. Your ox shall be butchered before your eyes. You shall not eat of it. We have a guest. Hello, guest. What's your age and religion?
What's up, faggot? Fucking.
That was what I expected. Blocked? Okay. Your donkey shall be stolen in front of you and shall not be restored to you. Your sheep shall be given to your enemies without anyone to help you. Your sons and daughters shall be given to another people while you look on. You will strain your eyes looking for them all day, be powerless to do anything. A people whom you do not know shall eat up the fruit of your ground and all of your labors. This is like the shit that I think Christians are afraid of with immigration. You shall be continually abused and crushed and driven mad by the sight that your eyes shall see. The Lord will strike you on the knees and on the legs with grievous boils of which you cannot be healed. This is so over the top. Like, if you follow God, you're going to have a pretty decent life. If you turn away from God, oh, woe is you. Like, you are so fucked. You are so fucked. And it's crazy because so many people turn away from God, and I don't see any of this happening. I don't see it. I see some, okay, that's wrong. I see some of the things. Some of the things you would expect to happen to everyone. But I do not see a lot of boils going around from being an atheist. From the sole of our feet to the crown of our heads. The Lord will bring you and the king whom you set over you to a nation that neither you nor your ancestors have known, where you shall serve other gods of wood and stone. I don't do that. You shall become an object of horror, a proverb, and byword among all the peoples where the Lord will lead you. You shall carry much seed into the field, but shall gather little in, for the locust shall consume it. It goes on and on. What if I want to be fucked? It's a good question. It's a good question. Oh, Fred, I saw you in the box that I don't know if I wasn't sure if you wanted to come in and do a large panel thing, but I've invited you again if you want to come up. Someone did take my donkey. I think that's really funny. The part where Jesus says, he tells his followers to go take a donkey and I guess simply to fulfill the prophecy. What's this? Nine Inch Nails is actually called that because Trent liked the aesthetic of the appearance of both the full name Nine Inch Nails when written out and the abbreviation of NIN. He dismissed the deeper meaning despite fan theories about crucifixion nails or Freddy Krueger's claws. It also passed his 2-week test. Is the 2-week test like he liked it after 2 weeks? Thanks, Carbon. Thank you, Jed, for the love. Jareb, thank you for the offer to beat people up. I'm getting hungry. Christians aren't ready to get real. It's time to get real. It's so funny because, like, so with the cult one, you know, they'll come up and they'll want to define cult. They'll want to yell about that. Yeah, to fulfill half a sentence in Zechariah 9 sounds plausible. They had to steal this donkey. They had to break the law. Not only, I assume, man's law, but God's law. Oh, noodles. Nissan teriyaki wok style. That sounds really good. What's ramen? So, you know, the cult thing, they wanted to argue about the word. For the get real thing, they want to be like, what's real? What's real? And then, it's really easy. You just go like, oh, well, do you believe in demons? And they say yes. And you're like, you don't live in reality. Like, carne asada sounds amazing. Oh my God, I'm really hungry. This is the other really good one. So there's that Free Will song. And then this one by Joel's really
Maybe
good.
the stuff
Love this
written
one.
in the book is not what it seems, and I'm the only one who understands. I'll just ignore what it says because I can. I'm just making it up as I go along. Yeah, it's a choose your own adventure.
Andrea making carne asada fries. Oh, that sounds so good. We have a great place nearby called El Kiosco. And it's like pretty authentic. I don't know if it's pretty authentic Mexican food. They have really good carne asada fries, and I usually get the like a California burrito. But I think it only has guacamole. I think you need French fries for it to be California burrito, technically. Step right up, Christians. It's time to get real. Join me in reality where you can do amazing things like engage with the world, understand science, enjoy funny stuff. Anything with avocados instantly now California thing. Yeah. I'm so drunk. Not me, but somebody in chat. I'd love to do that right now. Can't afford alcohol right now. You're funny, Darth. It's okay. I don't drink much. I was watching a video earlier today by Justin Deconstruction. Is it Justin Deconstruction Zone? What's his last name? Justin. Me neither. If I want to keep coming to your lives. Fair point. Yeah, I only ever have weed, but I always have weed. So yeah, I was watching. I was watching. So are you crossfading? His last name is Zone. Yeah. So Justin. So Deconstruction Justin Zone, right? That's I think you would say it. Justin Zone. Yeah. So I was watching Justin Zone's video about the KJV Bible. Pretty interesting stuff. Yeah, deconstruction from Justin Zone. Exactly. It was good though. It's like a couple hours. I gotta go to the store today. I'm putting it off. Had to go to the grocery store. Oh, good news. Oh, I don't want to dogs myself. I don't think I can tell you that news. It's a little too specific. D from Justin Z. Yeah, getting the D. I love to get the D from Jay-Z. Yep. Taking all of the D from Jay-Z. Just instruction from DeZones. Doug Zone. Very good takes. Justin Zone, I can give you the D. Okay. What's going on? Everyone's gone, I guess. We've got a pretty solid 9 viewers on TikTok. I appreciate you staying with me. You can't see it, but I salute you. Still trying to figure it out, but glad to listen to you. Totally support you. Thanks, Fred Allison. Should I call you? What should I call you? I feel like it's your username, but it's so long. Fred's good. Okay, Fred. It could be Frida Listen. That's probably not it. Fredel Lyson. I'll call you Fredel. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for the roses. Tris, thanks for the heart me. I remember when I found TikTok, and I like one of the first things I saw about TikTok lives was when like the normies like me had found that people were getting the heart me's, and they were doing the people were doing like these you would like pay, give them a cowboy hat, and they would like do a little catchphrase, and you'd give them like a donut, they do a different catchphrase. And I was just like, this is really weird. And that's what I thought TikTok was for a little bit. Hey Ashlyn, good to see you. I thought TikTok was just people like being clowns. And then I found the debate spaces, and it was like, oh, it's that, but more. People on TikTok are weird, and by people I mean me. Still not much on it at all. I just watched the religious debate lives. I went through a bunch of time with political debates, but that's too. Oh, it's hard enough like watching in real time or watching in not real time, reviewing news, but seeing people deny reality of what's happening right now is very hard. So the political debates are much more difficult. And then I didn't just cry alone on my room scrolling. Okay, Fred, that'd be cool. Yeah. When you figure it out, you're welcome to come up. We can have a little chat. I'd love to hear about your experience. 40 years in is a lot. So yeah, I think that this is the main problem that we have in at least in the US. I can't speak to a lot of people say that, Christianity is different in the UK. I can't speak to that. I just know that whatever is going on in the US, I can trace it to the Bible. I can see the reasoning that Christians have. And so I don't think that it's like I think people want to say like, well, it's unique. It's not like a problem with the religion. Yeah, this religion stuff's about as deep as I can evolve myself in politics these days. Exactly, yeah. It's tough because I try to be abreast of stuff, and I try not to bring it too much into my own discussions. But sometimes guests like they just beg for it. They're just like trying so hard with their, trying to paint the past as like this thing that's like, we can't understand it. There's no reason to like really think about it or like what this means about my beliefs. It's a thing that happened in the past. We don't need to think about it. It's a really harmful way to think. And so sometimes you got to bring it into reality to make people see that it's not, it's going to have the same effect. If you believe in Sky Daddy, you can believe anything that goes against obvious facts. Yes. I think it's attributed to Voltaire that anyone that can make you believe in fantasy can make you commit atrocities. Right? They invoke the religion themselves. They're regularly conned by people twisting it to their own ends. I agree, but I don't think you have to twist it that far. I think that's kind of like, that's where I get really frustrated because I look at this and when people talk about, twisting it and these kinds of issues, it makes it sound like the religion doesn't have this problem inherently. But I think it is a problem, even if you're also twisting it, even if somebody's using it and manipulating it or whatever. Voltaire quote, I'm a nerd, I confess. Even if someone's twisting it, the ability to do so, I think, speaks against the validity of the words. Yeah, it's not as progressive as people claim. I've had so many conversations with people, they have a very light brush with Christianity. They understand it from the propaganda that the church puts out, essentially. And a lot of Christians, at first glance, they're loving. They seem like this hippy dippy kind of thing sometimes. but it's like it's not as flowing and peaceful, when it comes to real world decisions. I was a Christian for like I would say like 10 years. It was funny because I had a guest the other day that questioned when I said that I used to consider myself on fire for Christ. And they said, I don't know what you would consider that to mean, but, and they just kind of like blew past it. But I could tell what they were saying was like, that doesn't make any sense to me, or that like, you could mean something different or whatever. And I thought about it and I was like, okay, if I were a Christian and somebody told me that they were on fire for Christ, I would also doubt it. And so I kind of understood where they were coming from, because when I was that way, that's not how I would talk about myself. I'd say that's my goal. But it's not how I would talk about myself. But I know that that's how I felt. And so
Hello.
good afternoon, Ashland. What's your age and religion? How are you doing?
I'm 35 and I'm a Christian.
Oh, you sound very, very Christian. Southern Baptist?
My daddy was. My daddy's daddy was.
KJV
My
only?
daddy's daddy's. Not even the NKJV. Yeah, okay, I can't pull off a Southern accent anymore. Except when when I indulge in adult beverages, I can. Or if I spend enough time there. But I actually had an interesting question for you. Do you know who Alex O'Connor is?
I know of him, yeah.
Do you know who Rhett McLaughlin? I can never say his name.
Oh, Rhett, from the Good Morning People?
Good Mythical Morning.
Yeah.
Okay, so they put out this kind of like podcast where they were talking about, because Rhett is openly, I don't know if he's atheist or agnostic, but he talks about his like being in Christianity and not being in it anymore. And if you're up to date with Alex O'Connor, he's kind of shifted away from the atheism position to more of an agnostic position. Anywho, that was just some context. They were talking about how they don't think that it's productive to kind of fight against the church, like trying to abolish it per se, but rather understand that it's probably going to continue to be influential in at least the USA's sphere of influence. So what, and they like said that like the new atheist movement is dead, which I honestly agree with that take. I don't know how you feel about that, but that we should work more towards trying to deconstruct the negative beliefs and look at the church as a way for us to like think about just trying to influence them to just do better things.
I mean, I understand the idea, but this is the problem: is I don't see the goodness in it. I don't see the core that you could appeal to. Like, you have to take the other stuff.
Yeah, I don't know either. I honestly don't. I would say that if someone would ask me that, I would be certainly agnostic. Because I mean, on one side, you've got technically a lot of Catholic charities and things like that are done in the name, but that money would have been given anyways. Like, I don't like, people donate to charities all the time.
Yeah, like it only means that we're taking some off the top. It just means that this particular thing is doing it for their ends, and a lot of it goes towards like printing more propaganda and stuff like that. It's not actually charity. It's just like, because it can mean anything to a Christian. Being kind, being loving means spreading the loving word of God. Like, these things, they don't work well because the way that the book is made to make them do these things. So that's where I just like, I don't know. I get the sentiment, but it feels very much like I think O'Connor, I believe he's always been an atheist, but I think it's kind of like he understands it intellectually, and Rhett, I think, eventually will come around to. There's not enough
Oh
there
no,
to keep it.
O'Connor's he's no longer taking the title atheist, really.
No, I know, but I mean, what I mean is that like he's never been like like in the religion, right? He has an intellectual understanding of it. He likes it because
Oh.
he sees some good things through that intellectual understanding. He's buying into the propaganda.
Well, I think with Brett, just from the little bit I know, I think he's got a lot of family spear that he's heavily influenced by. It's really difficult when I think you have a good family, because it sounds like his family are actually good people, and to sit there and be able to say like, oh my God, who probably don't think all the bad things. Like I know my parents think bad things from a Christian worldview, but I and this is just a guess. This is all speculation. That it's probably more difficult for someone like that to see kind of the harms that Christianity does if they don't, because of they see it through someone they respect and they love, and they have.
But also,
I think
Rhett's besides being an apostate or whatever, he's not the target of the hate that Christians have. If Rhett changes enough, he will see more of his family probably change their view of him.
Yep. Yeah, because he still speaks well of it. I don't think he's really not, as far as I'm aware, openly said like it does all these horrible things. You know, I'm really angry at it. You know, all this stuff. He just thinks that you know it's bad faith. That there's not a lot of like that apology is, I think, is what he was talking about, is really meant for people who already believe, which isn't really. I mean, it only truly works on people who are already believe, but I don't think that he quite understands what apologia is.
Yeah. I mean, it does feel like apologia does feel like it's, I don't know, it just doesn't seem convincing. Like it never,
well, it's good when, so when, how do I say it? When you're vulnerable, you know, and you're questioning things, and you're, you know, say you're in a position where you don't have a lot of money, or you don't have, you know, a family member close to you just, you know, passed away. I could see it working then.
Oh, I see. You're saying it's good for believers are also manipulating people that in a certain way. Okay. That I follow that.
Yeah, because if like you're in that state, you're not prone to like question things that, like if you're an atheist, you've already warded off. You're like, no, and then you get into a vulnerable position. I can see it being it's very useful manipulative tactic to try and explain like, oh, why am I suffering? Well, you know, God is greater than. Don't think about it.
That's true. It totally got me, because that was the message of the meeting when I went to youth group, was about secular music, and I was, you know, listening to Marilyn Manson, Nine Inch Nails, just kind of a lot of stuff that, you know, you would look at it and say like, that seems dark. Like I knew that intellectually as like an 8th grader or whatever, but I was also like, well, this is really cool. Like this, I want to be liked or something. And so, the youth pastor talking about specific things, you know, it spoke to me, manipulated me into thinking like, oh, this is wrong because he seems to have the answer. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, which puts it well within the bite model. Yep. Oh, are the Christians not biting today?
Not really. Yeah, I think I've had one. I can't remember if it was a decent conversation.
Fair. I had to work this morning, and now I'm home, chilling out, talking with you.
I appreciate it. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, I try to come support the live whenever I can. It's a party. 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 Yeah.
My live's really dying though, huh? We got 6 viewers on
Yeah,
TikTok.
I'm trying to revive it. It's actually making it worse. Apparently, you had 10 when I came up, and now you have 6. So clearly, I am. Well, I am personally unaliving your show here. Maybe I should go.
No, I think it was already on its way out. No one's stopping by. I don't know. I tried to bring up the more
9.
like tried to bring up the
9.
more I think they're going between TikTok and YouTube. They seem to be the numbers are going up and down.
Questions.
Questions. What is marriage?
Marriage. That's a Princess Bride, right?
Oh, is there someone in my Hey there. Yeah, it is the Princess Bride. Somebody's in my box. Sorry, I didn't see you there, Sebastian. Sebastian
how's
Theodore
everyone
Baxter,
going?
welcome to the stage. Are you over 18 and what is your religion?
I'm 23 years old. I'm in college. My religion, I think I'm not religious, but I mean, I would think it's closer to Christianity.
Okay. Why are you a Christian? I think it's time to get real.
But I'm not a Christian.
Why are you close to Christianity? What does that mean?
That probably had to do with the fact that I guess they're on the right path, but they're doing the wrong thing. Christians could be great, but they're not. Right? Type of thing.
I
They could be
guess.
better.
What is that? What is that? That could be true of anyone, I think. What is the right
When
path?
is this like they were great at one point?
They were great, actually.
The
At one point.
when in like history? I mean, you
Oh,
start with like the
yeah, sure,
Jewish
sure.
cults, and then like that's the Torah, the Tanakh. You get into Jesus's time. He still
That's not Christian,
followed.
though. That's Jewish. That's we're
Jesus
talking about
was
Christian.
he was a first century Jewish man. And
Yeah,
then
but
you
he started
after
his
that
own religion, though. That's
after
what.
that it was
Well,
taken over by Constantine and the
Sebastian,
Romans, who went
let
and
Ashlyn
raped and
talk.
pillaged. And then you have the Crusades, and then you have the Church of England and the Protestants who colonized. When has Christianity been great? And then it used
Perfect.
to sustain antebellum slavery in the United States.
Can I answer your question?
Sure.
So Christianity, I'm not a Christian, but I know that Christians have done very good things over the time.
And really
I
bad
cannot,
things.
I cannot, yeah, of course, that too.
So how are they on the
But they
right
did not.
path? What is the great time that that
No,
Christianity
no.
was great?
I did not say they're on the right path. I said they could be on the right path.
You
Remember
said
what I
they're
said
on
in
the
the
right path but doing the wrong
No, I
things.
said they could
So
be.
could Hitler have, but like we
No,
don't
no.
see that about
Hitler is
him.
evil. Hitler is evil. He's not trying to be on the good path. Christians are. They're trying.
By
They're trying
hating
their best.
gays?
No,
And
there are Christian organizations like, for example, let me give you an example that like and love the gays and they accept them, LGBT and everyone. And this is a
Okay, but
fact.
that's not Christianity.
that's
That
just
is what?
progressivism. That's just
Well, okay.
progressivism.
Well, I'm just saying that
Those are
is what
progressives who
Christianity
are
represents.
Christian.
Correct or no? You're saying
No,
no.
I've read the book. The book does not represent this.
Are
The
you
book.
Christians? Are you
No, I'm an
Christian?
atheist. I've read the book.
Hey, God bless you. I love you, but I'm saying I'm trying to talk to
What
Christians
God?
about it.
Why would you talk to? We're not Christian. We want to talk to Christians. That's why it says Christians
Oh,
request
I'm
up.
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian.
Really, I thought you weren't a
Okay.
Christian. Why is this going back and
Except
forth
No.
like this? Why are you lying so
Are,
much?
Why
because
why are you
Christians
going back
lie.
and forth with
Because
me? See,
every
why I'm talking to you
literally
and you keep going
literally
back and
every
forth with
Christian
me.
I've had a conversation with in the past like 2 days has lied to me at least once. So
Oh
I'm
my God, they lie.
starting
No,
to.
no problem. No
Let's
problem lying.
let's have a common denominator. Let's start it there then.
Are you saying that I'm the reason Christians lie?
No, I'm not saying. Definitely, I'm not saying
Hey,
that.
Sonny, good to see you. We'll start over. What's your age and religion, Sebastian?
23. I'm in college. How's everyone doing today?
What's your religion, Sebastian? Do you follow Christ?
So I grew up I grew up in a Christian household. I'll start there. I grew up in a
I want to
Christian
drop you,
household.
but there's nobody else in the box. But this is so frustrating. We're back to
Are
this. We're back to this
so
problem.
you said at first, okay, let's review the conversation in relation to the question. Are you a Christian? What is your religion? You at first said, I'm close to a Christian, but I'm not really. And then
Exactly.
you said, I'm a Christian. And now you're not
Sure,
answering the
yeah.
question.
Shout out to Christians. I like Christians. I'm not against them.
This is just so not going anywhere. I'm sorry, everyone. It was our only guest.
Do they know we can hear them, right?
The words that they say, yeah. I
Okay,
think they should know that. I think they should know that.
Dude, yesterday I had this problem where this guy would literally flip-flop what he was saying. One moment he's like, Jesus didn't follow the laws, and then he was like trying to find reasons that Jesus broke the laws. And I said, do you think Jesus broke any laws? And he'd go, no. And then he would try to find laws that he broke, and I'm like, what is happening?
Hi on Tech Tag. Maybe if he could remember where he was for longer than 20 seconds, it would have gone better.
Yeah, that was the oldest sounding 23-year-old I've ever fucking heard.
It's weird. I don't care that you're in college. I don't know why he kept saying, I'm in college. I don't care. Has nothing to do with what I asked you. Diesel Man Sam brings us this message, this great tiding. Jesus Christ is Lord. Repent before it's too late. I pray that you all find Christ. No hate being spread here. Much love. Diesel Man Sam, I want you to consider something. That's a threat. It is actually hateful. I don't know why I need to repent. I don't know what you mean by before it's too late. You don't need to pray for anybody that we find Christ. This is all in your head. It's all your little thing. You're just trying to scare us into believing what you believe. It's actually a lot of hate.
Don't pray for me. I don't need to be forgiven. We're all going to hell in somebody else's religion.
That's a good point.
That's a
point.
song.
Oh,
It's true.
What
No,
song?
I like it though.
What song is it?
It's where I forgot the name of it. Hold on, give me a second, because I need to give credit. I need to.
I've been trying to be loving, but you're making me feel bad. You're challenging my fragile faith. I'm gonna threaten you cause you made me mad. You're gonna get it when you die. I'm done casting my pearls before you swine. You're gonna burn up in your pigsty. I was just trying to get that speck out of your eye. I can't wait until you die. You'll be watching me smile while I'm hearing you cry. So you better be fucking careful and follow my loving Christ.
May just be called Don't Pray for Me. Is that it? Hold on.
They won't pray for 6 kids, but they'll pray for an atheist because he or she disagrees with them. Hey, Tahir. Thanks for coming by and all your shares and boosting the live. We're back to 11 people and 9 people on YouTube. 12 people on TikTok. Oh, one of them came from YouTube. So repenting is a bad thing. I mean, it depends. What does that mean to you? Yeah, Diesel, if you have a TikTok account, we can talk on there. I don't believe that I have anything to turn away from regarding your God. I'm not missing any marks in that case because your God doesn't exist. Yeah, repenting from sin is a nonsense thing to do. It doesn't make any sense. There's no, like, thing that happens. There's no an outcome. Prove God doesn't exist. Okay, let's see. I mean, it depends. You'd have to come up and discuss it. because it depends on your view of the God.
I found it. It's Candy Carpenter. Everybody Goes to Hell. Here, I'll play like a second of it. I don't want you to get copyright though.
Okay.
Oh, that's a hold on. That's a commercial.
Hmm. Sin doesn't exist. Killing someone is wrong. It depends, I guess, if it's murder. You can kill someone in self-defense, but murder, unjustified killing, is wrong, but it's not a sin. Yeah, it's a crime. And it's also just like, you can define it as wrong morally. You can have a system of morals. It doesn't have anything to do with God.
All right. Hold on. Let's see.
Don't pray for me. I don't need to be forgiven. Everybody goes to hell in somebody else's religion.
That song.
Cool. That's a good one.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
So how's your day been? What have you been up to? Working?
Work. I worked at a different location, and let's just say they're more pleasant than the people I work with. And I was talking to my boss. She's like, "Yeah, there's a problem at your location." She's like, "People are mean." I was like, "Yeah, I noticed." Yeah, our times were like really good. At both locations that I worked last week, we were number 1 on the leaderboard. So, yeah, there's some communication going on where I work. But how about you? Just hanging out?
Yeah, just doing this. Yeah, trying to figure out what I got to do like next. I feel like I've hit a plateau of some kind with this, and I don't know what to do.
Oh, you mean
Oh yeah, streaming, like getting more guests, getting more viewers. Like I don't know what to do next. So just trying
when's
to-
the last time you did a restart?
Oh, that's. I guess I don't ever do restarts. I guess I could do that.
Yeah, I don't get a guest in usually.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna do a restart. We've been going for about 3.5 hours, so I'm gonna do a restart. YouTube, I will remember to come back this time and fix the screens because I messed that up last time. And then, but you don't have to go anywhere. And then everyone that's here. Oh, we completed my goal. Thank you. Thank you. Who sent? Who? Why did that happen? Well, I appreciate it. Okay. So we'll do the restart and then maybe we'll get some guests. Ashland, you're welcome to come back up too. You're always very knowledgeable and pleasant to have, and it's nice to have like a perspective, especially.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I've got some time, so I'll come back and hang out.
All right. Everyone.
I only have size small for my essential shirts for auction. Hey, Yuzaro, Yuzaro.
Okay. There. Is it working? Yep. I did not forget you. I went to the restroom really quick. I hadn't started right away. Surely Sarah forgot us. You're about to build golden calves? Hey, Untucked Tag. Great to see you back. Ashlyn, thanks for the dolphin.
Yes, we were about to build golden calves. Thought you should know that. That's actually my pastime.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really hard to get the udders
When
on calves.
when I heard the way that like you could interpret this to be like they did this thinking God would come inhabit it, is that an accurate way to read the story?
Know that story very well. I don't know. That would be a Dalton question, not a me question. Remember, I'm actually relatively new to studying this, so there are some things that I know better than others. That's not one of them.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of the things that I've heard is like why the story is there at all, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's like Moses goes up on the mountain to get laws or something. He's gone for a long time. The Israelites get upset, and so they make the calf, and then God says like I think he's like mad, and then Moses makes him calm down, and then he comes down and kills them anyway. It's like the craziest, doesn't make any sense story.
No, I've read it. I don't know the answer to the question.
Yeah. Oh no, I didn't mean
There's
to
a ton of
imply that you haven't
stories,
read it. I just don't know. Yeah.
No. That's not. I don't. Like
Fair,
I absolutely know. The weirdest thing that happens is the bridegroom of blood, where she cuts off the tip of. Yeah, never mind.
I remember when I heard
That
about that.
one's-
The first time I heard about it was on Mr. Friendly's, the Friendly Atheist Live or something. Mr. Friendly's Live, and he was doing that faith-ending questions, and that was like one of the random surprise ones. Was he would read that about the foreskin and the bridegroom of blood thing, and
Zipporah. Yeah. We no one knows. You're a husband of blood to me.
right.
I don't-
So Sparrow says in the cultural context, it kind of makes sense that this was a common practice, the building of the calf. Within the story, these people get this idea from nowhere, and Yahweh punishes them because it embarrasses him to others. That's how I take it too. Yeah, in cultural practice, it makes sense that they'd be like, maybe God will come into the calf if we make it. In the story, he's just like, they did it for no reason. They just got bored. Bridegroom of Blood sounds like a metal band. Rimble says.
Honestly, it does. It really does.
Has to be one already.
Truly, you are a bridegroom of blood. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Christians will hear that and come up. I don't know if that's their calling or something. Bridegroom of blood. Bridegroom of blood. Come, Christians, come. That sounded dirty. Never mind.
Yeah, I feel like Bridegroom of Blood would be like a really good like Christian metal band. Death metal Christian band would be.
I mean, so there is something about and touched his feet with it and said, but feet a lot of time carry another euphemism. So
Yeah.
it could have been genitals.
I've heard that foot washing was not necessarily foot washing, maybe. Or at least things like that. When they when I think is it Jacob touches God's thigh or something?
Oh yeah, and his robe is
Hey, are you over 18 and what's your religion?
I'm 22 and I'm Christian.
Awesome. What do you want to talk about? You ready to get real?
What do you mean? What do you mean we need to get real?
Well, I don't think that Christians live in the same kind of like reality. Like they view the world in a way that's not real, and it's time to stop viewing
Okay,
it that
okay,
way.
I got a question for you. I got a
Okay,
question for you.
sure.
What is your justification? You listening, right?
I am. I'm ready to disconnect you at any moment. What's my justification?
How? No, no. I'm gonna change the question. How do you know what you are perceiving now is reality?
I don't know that 100% correct.
Boom.
Okay,
Boom.
that means that you can't know
How?
anything either. That
Wait,
means
wait, hold on.
stop. No, you ask your question. I'm going to answer. That's how this works. It's a conversation. So if you want to go into this that we can't know anything for certain, it doesn't put you in a good position because you certainly cannot know that Christ is king or that God exists either. It makes you worse. At least I have plausible deniability. I don't believe anything I don't have evidence for. Therefore, atheism makes the most sense, or at least actually. So congratulations, you're a fucking agnostic.
Okay. How do you know that your senses are reliable?
I don't think my senses are reliable because I studied
So how can
psychology
you
and
come to a logical conclusion?
How are you a Christian? And
Come to a logical conclusion.
How do you come to a logical conclusion? You're asking these questions, but you are in the
Because we
same
have a
boat.
justification for that. We have a justification for that.
What's your justification
you
that your senses
don't.
are reliable?
God. He created us. He created us.
Okay, prove it.
What?
Prove it.
Okay, look, right? Because actually, right? Because
Prove
if
it.
he did,
You made the
because if
positive
he-
assertion.
Okay, look. If he didn't, we would have no justification for law or senses or perception.
Evolution. Yes, we do.
How do we know it's
Okay, so in the sense that you
How-
mean reliable, we can test and observe our senses. So
how do you
there's
know that's reliable?
Because of reliability.
because we can measure.
Because of
How do you know the
repeatability.
Because, okay.
Repeatability.
You can't justify none of that.
Yes, you
can't justify your
can.
senses.
Rich, you need to stop
The senses
saying
we
things
use to
and
create
actually
those
listen to what
tools.
we're saying. If
You
you want to
can't.
engage, you can't just say things and then make the claim and then just keep saying how, why, and not listen to what we're
Okay.
telling you.
Rich, we know some of the holes in our vision. So, like, for example, in fact, I took an entire course on sensation and perception in college. We know quite a bit about vision, and we know when it's not accurate and when it typically is, because we have two methods. We have validity when testing, and we have reliability when tested. So we can validate that what we're testing is what it is testing. And reliability, we can do that same test over and over again, and it will yield us the same results. We have predictability, right? So I can demonstrate that when someone stands in front of a car and I witness it and they get hit by that fucking car, that they got hit by the car. We know that to be the truth. Now, can we demonstrate that with 100% certainty? No, nothing is. But I can tell you that I know.
You have no just. How can you justify that?
I just fucking told you.
If our senses and everything we have in our body is not reliable, how can we create tools that are reliable? How
Do you
can
know
we
what?
say
Guest,
that this
guest,
is
Because they're
reliable?
valid.
Did you listen? Did you listen?
How?
Did you listen, guest?
Because
If our-
I know my senses are valid.
No, you don't. You just agreed to
Okay,
that.
well, what is validity? What is validity?
No, answer my question. How do you know they're valid?
I said they weren't
How
reliable.
do you
I
know
didn't
they're
say they
valid?
weren't valid.
How do you know they're reliable /
Because
valid?
I know that when my eyes do sight is what my eyes are doing.
How do you know that's reliable?
Okay, reliability and validity are two very different things. Do you know
Okay,
the
how do you
difference
know that-
between
How
those
do you
two?
know it's reliable? Okay, let's go with reliable. How do you know it's reliable?
It's
I
not
didn't say it was reliable. I just said it was
Okay.
valid.
So how do you know the things that you are seeing are true?
How do I know that the things that I'm saying are true?
Yes.
Because I can predict things.
What?
I literally can. If I literally throw something and it falls and everybody else, or I throw something at someone catches it, we both had a moment where I threw something, I knew what was going to happen in the future, someone caught it. That is a valid test.
Okay.
And I used it
and
to
how-
predict the future.
And how do you know that test is reliable?
I also can look at
Yes.
brain scans, right?
Rich.
We
You have to engage. You can't just keep saying, "How do you know it's reliable?" You have to engage
Because
with
you
this
have
more than
no
this.
you have no justification for it. You
Yes,
already
we
agree
do.
with that.
The predictability
No, you don't, because
makes it
if
reliable.
your senses are not reliable,
We
then
use
everything
use other
everything breaks
ways
down.
to determine reliability than strictly our senses. Do you
Okay,
understand?
if our senses are not reliable, how can we create tools to determine reliability?
Because they are reliable. The tools are reliable.
No, we created it, and
Okay.
we're not reliable. So how can we create things that are?
Rich, if we all sit in a room and we all look at a shape and we all go, that shape is a fucking square, then it's valid.
Just because
Do you understand the point? Do you understand what that means? Do you understand it? Rich, why don't you repeat back?
Agree with it,
Rich,
doesn't mean that it's
repeat back
true.
what Ashlyn said. Repeat back what Ashlyn said.
You said if we get a bunch of people in a room and we show them a shape and everyone say it's a certain thing, then it's true that it's
Then
that
we
certain thing.
tested. Validity is testing for what we think we're testing for. That is what
Then it's-
validity is.
That doesn't make-
Rich, I know Christians don't read fucking books. I really
That
realize
doesn't make
that.
it true.
But you,
That doesn't
yes,
make it
that is
reliable.
literally
Rich.
the definition of validity.
That doesn't make it reliable.
Okay, the reason why
how
I
would
said
you
it's not
figure it out, Rich? If you want to figure out what shape you're looking at, how would you figure it out?
No, bro, you trying to change the topic now.
To the thing we're
Because I have
talking
a
about?
justification for my senses. I have a justification for my senses.
No, you
No,
don't.
you don't. You can't
Yes, I
demonstrate
do.
it.
No, you don't.
Okay,
I do.
prove God.
Okay,
Prove God
look,
exists.
Look.
Show me that God exists.
No, look.
Show me the
You can't just
justification.
claim
Show me the
God.
justification for your God, Rich. Show me the justification. Show me the justification.
If he didn't, we would have no justification for our senses.
That's circular.
That's circular. You're begging the question.
That's simple.
That's a fallacy.
Obviously,
it's simple
if you
because
ask
it's
me
a
question
fallacy.
and I answer
Your mind
it's
is
gonna
simple,
be circular.
Rich.
You put it in that format for a
Hey,
reason.
Rich. If I said the reason that I know this is because I know it, which is what you're saying,
No, that's not what I said.
Yes, it is.
I know
Absolutely
that
not.
it's
Yes, it is what you
valid
said.
because God
Absolutely
exists.
not.
It is not what I
God
said.
exists because the senses are valid. That is what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
That
I
is
said
legitimately what you
I
fucking
no,
said.
listen. I said if he didn't have a justification.
That is the
Here's
same
what's gonna
thing.
happen. Here's what's gonna happen, right?
If you saying we have a justification, then you're saying that he is.
Rich.
It's simple.
Calm down, Rich.
Is he
You've been here-
stupid?
you've almost been here for 10 minutes. We can keep going. I normally keep guests for half an hour before I do a kick poll, but you're really annoying, and I have another guest. So if you want to keep doing this, we have to engage differently than this. What do you think?
Okay, I'm gonna go with what y'all saying
Okay, bye.
because I think I got y'all on that one.
Go read a fucking book and learn what a circular argument is.
Oh, they may have left. The other guests may have left. I hate when TikTok does this. Big liars. My TikTok sense is
Yeah, well, I mean, our senses are reliable to a certain degree. I wasn't going to say yes because then they could just pull up one thing in which our senses aren't reliable. In hindsight, they probably wouldn't have had a good example of our senses not being reliable, anyways. They're reliable to a certain extent. So, for example, like you can actually do this test by moving your hand on your peripheral vision. You'll have a hard time telling the number of fingers that you have, the size and the shape, or anything else, because our vision from a peripheral extent is actually really only there to detect movement for the most part. And our color vision at night, cones and rods function becomes unusable, or when we're like seeing something, we don't always get the details right because we're making up for, especially at higher speeds, because our brain is filling in gaps. It doesn't actually have the ability to process all the information.
Rich, I can bring you back up, but you didn't seem to actually want to have the conversation. You said you were going to leave. And so when you didn't leave, I just dropped you because you seemed like you were lying. Oh, we have the other guest is back. Let's see if they want to come up. Rich, we can talk to you after this, guest, if you want. But how are you doing this afternoon? Are you over 18 and are you a Christian?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
Great. What do you want to talk about? Are you over 18?
Wait, yes.
When were you born? What's your date of birth?
I was born January 2nd, 2006.
What do you want to talk about?
God is real. I want to talk about how he's real.
Okay. Why do you think God is real?
Because of Einstein's theory of relativity.
I don't
This
see.
should
I
be
don't see the
good.
connection. Why should I believe that he's real? Because of Einstein's theory of relativity.
Because Einstein's theory of relativity shows that space, time, and matter are connected as one thing called space-time.
Mhm.
So he was saying that if time had a beginning, that means the universe cannot be eternal.
Why do
No,
I
he
have
didn't.
to
He
believe
didn't
that
say
time has a beginning? I don't know
He
that he
didn't say
said that,
that.
but
He wasn't.
He did.
Did he? He
He did.
supported the beginning of the universe. He supported a beginning, and also
Yeah.
I don't really care what Einstein says.
Yeah.
A lot of that is outdated. According to the most recent cosmologist, they're either agnostic or don't think the universe had a beginning. Some do, but that's the minority viewpoint.
So you really don't trust Einstein?
why
I don't
would
trust Einstein, and
What do you mean
and-
by
and
don't
when
trust
he's-
Einstein? I trust the
His
scientific
physics are
method. He's a
outdated.
person. Einstein is a person. I don't put my faith in people. I put my faith in like processes, reason, logic, that sort of thing.
And
Trust.
gravity,
I don't want to get into
gravity
like a
breaks
definition.
down in the quantum field as well. His it's not exactly applicable.
That's
What's your age again? What's your age again, Eradicator?
I'm about 19.
Yeah, and if I don't trust
I think they were lying
Einstein,
about their age.
I trust the consensus view among current day contemporary cosmologists. He was very smart, smarter than myself by far. It doesn't mean that everything he said was right. That's
Yeah, the hero worship that Christians have is really a problem because they don't see any way that somebody can come to conclusions without just assuming that the people they respect or admire are always correct.
Oh yeah. Space time has nothing to do with God either.
Literally.
Even if the universe, so what? Where do we get God in that? Like, at what point do we just presup that God started everything? Why can't it also be naturalistic means? Less presumptions, less assumptions.
Yeah, I just take the Occam's razor, right? Like I look at it and I say, okay, if we're going to assume everything back to the Big Bang and we have the same assumptions on that, and we don't know what came before the Big Bang, I just stop there. And then you have to say, well, a God did it and it's created and all these things happened. And then you have to try to tie it to an actual God, like to a specific one, or else it doesn't have any meaning. Like there's no point to the argument. If we are bounded by German idealism, then a God cannot logically be disproven. I don't know. Am I bounded by German idealism? What are you talking about? The craziest people.
You know us. I'm bound and gagged by that German. Sometimes it puts it in my butt too.
I don't know what. I mean, maybe we are bound by German idealism. I don't really know what that means.
It does wear protection though.
Due to our absolute failure to define ourselves outside of the relation between the object, I think we might have like a bot or some kind of like an AI thing in the chat.
Yusuf?
Good,
I don't
yeah,
know.
good to have you, AI.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Well, we did get a little more on the viewer side, but we're not getting a lot more guests still.
I mean, we got 2 more guests than we had.
It never feels. They don't
Listen.
feel like real people.
Okay, don't dehumanize. Come on.
That's true. Yes, though,
The
it's like
ice.
the way that they. Oh, don't do that to me. Don't be like that. Am I that bad? Okay, you're right. You're right. Welcome up. What's
Yo,
your age and religion?
25 Christian.
Awesome. What do you want to talk about?
Do you guys know what thermodynamics mean?
Yes.
Kind of familiar with it. I'm not a
But I have a
science
feeling you're going to
gal.
explain it to us anyways.
No, go ahead. Explain it for your life for those that don't know what it means.
What does this have to do with the topic? What do you want to talk about? You want to define words?
Very much so. Very much so. Do you know what it means?
Why don't you define it? I don't fucking care.
Okay. So you don't know what it means. It's okay to say no, just so you know.
I said no. I said I'm not sure. Why don't you go ahead and just tell us? Who cares?
Hey, by the way, thermo meaning movement. It describes how energy fucking moves. It's in the word. Now, what does this have to do with anything?
No, it doesn't. It means energy cannot be created or destroyed.
That's not
That's
no,
not what
no. It's a
thermodynamics
branch of
means.
fucking physics. It is
Yes,
a
it
branch
does.
of physics. No, it's not.
The word thermodynamics does not mean that, Mundo. You know that, right?
Go look it up. You guys need help.
Okay, here. Let me look it up.
Define. They left.
Thermo.
They thought we would do that.
Thermodynamics, the branch of physical science that deals with the relation between heat and other forms of energy, such as mechanical, electrical, chemical energy, and the example of the relationship between all forms. So heat and its movement.
Jesus is not sending his best.
He is not. He is not. Yeah, how it describes how energy transforms and flows between. So, chemistry, material sciences. Yeah, virtually what I said.
Mm-hmm. I don't. I'm gonna be real. Like I couldn't have given you that definition that you gave, but it was right. Like I knew it. I was like when you said it, I was like, oh, that makes sense. I'm gonna play the Runner song. Can you hear the songs yet?
Oh, we can hear them. Yeah.
Oh, you can hear it
They
now.
actually
Okay.
sound really great. Yeah, they sound really good.
From my simple questions, don't you have the answers in your book?
I have some gossip. Joel said that he didn't get enough compliments during his last 2 lives, so he's skipping today. Apparently Mezzo will be on later. I don't know. I'm getting this information from Mezzo, so take that with a grain of Mezzo.
Take it with a grain of mezzo.
Or with a
Is
grain
it a
of Joel.
long grain of? Is a long grain mezzo a short grain mezzo?
Wild
Medium.
Mezzo. Wild grown.
Joel is what, wild grown? It's not jasmine mezzo? Okay, well. Joel is butthurt. I get butthurt sometimes too, but probably for other reasons. That was a sex joke.
Actually, you're so funny. Okay. We got another guest. What is your age and religion?
I'm 25, Christian.
Awesome. What do you want to talk about?
What do you mean by founder keys?
Do you ever pray for God to help you with minor details like finding keys?
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to respond to like bigger issues. Seems like it's like all the things that God does are like arbitrary, coincidental things that don't seem convincing.
Did you find your key?
Christians find keys, but they don't cure cancer or like regrow limbs.
Did you? I just want to know. Did you find them?
Yeah, this morning they were in my coat pocket.
Would you have found them otherwise? You think?
I mean, probably so.
You think you would have put your hand in your coat pocket?
Praying to God helps me with motivation as well. I probably would have just walked to work if I'm being honest.
You think you would have put your coat on walking to work?
That was jacket. That was a standard jacket that I don't use for work.
Okay.
And so,
Just
like,
wonder.
God threw the jacket at you, or like it floated at you. How did you decide that's where the keys were? How did God answer the prayer?
The thought literally just beamed into my mind like, hey, go check your coat jacket. I went over there, I checked it, it was in there.
So weird. I've done the exact same thing, but I pray to Muhammad.
Do you
think
really?
all the time? And Moat, Baal. I particularly like Moat. He's the god of death.
I feel like you're trolling, but I don't know. I want to see.
Well, your evidence for God here isn't very convincing because other religions make the same claims. That God does these mundane, coincidental things, but doesn't actually do big, miraculous things because they're not real. There's no God.
He does. People testify all the time. He just
Right.
No,
People
well,
testify.
okay.
That's not evidence of anything. That's talk. That's claims.
So very
okay.
specifically in certain studies that we've done in praying and specifically cardiac disease, compared to the control, they did not get better. So why is it, does like God not like being photography? Is he like camera shy as far as studies go? He's like, no. Why every time we try to test it, does it not seem to be any better than the control?
Why? Why you mean why? Maybe he doesn't want your photo.
And it was a metaphoric language. No, like in a cardiac study that we've done and other studies, but just specifically the cardiac one that we've done, we had people in a control that weren't being prayed for it, and then we had people in the experimental group that were being prayed for. They had the same outcomes as the control, meaning zero efficacy. God does not work, at least in cardiac studies. So, or maybe God doesn't like hearts. It's not his specialty.
They're too
What
hard.
you're saying in your peer review, micro peer review study of a test.
I don't know what a micro peer review study is, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll
it was
call it
peer reviewed.
I would call it a micro peer
Do you
review
know
study.
the sample size?
Why do you call it that?
Why I call it micro? Because it's small. It's small-minded too.
That's not.
No, the sample size is actually quite large in this one. I know it underwent a power analysis because I do. Power analysis, by the way, is a formula that we use to test the number of samples that we have in a study are able to actually show an effect. So to deem results in which we can say that they're valid. Talking about the study you've never seen as micro.
Like if the scripture
Is this
says,
a projection of something downstairs?
if the scripture says, right, don't test God, but then you test God, it's like, oh no.
That's not true.
And
not true. The scripture says to test God.
It says test the scriptures, not test God.
No, there's what is the story where with the dew and the like fleece? It literally tests God, and he comes through.
Joseph in the coat of many colors?
Let's see. Dew, fleece, test God, Bible. Judges. The sign of the
Gideon.
fleece.
Yes. I now know what you're talking about.
Is that a hold on? NRSVUE.
Are you testing God or testing God's word?
Testing God. So, your book says, then this is in Judges 6:36-40. Then Gideon said to God, "In order to see whether you will deliver Israel by my hand, as you have said, I am going to put a fleece of wool on the threshing floor. If there is dew on the fleece all alone, and it is dry on all the ground, know that you will deliver Israel by my hand, as you have said." Do you think this is a test?
Yeah, he was testing God's word. As you have said. How can you skip over the word said?
Sure.
What?
So is testing God's word different than testing God?
Yeah, because one is God and one is his word. That's like saying that if you call me on the phone and said, I'm going to pick you up.
So how can I test God and not test his word?
By taking what he said into consideration?
let's
How is
say,
that testing?
so Jesus said that you can ask for anything in his name and he will do it. If I test God by asking for anything in his name, am I testing God or word? Because I'm testing Jesus, right?
You're testing the words.
And that's
Because you're
allowed,
supposed to
right?
believe what God.
And that's
You're
allowed,
supposed
right?
to believe what God. Hey, can you not do that?
I'm
I'm not
responding.
gonna answer you a yes or no. I'm not gonna answer you a yes or no
Why?
because I don't feel like it, and you can't force me to.
Okay, bye.
Just to be an
Bye.
asshole?
What are you here
just
for
leave,
then?
Just leave if you don't want to have a conversation. I don't understand.
You trying to force me into a yes or no question?
Well, I'm
No,
trying
we
to
aren't.
understand. I'm trying to understand why you think God is real. And the
Nah, you're
problem
not
you're
trying to
having, the
understand.
problem you're having is you don't want to get real. You don't want to actually engage with this. You want to go off on some other tangent.
I don't want to engage. Sure, you can say I don't want to engage, but that would make you a liar.
It sounds like, and chat, let me know if I'm wrong.
One's
that
in chat.
We brought up a verse in the Bible that proved you wrong, and now you have to make up a semantic distinction in which does not exist, and you don't want to answer questions about it because it would mean that you could be shown to be one unknowing of your text, that you don't know much about your God that you claim to have known, and two, that your God isn't real.
I mean, if you want to just win an argument, just say that. It's easier just to say that. Just say, "Hey, I want to win an argument, so I'm gonna force you
No,
into this."
That's what
individuals who
you're
come up
doing.
here, we don't have arguments.
This projection
Plenty
is
of-
insane. This projection is
I
insane.
know. I didn't.
You're
I
saying
didn't
you
force
can't
you
make
into
me
this.
answer what you want because you just want to win your argument. You don't want to actually engage with this.
I mean, you can engage without having a yes or no question. I mean, that's like real life.
I talk to people like this all the time in real life.
The Bible guy popped up.
If I want to understand more about your beliefs and why God is real, then it's going to require a lot of like testing those beliefs, which require a lot of yes and no's. That's just how it works. Letting you talk at length about whatever you want is not conducive to helping us understand this because I know all of this stuff already. Hey, Bible guy, how's it going?
Okay. So you know all of this stuff already?
The things you're going to say, I've already heard a million times, and I said it myself. It's not helpful.
Then why do you lie? Why do you lie so much?
Yeah, it's us doing the lying.
What was
That's
that? What
the
is
true
that pivot?
statement.
What is that insane pivot? So we were talking about whether or not you can test God. Do you believe you can test God?
And I said you can test God's word. I mean, you can.
Will God come through when you
but-
test his word? Will God come through when you test his word?
Maybe not all the time.
Then you
Okay, how
can't
do I
test
test
him.
his word?
How so?
How do you test his
I mean,
word?
you can still test his word. It's just not going to prove valuable results.
Girl called me a girl. Like, that's crazy.
Okay, we didn't call you. Did I call you a girl? Did Sarah call
someone in
you a
chat.
girl?
Don't worry about the chat. Keep your emotions to yourself. Just try to engage.
Okay, and "girl, be so for real" is just a statement calling you a girl.
They're
I know
so
God's word
sensitive.
never comes back void.
They're so like
His word never comes.
easily triggered.
I'm not
Easily
sensitive.
triggered.
I'm literally just.
First
I literally don't
Thessalonians, First Thessalonians says, "But test everything, hold fast what is good." Wouldn't God be part of everything?
Yeah, he can be part of everything, but like, if you're gonna just like be hyper, even though Lord Jesus Christ Himself said, like, well, did He say that? No, He said, "God, yeah, don't put the Lord your God to the
Yeah,
test."
the Bible just contradicts itself on this.
No, that's not a contradiction, because if you test someone, then test their words. It's like
What is everything?
someone has to hold by to what they say, bro.
What is
That's
everything?
what He done. That's what happened in Gideon. Like, you have to use your common sense.
What does everything mean?
So you're gonna be hyper everything.
I guess does everything
How
just mean
can
something?
everything mean anything besides everything? What? What does hyper literal
You
mean?
can say test. Yeah, you can test God. I mean, you can literally test God. I mean, you can do it. Expect good things to happen out of it because you do it.
Why?
But
Shouldn't
test
I
everything,
expect good
hold fast
things?
what is good?
Because the Bible says don't do it. And then if you go against what
It
God
literally
says, you'll
says
get
the
punished.
opposite. It literally says the opposite of what you're saying.
Yeah, but test everything. That's what is good.
How will you know what's
Yeah, and
good
the Bible
without?
says
If you're testing to find out what's good, then it doesn't mean that you're not going to like the things that you get. It means you're going to test. Some of them will be good, right?
Yo, what does it mean hold fast to what is good? What does that mean? Like, tell me what it means. It means keep what is good, bro. Like, what do you want?
I
You
don't.
says
I don't
it
okay.
contradicts what you said. Do you do
No,
like
it doesn't.
do you do a lot of rugs? Do you like buy rugs often? Persian rugs?
But
Bro,
test everything and hold to what is good. So tell me what okay, but test everything. A semicolon can be and keep. So it's a conjunction that is separate. When we look at this statement, but test everything and hold to what is good. That's just separate. We don't need to talk about that. That's not part of this. Test everything is what we're concerning about.
Bro, you can choose what means what.
No,
will
it's
be-
it's a fucking conjunction.
No, bro.
Oh, don't, as Azabian, don't say you can't choose what means what. You just told me everything.
Everything does mean everything, bro. I just told you can't expect.
That equals God?
Didn't I just say you can test God, but you don't like you shouldn't expect good things to come out of it.
So the Bible is telling me to do something that's not good?
Because when the Lord says don't test the Lord your God and you do it and bad things happen, bro, like would that
But
be his
that's
fault?
everything.
Would that be your fault?
But the
So
Bible
God-
tells me, the Bible
Is God
tells
a
me
liar?
Dalton, you're kind of far away or
So,
something, I
listen,
think.
You're trying to say test someone's. You're trying to say test someone, and testing their words are the same thing, but like it's not because you hold people by the things they say. Like is
Does it say it in this? Does it say only test God's word? Do you see? Are you
you're
reading
cherry
something that I'm
picking-
not reading?
You're cherry picking from a specific
No,
verse.
you're just adding shit that's not in the passage. I'm just reading what's there.
Okay, whatever. Okay, cherry picker, pick your cherries.
Projecting much?
Would you? So would you test this word really quick? Would you test this word really quick? Why don't we test God's word? What do you think of this idea?
Very truly, I tell you, the one who believes in me will also do the works that I do, and in fact will do greater works than these, because I am going to the Father. I will do whatever you ask in my name, so that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If in my name you ask me, I will do it.
Yep. Would you like to test this word?
Yeah, he said, very truly, I tell you. Like, do you know what the word tell means? Like, like when you speak. Crazy, right?
I'm sorry,
Don't
what
know
does
what
that have to
that's
do
relevant
with
to.
testing the word that he's giving?
Because the Lord is giving you a word that you can test. A vow that you can test.
Mm-hmm. What is the vow? What's the word that he's giving you? Is the word tell?
Yeah. Yeah, very truly, I tell you, the one who believes in me. The one who believes in me. So he's
All right.
speaking
Do you
to
believe
someone.
Do you believe in him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you should be able to ask for anything, and it will happen so that the Father will be glorified in the Son. If in Jesus' name you ask for anything, he'll do it. So let's put it to the test. Let's put his words to the test.
15.
Pray
Go tell
that
him-
God
t-
take
tell-
down my life.
No.
Why not?
Okay, pray that he cures childhood cancer.
Turn my Dr. Pepper into a Pepsi, for God's sake. Something.
Y'all weird.
We're
Why did
the
you-
weird ones.
why did
We
you
don't
get a
believe in
Why
Sky
did you get a
Daddy.
Dr. Pepper to begin with if you don't even like Dr. Pepper?
What?
Dr. Pepper's
Yeah. Why did he get a Dr. Pepper?
He likes Dr. Pepper.
It
Where
would
the fuck
glorify
did you
him.
get that?
What are you talking about?
No.
Do you mean God?
Because the guy brought up Dr. Pepper for no reason. So y'all gonna
No,
ignore
no,
that?
no. These are not for no reason. These are so that God will be glorified in this, so that the Father will be glorified in the Son. That's the reason. It's given right in the verse.
If If God could turn my Dr. Pepper into a Pepsi, then I would believe that God is real and would cease to be an atheist, and I would make Christian lives, which would bring more glory to Him.
I'd probably not
IKEA
believe you,
shark.
Dalton, but it would be pretty convincing because you seem pretty serious as an atheist. So I'd probably be questioning you, but this is interesting.
You heard me, IKEA Shark. Go to verse 15. If you don't mind. I mean,
Sure.
I kind of understand if you like to, cherry pick. He said, if you look, okay.
If you
Maybe-
love me, you will keep my commandments. Do you keep the commandments?
I try to.
All of them?
So, all of them? Do you eat shellfish?
No one's perfect.
Do you eat
Well, then
shellfish?
you don't love him. If you don't keep his commandments, you don't love him. That's literally what he says.
And I will ask the Father, and He will give you another advocate to be with you forever.
That has nothing to
This
do
is
with
the
what we're
Spirit.
talking about. What does this mean? Who
Why?
cares?
I mean, it's a part of this chapter, so
Yeah, so Jesus
It
says
really
this
does.
stuff here, right, has nothing to do with bringing you the Holy Spirit. Doesn't say that, when you get the Holy Spirit, it's something else to do with that. It doesn't say anything about it. It says, I will do whatever you ask in my name, so that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If in my name you ask me for anything, I will do it. He says, truly I tell you. He's saying this like very repetitively, very emphatically, and yet nobody can make these things happen. Nobody's doing greater works than Jesus. No one's doing any of the stuff Jesus did.
what are you talking about? How you know that?
Everybody else knows what she's talking about besides you, the Christian who should know what she's talking about.
What do you think Jesus did? What did Jesus do? What works did he do?
He did many miracles.
Right. What were they like?
Healing the blind, casting
Right.
out demons.
Walking on water, turning water into wine. No one's doing any of these things.
I wouldn't
They
really call- I
only
wouldn't
have
really call that a
claims.
word.
There's no evidence that any of this ever happens, and it definitely does not happen on command as Jesus said it would. This is Jesus saying on command, you can do these things. He doesn't say later. He doesn't say if I feel like it.
How you so sure that it's on command?
Because he doesn't
And how
say
would
anything
me
about a
asking-
time. He doesn't give it. He doesn't give any restrictions. That's how I'm sure. He doesn't say any of the stuff that you expect him to say. That would mean he's not going to do it. Instead, he says the things that you would expect him to say if he's going to do it.
Nah. How would me asking God to smite you bring glory to God, though? That's kind of weird.
It would prove that God has power to do literally anything.
He did it to Onan for not coming inside tomorrow. Just
You said-
saying. Yeah, Genesis 38 smites him down for not doing the deed in her. So that brought glory to him at that time. Kills him, dead, 6 feet under. God likes to do that.
Do anything. Pray for anything and have it happen. I don't care. If you think and you can think of something that would bring glory to God and you can pray for it, do it. But nothing works.
I pray you find closure.
Uh-huh.
Closure from what?
Did something happen, Sarah, that I'm not aware of?
I don't have anything that I need closure for, so what a waste. Can you do something ridiculous that couldn't happen naturally on its own? Sarah can find closure for things naturally with like therapy if she has any problems. But could you ask God to do something supernatural that could not happen naturally?
That, oh my God, you drive down the road one day. I'm a fucking prophet.
So you're basically saying to pray for some type of supernatural revelation for God
Any
to
kind of a
appear
work
right
that would
before
be
your eyes.
any
It's
kind of
something-
work that would be greater than Jesus's, right? He says you're going to do the
He
works
fa-
he does and greater works than him. I'd expect you to be able to heal people, to make Dr. Pepper change, any of that stuff, right?
How do you know he was talking about all that?
Well, you said
Because
he
he
helped you
said-
find your keys this morning.
The word vague, the word works.
You
is so
you
vague,
started
bro.
you just started this off
So-
that God helped you find your keys this morning. Why can't you do this?
So Jesus said, whatever you ask. He said, whatever you ask. And he said, anything, ask for anything. That's why we know that you can do any of them as long as it brings, and actually it's not as long. It just says so that it'll bring glory. It doesn't say as long. So you could literally should be able to pray for anything and it will bring glory to the Son because it'll happen.
Tell you what, if you tell me what container my keys are in, pray to God, since he's like especially with keys apparently, tell God to tell you, beam you up, Scotty, into your head where my keys are right now, because he seems to have this special ability.
I'll mute up, and if you can pray to ask him what key I'm singing in, because he likes keys. That'll.
Either one. You've got options. Sarah, do you have a key related?
Yeah, I have a keyboard here. If you could tell me what kind of keyboard I have, then I'll believe you heard it from God. I can tap on the keys too. See if you can hear that. Maybe God will give you a clue.
Face is covered here in this conversation. House keys.
A guy in the comments asked to go to Hebrews chapter 1 verse 8. I'll read it for him.
No. Can we do this first? Can you?
But why? Like, you don't care about the people who comment in your chat? Like,
No,
you
we're
don't
talking to
love
you.
your viewers?
Well, we're talking to you. That's why we.
Into the
But I think it's because you know that you can't do this. Finding the keys this morning was bullshit, and you know it.
No. It's
No.
like y'all lack the understanding, bro. Like,
I think I'm pretty understanding.
But y'all read with eyes, but not y'all don't have y'all don't have the
That's
spirit.
generally what you read with. I don't
read
know.
with your
Are you
nose?
reading with your butthole?
I mean, I know that people who what is it, like people who are blind and they they read with their finger. Like
Hey, does anyone see that today? Since we're on topics that don't fucking matter, that aren't relevant.
I mean, you say you read with your eyes, and I gave you like another example. So,
I'm not blind.
oh,
Just let's
Okay.
try a different tactic, right? Let's try to go from a different angle because you're never going to engage with this. Why do you believe in Christianity? Like, what is the reason here?
because I believe God to be true. He makes sense. Like, there's world, and you're like, oh no, the God in the gaps. Well, for me, I can say to y'all atheists, haha, the science in the gaps. So, checkmate atheists.
No,
Fuck.
That's not a checkmate.
Oh wait, hold on. How is it not? I just lost my religion and science. What's going on? You didn't lose your your scientism? This guest is laying down.
Yeah,
Nah,
science doesn't claim to be omniscient. Science doesn't claim to be any of the triomni attributes.
Bro, it was just a joke, bro. Don't take it seriously. You know.
No,
what
you thought you ate with that one. Don't lie.
Nah, I mean, y'all know like those Darwin clause memes, like, haha, Darwin
So
clause.
why are you a
evolution.
Christian? Is it because other people are not? That has nothing to do with why you're a Christian, right?
Because I believe God. Like, what other reason?
But when
is
we
there?
show you the
Like,
things in the book, you refuse to believe God.
because I don't want to believe y'all interpretation.
It's what Jesus said. I don't understand.
Is it what Jesus said, or is that how y'all interpret it?
What interpretation am I
Those are
doing
just-
besides reading the words in the book? What interpretation do you have? Why is your interpretation better than just reading the book, the words plainly?
We heard you read out loud.
Hey, so let's, like when Jesus was talking to the man, right? It was like the lawyer, and he was like, how do I,
The rich man?
do this?
How do I get
And he
into
was
heaven? And he said, the eye of the needle. Is that the story?
No, it was like,
He said you have to keep the commandments.
yeah.
Yeah, the
He
law.
said,
You don't.
love God, love yourself.
You don't.
How do you read the Bible? That's what he said. That's what he said to the guy. He said, how do you read it?
Generally,
He did not say that.
He did not say that.
Yes,
You're
he
making
did.
up stories now.
Because when
What's
he was
the
talking
verse?
to the lawyer,
What's the verse?
This is Matthew chapter 19, and
Oh yeah, it definitely doesn't say that in Matthew chapter 19.
Yeah, it says, if you wanted to enter into life, keep the commandments. Come on, dude. It's verse 18.
No, that's not the one. It's a different one.
So what do you think about when Jesus said this, though? He
That
says,
was right
he
before
said
he
to him,
gave.
why do you ask me about what is good? There's one who's good. If you wish to enter into life, keep the commandments. He said to him, which ones? And Jesus said, you shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, shall not bear false witness, honor your mother and father. Also you shall love your neighbor as yourself. The young man said to him, I have kept all these. What do I still lack? Jesus said to him, if you wish to be perfect, go sell your possessions, give the money to the poor, you have treasure in heaven, come follow me. The young man heard this word, he went away grieving for his sins. Is this the section you were talking about?
I mean, like the one that was right before the parable of the Samaritan, the Good Samaritan.
There is no section where Jesus says, read the Bible.
No, he said, how do you read the Bible? He said,
They didn't have a concept of the Bible at this time. There was no Bible. The Bible was literally 4th century. After Jesus was fucking 6 feet under 10 times over by this time.
When did they when did they institutionalize the Tanakh?
Don't tell me
and the
to calm
Torah and stuff?
down.
Calm down. I did it again.
Oh.
Look, I'm gonna kick you if you're gonna be rude. Okay? There's no reason to be rude. Based on
Y'all
gender.
was literally mocking me and what I did.
No,
and I'm the one being
you're
rude.
being rude based on gender for some reason because I think you're probably secretly like bigoted or sexist.
Bro,
or
she
something.
like over talked you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
that's the
I don't know.
problem here.
I don't know. We're just having a conversation. Look, Jesus said to keep the commandments.
Love that buzzword.
Do you keep all the commandments?
No one keeps commandments. That's what James chapter 4 is for.
Jewish people do.
Do they really keep all the commandments?
They wear tzitzis. They don't eat shellfish. They keep kosher. They do all the things. Yes. They
So
may
they
not do
don't
them
feel-
perfectly, but they do at least attempt at the law. Do you even know what a tzitzit is?
No.
Okay, the law tells you to do that, and you don't even. Pretty sure that's a checkmate of you not following the fucking law.
Bro, how would I follow something I don't even know? That's crazy.
You were supposed to be a
Okay,
Christian.
great.
You were supposed to read your Bible.
Yeah.
Like, why is an atheist? Do I know the book better than you?
Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Oh, wow.
I think you're just mad because I'm literally concussing you so hard with my argument.
No, you're just weird.
Yeah, I actually am weird.
That's not something you should admit to.
We're
I'm
all weird.
totally cool with it.
We all float down
Yeah.
here.
She's weird, but she knows the Bible better than you. So there's that.
Okay. And you're supposed to be the Bible guy. Don't you supposed to teach me something or what?
Oh yeah, I could teach you. I could school you.
You'd learn a
Okay.
lot. If you'd open your mind, you'd learn so much.
Open my mind to what?
Hold on, do you know what a prophecy
reality.
is?
A prophecy?
Mm-hmm.
Like a divination or something?
Why was Jesus the Messiah?
Why was he Messiah? To save the world from sin?
No. What did he have to do in order to be the Messiah?
How do you determine he is that?
What do you have to? What do you mean? What do you have to do to be Messiah?
How do you know Jesus is the Messiah? How do you know that? What's the rationale for that? Why do people think it?
Because he unalived on a cross for our sins.
Nope.
That's not the criteria to be the Messiah.
Plenty of people
Do you know?
unalived.
Do you know
on a
that the
cross.
Messiah is prophesied about in the Old
But
Testament?
did they do it for our sins, though?
Do you know about the Messiah prophesied about in the Old Testament?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do
I
you
don't
think
think you
Jesus?
do.
Why do you think Jesus is that Messiah? Do you think he is?
Oh, of course I do.
Mm-hmm.
Prophecy
Yeah.
did he fulfill in order to be considered to qualify as the Messiah?
Let me guess, y'all like one of those anti-Emmanuel people, huh? Like, oh,
You're one of
No,
those lukewarm Christians.
Christians know this actually, like all the time. In fact, we like have conversations with Christians about this specific thing all the time. They don't deny it. and it's like known. It's extremely well known. They say that he fulfilled over 3. Search this right now. It's not something Christians deny. You just don't know about it because you are the, Sarah said, the most lukewarm Christian I have ever fucking met.
God's gonna speak
I
you
mean,
out of his
like in
mouth.
Isaiah chapter 53, right? So if it says all these things happen in the Old Testament, we're supposed to happen in the New Testament, but yet people still deny it.
They didn't.
Why do they deny it?
They didn't happen.
You didn't even know they. What are you talking about?
Jesus didn't.
No, I have it like all in my Bible. It's like the Man of Sorrows and stuff.
Man of Sorrows is Israel in the book of Isaiah. That's the people of Israel.
Where? No. And as if Jesus is not a branch of Israel, as it was stated in Isaiah chapter something else.
Isaiah chapter 11, and also Jesus didn't fulfill that prophecy either.
I think the most damning
There's
one
also-
is Jeremiah. When it talks
Yeah,
about
it's like Jeremiah.
how it talks about the Messiah really specifically. Is it in 33?
23.
No, it's in
and
23.
Sorry,
23 and 33.
Yeah, it was 23 and 33. Like, there's one of them that it talks about what he's going to do, and he just doesn't do that, and he can't. It talks about giving sacrifices. Here we go. Yeah. Thus says the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. Has the Lord ever lacked a man to sit on the house of Israel? To sit on the throne? Levitical priests shall
No.
never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings. Do we have Levitical priests anymore? To make grain offerings and to make sacrifices for all time. If Jesus is the final sacrifice, there will be no more sacrifices. This prophecy fails because Jesus can't fulfill it.
And the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt sacrifices, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. Search on that.
I'm sure you will.
I will.
Well, what do you think of it? If Jesus is the final sacrifice, is he the final one? Is there not to be any more?
Wait, burnt offering, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time.
Yep. Multiple sacrifices.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all kind of got me stumped.
Oh, I appreciate
this is-
I appreciate your sincerity on this. I think this is honestly, if someone had shown me this, I would have probably been pretty stumped on it too if I were a Christian, because it's very, it seems really clear.
No, it's straightforward, and it's actually kind of blunt too. It's like you really can't like get around it.
Wow, I've heard, I can give you the apologetic you'll probably come to eventually.
No, I'll find my own.
Well, weird
okay.
time to decide, to be honest, but sure.
I mean, what would it take to get you out of this God today? What is it going to take to get you out of this cult?
A pink and blue shark. You sound like a car salesman.
That was a joke, yeah.
You know what it would seriously take, like 100% take.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
For me to die and find out that he's not there.
So you're not open-minded. You don't care
late.
about truth.
It's too late at that point. If you're dead, you're dead. You don't experience anything, dude. What's the point? You'll be dead. You won't be able to experience life without a God afterwards.
Also, it just tells me you're not actually open to changing your mind. All you want to do is just, no matter how much evidence is against this belief, you'll still believe it. That is the definition of delusion. Just FYI, like, open that you will remain delusional.
I mean, there's only one way to find out, so why
No,
not?
there isn't only one way to find out.
No, there's not only one way to find
I mean,
out.
Plenty
you
of other
just
ways to
gave-
find out that your Bible's not true.
I mean, you gave
You
like a.
try reading it because it seems like you haven't. Maybe start with that one.
I mean, like, if we're being completely honest, though, there's still only one way to find out. Like, you
No,
know,
there's
No,
not.
that's not
yeah, there
true.
is. Yes,
Do you
there
think?
is.
I found out. I didn't die.
I feel sorry for you.
I had a near death experience. Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely nothing.
Is your name? Do I call you Azabian?
Don't worry about it.
Well, so what I wanted to say is, I understand what you're saying is that you cannot be 100% certain, right? I think this might. I can't
Exactly.
remember.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
But you can know to a certain degree, right? You can have a justified belief in something.
Yeah, you can't know anything 100% certain, bud. You can't even know 100% certain that you're talking to us right now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
How do you know you're not going to hell in other people's religions?
And because I got my own, I don't care about theirs.
Well, do you think cares about
sound.
what you think in that regard? Like,
do Christians try even?
Do y'all hate blunt honesty? Like, is y'all just against that? Like, do y'all just hate
Azabian, aren't you what happens if you end up being a Christian and then you end up dying and you end up in hell for worshiping a man as God, which would be idolatry according to the Hebrew Bible?
Oh well, then I burn in hell. What else?
I guess you don't care. You just don't even really care about what's true.
I mean, like, according to the Hebrew Bible, though, that's different.
why don't you care about what's true?
It's older.
Guess why don't you care about
What if
what's
it
true?
What if it turns out that your God is real, but he's pissed about the fact that you started worshiping Jesus and now you'll end up in hell?
Yeah, and that guy in the Old Testament that you also believe in, he's not nice.
But this you're hypothetical too. What if God's real and he's pissed at you about him all the time?
This is an internal critique. We don't believe in any of this. You do.
The difference is between
You
us
can't
and
make
you,
that
Azabian,
argument,
is
though, and I
that
can't turn it back on you.
The difference between us, Azabian, and you is that we've done the homework. So we can say that at least we've honestly taken a look at the evidence, and it's God's fault for being so like shite at giving us good evidence for his existence. You haven't done the homework. You're just lazy.
Right. And
Yeah,
the past.
God motivated his keys earlier. That's what he told us. So clearly, he might need God to do some things.
And I gotta be real. Like, if this God is real, and he's gonna judge me because he didn't decide to make it clear, and he's this like monstrous God that makes it so hard to believe it. Like, there's just so many things surrounding to make this to where it's like, I guess I'll accept it. Just accept going to hell because I see no other way to interpret the world. Like, I see no other way to come to this conclusion. So when you come to the conclusion, though, you're just like, I'm just flipping a coin. That's not good enough for me. That's like, doesn't make any sense.
Well, he's not just flipping a coin either. He just thinks he is.
That's true. He says, I'm going to flip a coin,
like
doesn't flip the coin.
He's rolling like a 3,000 side die. Maybe his God's on there, but there are tons of other gods that exist that he's just like, nah, I'm not even going to look at my God. Not going to explore what the Bible actually says. Nevertheless, all the other ones.
I like the argument for atheismo that there may be a God that wants you to not believe in gods because it's irrational and he's not showing you any evidence. And all of these other things that are happening, he's put them there to try to trick people because he's a trickster God. And if you don't believe, you get to go to heaven to spend eternity with him. But if you do believe in any kind of hell, it's a pretty good defeater for the generic Pascal's wager God. So what's going on? Like, what are you holding on to?
What do you mean?
His car keys.
We keep showing you over and over and over that this doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. And you just keep saying, well, I believe it just because. And I don't understand that reasoning. And I think it's like a bad way to make decisions. It's a bad way to live.
According to who?
Me, experience. I don't know.
Logic. Logic.
So that makes you valid because y'all think and y'all believe in like a subjective morality. Therefore, whatever y'all say is truth.
I'm not.
Okay.
What? Where did we say
Huge pivot.
moral anti-realist? I'm a
I mean,
moral
it's-
realist.
Doesn't want to get
like-
real.
it's-
Doesn't want to get real.
It's like because nah, it's not because not getting real. It's like, bro, I'm supposed to live by how y'all think. Like, let's be
We've
for
showed
real.
you multiple
No.
problems with how you think. That's the problem, right? Show me the problems with how I
You
think.
know, hey, you know in Exodus 20, verse 4 and 5, your 10 commandments, God says, I am a jealous God, punishing children for the inequity of parents to the third and fourth generation of those who reject me. Your 10th commandment, Exodus 20:17, says, thou shalt not covet the neighbor's wife, house, ox, donkey, male or female slave, or anything belonging to him. Basically, it says that women are property. I'm pretty sure that virtually other morals are better than that. Pretty much any other ones.
What about in
So
the
just,
New Testament?
of course, just not going to listen to what I said.
Nah, because like if we're talking about commandments, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says, like don't argue, bro. But like y'all skip over. Don't.
Doesn't say that.
It does say like no contentions or gender strikes and stuff like that.
So we've been
I'm not a
chatting for a
Christian.
bit. So I'm
says-
gonna go ahead and run a
it
poll
says
really
not to-
quick. On YouTube and TikTok, happy face to keep talking to the guest, sad face to move to the next guest, and we'll just do the poll, but we can keep going while poll runs. Sorry about that.
I mean, like, hunky dory, but like, why not y'all tell Christians about like not debating how it says that in the New Testament, but y'all just skip over
It
that.
said, First Peter tells you to come up and defend your faith.
315.
Yeah, but the Bible also says don't debate as well, like especially if it's over like
You're taking it
minuscule
out.
problems.
This is crazy because you're taking it out of context. It says you shouldn't debate over worthless things like genealogies.
Yeah, worthless things such as this too. Like, let's be
Amongst believers, like believers shouldn't be engaging in debates with themselves over useless things like genealogies. We're not believers.
Yeah, and it tells you to always be ready to defend your faith.
Oh, did they?
So it tells you to.
I think they left.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was getting. We had a pretty good split though, where YouTube was saying do not kick at 67%, and but TikTok was pretty high, four kicks. Hey, how's it going? Hold on, Bert. Is it Bert?
Great. Yeah, I'm doing well.
Okay, I'm like, oh my god,
I
my brain's going away.
No, I think it's a great memory. I think it's fantastic. Most people don't even know me as Bert these days. I feel like that's like my before. I the requested up was because of the genealogy comment, and I have something that I wanted to offer to you and also to the Bible guy. And I don't think I've ever met Ashlyn, so nice to meet you, Ashlyn.
I'm pretty sure we've met several times.
My
Oh yeah,
apologies.
y'all have Ashlyn's
Oh
a
yes,
regular.
yes, on your live Bible guy. That's right. I apologize, Ashlyn. My apologies.
That's okay. Just
Nice to see you.
Tears? No, I'm kidding.
Mabi. Okay, so what I was going to say was, I think that people need to run Deuteronomy 23:3 or more often.
23:3. Let me find that.
And Numbers 1:2. Numbers 1:2 is the first piece, and then Deuteronomy 23:3 is the second piece.
Numbers.
I apologize. I gave it the wrong order.
Numbers 1, verse 2.
Uh-huh.
Let me get that on the screen. I want to see what it says. Take a census of the whole congregation of Israelites and their clans by ancestral houses according to the numbers of names, every male individually. So take a
By the way, so ancestral is actually avotam, meaning their father's houses. In other words, their tribe is determined by their father's house.
Oh right, and so Jesus doesn't have a father, therefore he can't have a tribal house. He's not from Judah.
Exactly. And then you go to Deuteronomy 23:3.
No Ammonite or Moabite shall come into the assembly of Yahweh, even to the 10th generation, which Jesus is
But
a
it's not
descendant.
Ammonite or Moabite. It's actually
Yeah, he's
no
a Muslim.
mamzer. It's not. I don't know Ammonite or Moabite. It's there. Anyone who is born out of wedlock
Oh,
is
it
the
does say
actual
mamzer.
Hebrew.
He's a mamzer too, yeah. So
he has no inheritance. He has no tribal affiliation. He's not allowed to marry in Israel. He is completely qualified in any way, shape, or form from being Mashiach in any way.
by the way, guys, mamzer is a bastard. That's what that means.
Yeah.
I think we got that. Yeah.
It's not a nice word. It's really not a nice word. And I only use it because Matthew 1:18, 17 or 18, something around there. Christian Bible ain't my shit. But the point is that literally Joseph acknowledges that he's about to take Mary to Maury court.
Give her that get.
Yeah, give it the get. You gotta get a get. You gotta
And
get
we
a get.
determined that was a lie.
Yeah, exactly. That for an argument in 3 verses.
There you go. I like that.
Numbers.
Always good to see you, Rav Kavod. I'm about to head out though, but it was good getting to chat with you for a second. And Sarah, good to talk to you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
And Ashlyn, we'll talk later.
Wait. You're not going to turn your camera on?
No, not until tomorrow. Well, actually, I'm about to, but I'm gonna go over to Justin and I'm gonna go turn my camera on.
What are you doing with what's
Here. Oh, here. I'll go ahead and show you guys my wait a minute.
Oh wow, Mr. Clean.
I called him Britney Spears.
Oh boy.
Oh, Sinead O'Connor.
Bitch.
That's dark.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna
Billy
go.
Corgan.
I may have
It's Billy Corgan.
I may have him a picture of Britney Spears. This may have happened.
We have another Christian guest, I think, in the box. If you all want and talk to them, but you're welcome to.
I'm
head
here.
Yeah,
I've got 5%.
I'm gonna go
sorry.
grab something to drink really fast though. Not adult beverages.
Well, I'll get the convo started. Hey, Hutu, what's your age and religion?
I'm 25.
Awesome. Are you ready to get real?
I think I already am pretty real.
Okay. Do you believe that demons exist in reality?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I don't believe that. I think that's not real. Why do you think demons exist?
Well, because I believe that all scripture is true, and I see that there's demons throughout scripture. For example, when they are cast into the pigs, right, and the pigs are drowned. That'd be one example.
Right. So strictly because you believe it's true?
Yeah, I haven't had any personal experience with demons myself, so just seeing it throughout scripture.
But you said that all scripture is true. Is that what you meant, or did you mean something different?
I believe all the scriptures that were divinely inspired from God, 100% inerrant, infallible. I believe that the Bible translations we have today may contain scribal errors, but I don't believe it affects the overall message of Christ.
But if we look back at the original documents and we translate from those, do you think there's still errors?
Yeah, there may have been scribal errors at that point too. Yeah.
No, I'm
Even
talking right now.
translation errors. Sorry.
Sorry, Bert, what's that?
Just in the fact, the way that the Christian Bible is interpreted is like just in translation errors alone, it's full of grammatical errors and contextual errors and anachronisms. I mean, there's just tons of errors.
I guess it depends what translation you're talking about.
Septuagint to begin with.
When you say errors, do you mean scribal errors or mistranslations from previous?
Mistranslations, completely wrong translations that are anything that's translated from the Septuagint.
I think you broke up a bit, but I think your point got through.
Yeah. Like I said, I believe all the scriptures as they were originally divinely inspired from God
How do
were
you know?
infallible.
How do you know what they were originally? How do you believe in them if you don't know what they said? Right?
I do, like I said, have a really good idea of what they said. There might be differences, but the overall message of the gospel.
But how do you know that?
How do I know what?
How do you know that the overall message hasn't been harmed?
Because they compare it to the original scriptures themselves, and
We don't have any originals.
Right, the oldest ones we have, like Isaiah,
Okay.
for example.
Okay,
So
but the
if we're
oldest ones
using
have
the oldest
problems.
manuscripts, you think that in that case they're not? So you use the NRSVUE?
Yeah, I don't mind that translation.
You think that that's inerrant? That version is inerrant.
Scribe layers throughout that.
But how do you know what they are?
Predictions like the number of chariots and horsemen and the age.
How do you know that those were errors and they weren't just contradictions?
Because God doesn't contradict himself.
How do you know that?
Because that's a quality of God.
How do you
How
know
do
that?
you know that?
Because he revealed it to us.
Through
Scripture.
That's
Bingo.
a circular argument.
It always falls. It
presuppose
always
that
does
scripture
this.
is true. Yeah,
You just presuppose. Okay, I have no reason to believe that.
So it's not real.
Why do you believe that?
Presuppositions
I
like
believe
this
that
isn't
because-
a real thing to do. It's not real to presuppose that scripture is true. That's crazy.
I believe it because God revealed himself to me and I was drawn to him by him.
How do you know it's the God of the Bible?
Because everything that I've experienced directly correlates to the scripture.
Everything you've experienced?
Yeah.
How do you know
as
it
far
wasn't
as-
Satan?
As far as being drawn to Christ, taken from a life of sin, repenting that and
So
following
not
him,
everything
yes.
that you've experienced. Qualified things that you've experienced. Things that you look at the book, experience that, so it must be true. This is called painting the target around your arrow.
Oh, no, not at all. No, not at all.
That's exactly what presupposition is.
Yeah, that's you literally already admitted to it.
Well, no,
When
for
you-
the
Sharpshooter
conversation,
fallacy.
I presuppose
That's
that
the
it's
one.
true because I'm a Christian based on
That-
personal experience.
That's what presupposition means.
Right. Yeah, for the sake of this conversation, I'm letting you know I presuppose that all scripture is true based on my personal experiences. And I know that's not good to convince you, but that's not my point. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just trying to answer your questions.
So what do you think I'm trying to do?
I don't know. It said it's time to get real. So I'd ask you, what do I need to get real about?
Not believing in demons. There's no demonstrable evidence that demons exist. You're presupposing that they do because the book said so. It's crazy to believe this. Like you have no good reason.
Oh, you're actually right. I don't think there is any tangible evidence I can give you to convince you to believe that demons are true.
Didn't say
Except for
tangible
God
evidence.
himself.
I said there's no demonstrable way to show that demons exist. There's nothing.
Right. I mean, that's the same thing as tangible evidence, right? It's evidence that you can verify yourself that'll lead you to the conclusion that they do exist.
Tangible just means that you can hold. You can demonstrate it logically as well. That's not tangible.
Did God create the demons?
Yes, of course.
Is God all good?
Yes, of course.
How could God create something that is not good?
The same way God can ordain sin without being a sinner.
He ordains sin?
Yes, that's what scripture says.
Ordain means to make happen, right?
Yeah, he decreed.
Okay. Are you a Calvinist?
Yes.
So like you're on hard mode.
Hard mode.
Yeah, you think that like we have no free will, right?
It depends on what you mean by free will. I'm a compatibilist, so I believe in free will, free agency, and accountability for the human, but not hard determinism necessarily, where the human is not accountable for their actions.
Did God
in the sense
determine
that
what
we
you would
can
do from the beginning?
Yeah, God's predetermined everything.
Right. And can you change what you will do from what God has determined?
No.
Yeah, so you have no
No,
free
His will
will,
be done.
right? You have no
Well, it
free
depends
will.
on- well, yeah, no libertarian free will in that sense. I don't.
I mean, I don't
Compatibilism is a cop out. Honestly, let's be real. In that case, then basically he already knows everything. There's people damned to hell in our. He sounds like a piece of shit to me, honestly.
Even if this gods
Just
were real,
just
I wouldn't worship them. That's crazy.
yeah. He already knows.
Well, yeah, the important thing to note is that everyone deserves to go to hell, so it's not unjust for God to send them there. It's mercy when
Nope.
God allows people
Nope.
to
That's
fall.
brainwash. That's
That
brainwash
sounds
bullshit.
fucked up.
That is not all of the
That's
things you just said.
really
All the things you just said are just cult talk. It's not what it doesn't make sense. There's no logical reason to believe that.
Total
There's-
depravity?
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm not a bad person. I've not done anything enough to be sent to hell and be tortured forever.
Yeah,
That I would rather cut off my limb, literally cut off my limb, than go to hell. Like, that's how bad it is. That's what Revelation says.
So, have you ever said a curse word?
Fuck yeah.
Fuck.
Okay, well then you've sinned and you're deserving of hell.
Yeah, you're
Where does it
insane.
say cursing?
That's not a
That's
curse.
not-
Yeah.
That's, by the way, just to
That's
be
also
clear,
not a
that's
curse
not
word.
what a curse word is.
Yeah.
But that's also
You
insane.
clearly don't understand what blessings or curses are. Like, this is my issue. Like, this is my issue. When you say things, it demonstrates that you don't actually have a command over the text or understand the context in which the text, or understand any of the original language. And you have superimposed a worldview that you have been handed over the course of 2,000 years that is anathema to the actual text itself, because it is not your, it is the reality. It's not your fault. It's not your book. That's really what it comes down to. And so you have created a series of apologetics to explain away any sort of accountability within the text, that allow you both to be in control of the text while also absconding from any responsibility within the text.
Yeah, so that was a cool monologue. Do you know what Ephesians 4:29 says about cursing?
No,
Okay, then how are you going to say that cussing's not a sin if you don't even know what the scripture says about
because
it?
Ephesians is merely a commentary on the Hebrew Bible. Anything else, anything in the Christian Bible is merely a commentary on the actual Bible.
Okay, so Ephesians 4:29 says.
No.
Okay, so
Let
are you
no
educated
evil
on whether or
talk
not
come from your
cursing
mouths, but only what is useful for building up, as there is need, so that your words may give grace to those who heals. Fuck is not evil.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Why?
Okay, by whose? Let's pull up the Greek.
Also, does this mean it's a sin because it's written here?
Yeah, anything that transgresses God's law or goes against his nature
What is the law?
sinful.
What
Yeah.
is the law that it's going
The
against?
law is do not let any unwholesome talk come out of your mouth.
Where's that law?
I just read it, Ephesians 4:29.
Those aren't laws. Do you know what a law is?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Can you tell me what a law
Something-
is?
Yeah, something given to you that you.
Does it imply the imperative for people to give a divine law?
Paul's not. It's
So you're saying he's a prophet?
no. I'm saying he was a scribe for God's divine word, like we see
Do
in.
you,
That's
do you know
literally
what a
the
prophet
definition of a
is?
prophet.
Yeah.
It's funny. You're so
Yeah.
certain, and then like you just continually fall down. Like it's like watching somebody get hit in the face with rakes over and over.
Wait, so how was Paul giving a prophecy when he was just writing down the words God was telling him?
It's not that he's giving a prophecy; it's that he would be a prophet. Right? Is that the argument?
No, he was just a scribe for God's word.
Not you, Ashland and Bert. My understanding is that you're saying that if he's hearing God's word and writing those words down as
Prophesying is
law,
to speak.
then he would need to be
Yeah.
a prophet.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. It would be prophetically revealed. If he's expounding, then he is by definition a prophet. And then you'd have to demonstrate ways in which his words are A, God's, and B, are true.
Oh, sure. Yeah, in that sense, yeah, he was a prophet.
In the sense that it means you're so fucking dishonest. I've seen you before. You're so dishonest. So do
No,
you
I
think
thought
you're
you
gonna
meant
get to heaven?
prophecy, like in-
Do you think liars like you go to heaven?
I don't think I've lied about anything on this live. But yeah, I do think I'm going to go to heaven.
Do you think you're dishonest?
Why? Why do
No,
you
I don't
think
I'm
you're?
dishonest?
Why don't
Why do you think
you're
you're going to
dishonest?
heaven?
Because Jesus is my Lord.
Hutu, why do you think I think you're dishonest, but you do not? What do you think the disconnect is there?
Because you don't like what Scripture says, and I read it to you, and you hate that.
That's interesting, because it seems like the opposite just happened.
I literally read my Bible all the time.
Right, and you don't like what it says.
So for Paul to say that's the law, he'd have to be a prophet. Then we explained to you what a prophet was. You said, oh, in that case,
I
he's a
just don't.
prophet. You're just stupid or
I
a
just-
liar. What is it?
Well, by that definition of prophet, yeah, he would fit that.
What's your definition of prophet?
Well, I thought you were referring to how prophets spoke of something that was to pass in the future.
That's prophecy.
Right, and that's what I thought you were referring to. Not prophet in the sense of just receiving divine revelation and writing it down.
Just to be clear, that's not so that's the issue. Prophecy is, I think Christians have understood prophecy to mean oracle, and that's just not how prophecy works in the Hebrew Bible. Prophecy is the word of God. That's what it is.
Right.
The word of God spoken through the mouth of a prophet.
Well, it wasn't spoken through Paul's mouth. In that case, it was written down in the Scripture.
Okay, all right.
It depends on what you mean by prophet. You're further proving my point. I don't know why you're so mad about it.
It's because you're saying
not
stupid.
mad.
True. No one's mad. Like, it's crazy that you're making that kind of like ad hom. You know, you're trying to like poison the well and be like, oh, you're all getting so angry. We're pushing you on this because you keep saying that are just lies, just wrong. Right? And when
Okay,
we
so
do that to you, shut up. When we do that to you, you get upset and you try to diverge into something else, into name calling or something else, because you don't want to actually talk about the thing that you said. You said that God gave laws in the New Testament, that this is one of them. Now you're saying that Paul's a prophet because he wrote this down. Like, all of this is you just making it up as you go along.
Okay, so I'm going to say a statement. You tell me if it's true or false. Is that cool?
Yes.
Okay. Paul was not a prophet in the sense that he was foretelling of a future event that would come to pass. He was a prophet in the sense that he received divine revelation from God, and he wrote that down as a scribe.
False.
Hold on. The question is not whether it's true or false. The question is whether or not his word came true. The word came true.
No.
So
What's false about that, Ashlyn?
Yeah, he contradicts Jesus.
That wasn't a question. It was, did Paul speak of events that were going to come to pass in the future, or did he write down what was revealed to him from
Neither.
God?
Neither.
It's a false dichotomy.
Neither. And it doesn't make sense to me, even from your worldview, because he contradicts Jesus.
He doesn't.
He doesn't contradict Jesus?
No, of course not. There's no contradictions in the Bible. No. That's silly.
That you
Doesn't-
have
he doesn't- he
shows
doesn't-
me how fucking
He doesn't give
bad the fall
he doesn't
will
give
be.
Gentiles a different law than non-Gentiles.
I couldn't hear y'all. Take turns.
He doesn't give Gentiles a different law that he gives non-Gentiles.
Paul or Jesus?
Paul.
Does Paul give Gentiles different laws than non-Gentiles?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
So does Jesus give different laws for Gentiles than non-Gentiles?
What do you mean?
The same thing she asked you about Paul.
The same thing I asked you about Paul. You answered that one perfectly fine.
Yeah, because a law given by a human would be different than a law given by God.
No.
Do you
answer the
believe
question.
words that you
Answer the question, you fucking piece of shit. This is so dishonest. If hell were real, I'd be so happy to see you there. Like, this is incredibly awful of you.
What laws are you talking about?
Numos.
Can you read it for me?
You don't know what the laws are, so you don't know what your text says? Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, I know what a lot
what
of
laws? Which laws?
You're talking about, I guess, New Covenant laws, right? If you're speaking of Jesus.
Didn't give any new
Messianic law.
laws.
He doesn't. He didn't give any new laws.
Where was Jesus giving laws in the Old Testament?
No, he
Is
told
Jesus
who
God?
did he tell?
Yeah, Jesus is God, but Jesus was not in human flesh giving laws the way you're making.
Yeah,
Wait a
Matthew
second, wait a second.
5:17. Yeah,
No, it
go ahead.
isn't.
Honesty
So it
is
is new.
crazy.
Can you just would you mind reading Hosea 11:9?
Wait, so it is New
Let me
Testament.
find that real quick.
When I asked that, you got
Hosea
no,
11.
no Messianic laws, but she is talking about New Testament. So are y'all
Calm
confused?
down, calm down. Hosea 11:9. I will not execute my fierce anger. I will not again destroy Ephraim, for I am God and no mortal, and the Holy One in your midst, and I will not come in wrath. Is that the verse?
And it says it's lo ish anochi, like I am not a man, is what it says. It's
this part.
Ani Adonai, lo ish anochi. So if you look at the JPS, the Jewish Publication Society, it's much better.
JPS.
It's Safaria.org or yeah.
Oh yeah, I think
So this is
Ashlyn sent me there before, and
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out how to use it, and so I closed the tab.
Yeah. Hosea 11:9.
So how can I give you up, O Ephraim? How surrender
No,
you, O
that's
Israel?
8. That's 8.
Oh, I will not act on my wrath.
Yeah,
I
yeah, there's
will not turn to destroy Ephraim, for I am God, not human, the Holy One in your midst. I will not come in fury. Okay, so point being what? That God is not Jesus?
Yeah, that God cannot be a person. God's not a person.
Yeah, the Father's not.
God is not. It
Don't
doesn't
play
say the Father.
games.
Why did it do that?
Right, it's referring to God the Father.
That's a crummy apology.
Not really. No, it's consistent with the rest of Scripture.
Is
Is it consistent?
How do you
Is
know
that
that it's-
consistent with this? Where it says that I'm not human, is it consistent when God says he's not human that he would then be human?
Yeah, the Father's not human. I just said that. It's talking about the Father when it says, "For I am God."
Oh, so they're different. They're different people, entirely different beings.
Well, it's not Jesus speaking, right?
Is Jesus like
In
a
Hosea?
person? Is he a different person and a different God?
No, he was God in human form, in flesh.
Right. Is God not human or is he human?
God the Father is not human.
Is
Jesus
God
was a human.
human? I don't see God the Father in this text. Why do you keep saying that?
Well, that's what "I am God" refers to. This is before Jesus.
Why should I
Actually,
believe that's
what
what
it
it
says
refers
is
to?
Because this is
See,
before
here's
Jesus
the
was born.
it is God in the most general term. It is
Right.
literally the overarching God. It is
Was
not
Jesus born
it
then?
is-
Was Jesus born at this point?
no, see, here's the thing. What
Okay, then
you're
it couldn't have been talking
good.
about Jesus.
You're saying that
It's talking
God You're saying that God contradicted God's self, that God contradicted the word of God's prophet.
No, I'm saying
So
Jesus
Hosea
wasn't
is a
born
false
yet.
prophet, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying
just to be
Jesus
clear,
wasn't born yet, so
you're
it
saying
wasn't
that Hosea is a
talking
false prophet.
about the Father. No,
You're
not at
saying
all.
that Hosea is a false prophet.
No, this is all true. That's on my screen right now.
Hey,
Everything's true.
I wouldn't normally do this, but I'm pretty sure Rav has this more than covered. I'm going to hop down. I have someone that needs my attention.
You got it. Thanks,
I
Ashley.
apologize. Okay. Yeah. Rav is like far more qualified than me to have this conversation.
Have a good day. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah. So this is the question, and brief, but I'm with you to the very end here because you are looking at this text and you're saying God the Father, God the Father, God the Father. There's nothing to indicate God the Father here. It's a poor apologetic. It's a apologetic. You're absconding from the issue. What does that have anything to do with it? And by the way, if then you would need to deny John 1:1.
No, I'm not denying John 1:1. I'm saying
Yeah,
at
because
So was
this
Jesus
point,
born
he
yet?
was
necessarily,
not
right?
in
Just
human form.
So was
No, he
Jesus
wasn't in human form
was
yet.
Jesus God yet at that point?
Yes, but he wasn't human.
What is
Wait a
God
second.
human?
Wait a second. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word
The
became
Father's
flesh.
Yeah, became
Isn't that what it
flesh.
says? John 1:1.
Became,
In the beginning, it
doesn't it
became
also
flesh.
say that
became flesh. What does the
in
word
the beginning
became?
was the Word, and the Word became flesh?
The word there
Later,
was
you're
something
saying
before it, right? If you become something, you were something before
that's
you became
cute.
that,
Okay,
right?
so and Jesus was in Abraham's bosom, right?
Yeah.
Okay, does Abraham's bosom precede Hosea 11?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I think you're silly, and you're dishonest,
No, I'm
and
not
you're beginning
dishonest.
with a presupposition.
There's a simple yes or no question. The question is,
What's the yes or no question?
was Jesus born in the human form in Hosea 11?
It doesn't matter.
It does.
If God
Because
is
if he
all-knowing
wasn't,
and
it
time
can't
is
be
not
talking
relevant,
about
and
Jesus. If he
I think
wasn't
you, I
born
think
yet, it can't be talking about Jesus. It's that simple.
you're playing checkers. We're playing chess.
No, it's that simple. If Jesus was not born yet, this can't be talking about Jesus.
It's that simple. If God says he's not human, Jesus can't be God. It's that simple.
No, it's incorrect when it says God's.
I'm sorry, but it's that
Wait
simple.
a second.
It's that simple. What's the argument? It's
Exactly.
that simple. For I am
just
God,
told
not
you, when
human.
it says
Jesus
God, it's
isn't
referring
God.
to the Father who's
For
not
I am
human.
God, not human. Jesus isn't God. It's that simple.
Does it say I am not human, but I could become human? Just wait.
No, it says the Father is not human.
Where does it say the Father?
When it says
This is
God,
what
it's
it
referring
says.
to the Father.
Anochi velo ish. Where does it say Av? Ein Av. Lo e'aseh Haron afi. Lo eshuv leshachat Ephraim. Ki lo anochi. Ki el anochi. For I am God. Velo ish. And I am not a man.
Right. Yeah, the Father's not a
Kirbecha
man. That's true.
kadosh velo avo be'ir.
Yeah, that's true. The Father's not a man. Yeah, a human.
There's no father there. It says El.
Well, that's what God means.
That's it.
Mm.
So Jesus is not God.
Jesus is the Father?
No, Jesus says God. When it says God,
Is
it's
Jesus
referring to
God?
the
Is
Father.
Jesus God?
Yeah, I just said
Does
that.
God mean Father?
What word?
Does God mean Father?
God can include Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Yes.
Interesting. Does it
So
mean
whenever it's
Father?
convenient.
Does God mean Father?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Does it always mean Father?
Didn't I just answer that?
I just want to make
No.
sure because you continually go back on your word.
Right. Is when it uses the word God in this verse, it is referring to God the Father.
Why should I
not
assume
Jesus.
that when it doesn't seem to be doing that?
Because Jesus wasn't born yet in Hosea
Because you're
11.
presupposing bullshit.
Was
Does this say
Jesus a
anything about
human
adding to
being
the
on
text?
earth
When we show you a
Hosea 11 was
contradiction,
written?
Hutu, here's the problem. When we show you the literal contradiction, you say, no, I believe what I want.
No,
That's
no, no.
it. That's
You
your
agree
whole
with me,
argument. That's your
Jesus
whole
was not
fucking
born
argument.
yet.
That's your whole fucking argument.
Was Jesus born yet?
Have anything to do with it?
I don't believe Jesus
If he's
ever
not
existed.
born,
Why
how
don't
would
you
it be
look at the
talking
text
about
yourself
Jesus?
and understand what we're saying? Can you steel man our argument? Do you even understand it?
Yeah.
How do I
You're
know when
saying
it's
that,
God the
yeah,
Father
this
and
is your
God?
argument.
How do I know if it's God the Father or God Jesus? How do I know that? Like, how do
Because
I know the difference?
Jesus, I'm going to say it for the last
You
time.
presuppose it.
Jesus,
Just say I presuppose
this is
it.
not a,
Say I presuppose
you
it.
agree with me. You agree with me. What I'm about to
No,
say,
I
you
don't.
agree
I don't
with.
agree that Jesus is God. That's the fucking
No,
problem.
no, no. That's not what I'm about to say. That's
I
the problem. What
know,
I'm
but
gonna
you're too
say-
fucking stupid to understand that's the prerequisite.
Okay, so I'm going to say something. You tell me if it's true or false.
No, I want you to please engage better with this. You need to stop trying to pivot.
No, I'm not pivoting. This is on topic. Jesus was not born when Hosea 11 was written. True or false?
Has nothing to do with the question of whether or not this is referring to God.
True,
Yeah,
fine,
my
true.
wife walked
Hutu,
in and
You
she
can
was
have
laughing
fine,
at you
true.
because you're so
Hutu,
ridiculous.
fine. Let's play it out.
Yeah,
This is
true.
ridiculous. Doesn't matter.
Thank
Sure.
you, Rav.
Uh-huh.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Rav.
no problem. No problem.
Wait, Pink, do you disagree with me and Rav?
No, I'll go for
Nope.
it. Whatever.
What-
Do whatever you want. You've got
Okay,
your
yeah.
own worldview. It doesn't matter
Okay.
what anyone says. It doesn't matter what we
Look.
do. You're going to say, I presuppose this, and so it's true. Just go for it. Do whatever.
You do
Exactly.
this. You hold Rav's hand and he'll hold mine, and I'll walk y'all through this. Okay. So Jesus
Please don't
Christ.
walk us off this
I
cliff.
disagree.
Oh
I disagree.
God. Oh my God.
Jesus, it says in the Bible that Jesus was a sacrifice before the foundation of the earth.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's
It
tough.
had been
I remember that
predetermined
now.
before. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Hutu, but then he already existed.
Yeah. Jesus did exist. He wasn't in human flesh yet.
He was. Yes, he was, because he already was
Uh-huh.
sacrificed.
How do you
He
get
was already
sacrificed if you're not in
sacrificed
human flesh?
before.
Wrong. It was
Yes, he
ordained
was.
that he would be sacrificed.
You're lying.
Not ordained.
In
It
Revelation,
said it happened.
says he was already.
Before the
Don't you believe
foundations
in
of
the
the earth.
ontological for God? Hutu,
Wait.
don't you necessarily need to believe in the ontological argument for God? And if something exists in the mind, then it necessarily exists in reality.
No, that's a ridiculous question. I have a question now. Was Jesus Christ killed on a cross before the earth was created?
Yes, of course.
No, that's not what it says.
Yes, it does.
No.
What does it say?
No.
Yes, it does.
What does it
It's
say,
saying that
Hutu?
before the foundation of the earth was created, God had already ordained in his
No, it doesn't.
eternal
Can you
state
show me
that Christ
that?
would die on the
Can you
cross.
show me?
Well, she just read it. You can pull it up if you want.
No, I didn't.
But
I didn't read
thanks
it.
for
Don't
derailing
lie.
this, Crystal.
Don't
Thanks
lie.
for completely derailing.
You're
into
such a
something
liar,
bad.
Hutu.
He is so
Why do you lie
dishonest.
all the time?
Wait, what have I lied about?
I didn't read it. You just said I read it. I didn't read it.
Or you quoted. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
you
Crystal.
lie a lot. You
I'm
just
sorry.
lie a lot. It's like
I'm
a
sorry for
problem
saying
with
read
you.
instead of quote, Crystal.
I
Will you
know.
forgive me?
No, I won't. I don't.
Okay, that's
forgive
okay, because
people
I don't
like
care.
you. Because you're a
Okay,
piece of shit. I already know
okay.
that.
That's cool, Crystal.
But with the precious blood of Christ, as
Is
of
it
a
in
lamb,
Revelation?
without blemish and without spot, who is foreordained. That's King James. I ain't reading no King James. We're gonna change that because we know that.
Is this it? Revelation?
She's done
Yeah.
monologuing. We can continue our conversation, guys.
No, this is
Who?
different.
You?
Yeah,
Okay.
where Pink was going to hold your hand and I was going to walk y'all through Hosea
But
11.
with the
And how it's
precious
talking
blood
about
of
the
Well, I
Christ,
mean, but
like
the
that of
problem,
a lamb,
Hutu,
without defect or blemish.
the problem
Just
is
to be
that,
clear,
like, it's
Crystal's
not
the
a
one talking over
monologue.
you right now.
She objected to the question you asked. Do you remember? Are you concussed that much? You asked a question. Crystal has an objection. We're walking through it. I understand you want to elide
What?
over it because you're dishonest. You need to
Do you
fucking
remember my
engage
question?
and stop. Yes. You said, did Jesus,
What
was
was
he
it?
born foundations of the earth? Was he born before?
The answer is no.
Crystal, what was your
And
answer?
Crystal's wrong.
Crystal, what was your
Crystal
answer?
thinks he was born.
Right. And so you need to engage.
Right. So,
Right.
Crystal, you
Right.
think
Hey,
Jesus was born
no,
in
shut the
Hosea
fuck
11?
up. Hey,
No.
talk to me for a second. How are you going to
Yeah.
engage?
I'll
Is,
talk.
is it by saying that Crystal's that she's fucking monologuing, or are you gonna fucking actually talk about this?
I'm going to clarify how she thinks Jesus Christ was born when
Was
Hosea
it one of the
11 was
answers?
written.
Are you going to say that Crystal's monologuing, or are you going to engage? What's the answer?
Oh, I'll engage. I'll engage by asking her a follow-up question to clarify what she said.
Crystal, yeah, what's the follow-up question?
I'll clarify.
Crystal,
Here's my clarification. You can't have it both ways. He can't already be the preordained or the pre-sacrifice and also have not existed and not been God at that time.
he
You
can.
can't make it. No, you can't.
He's
You do
eternal.
it because you're a liar.
No, he's eternal.
You do it because you're here.
No, I say
But
that
I'm
because
not
God's
doing that.
eternal.
That doesn't change what Jesus was or wasn't.
Yes, it does. It
No, it
directly
doesn't.
changes the state of
No, it
his life,
doesn't.
which is
No,
eternal
it
versus
doesn't.
mortal. Yes, it
No,
does.
it doesn't. And you never have anything. You know what I'm saying? You don't
Oh,
even know
I
the
have
Bible
some questions
verses.
for you.
You don't back
I have some
anything you
questions for you.
say. You just make your no. I'm not answering any more of your
Of course.
questions.
Well, I
Move
wouldn't
on.
either. I wouldn't want to answer him either. I would run too.
Wants to
Brennan, I'm
hear.
sitting right here.
Okay, I'll ask you. Where
I
on
am.
earth was Jesus Christ when Hosea 11 was written? Where on the earth was he? Because he was born, you said. Where was he?
I'm
Oh,
curious. I'm
pumpkin. He's everywhere. Don't you know?
No, where was his flesh? He was a human, right? He was born in Hosea 11. Where was he on earth?
You don't have to be the flesh to be everywhere, right? You're everywhere.
No, I said, where is Jesus Christ's human body and flesh on earth when Hosea 11 was written? Where was he?
Crystal, do you
I mean,
Crystal,
You, of
his
course you don't know
argument,
because he wasn't born yet. You see how easy that was?
his argument
was
is that
nowhere.
where it says, "I am
Okay,
God, not
let's
human."
move on
Shut
now.
the fuck up, dude.
Let's move on.
Hutu's argument is that because it says, "For I am God, not human," his argument is that this is God the Father, and that Jesus is human and he's the Son, and so that this verse isn't actually contradictory because Jesus wasn't born yet, and somehow he thinks that makes sense. So that's the
It's
argument he's
stupid.
making, and why
It's
he's
a
why he's
fallacious
stuck.
argument.
Shut
It's
the
a
fuck up, Hutu. You will get to talk when I tell you. I muted you multiple times. The reason he's doing this, he keeps saying that Jesus had to be born in the flesh because it makes it work. It's the only way it makes it work. It's a lie that he has
Thanks
to
to the chat for the
presuppose.
gifts. Thanks for the gifts.
You got 2 coins.
I just told him that I'm not. I'll let him know when he can speak.
He got 2 coins.
It's funny because we didn't get to the terrible shit that he actually believes. I've seen you, Hutu, and you're a fucking awful person.
He is an awful person. An awful person. I'm sorry. I was already grumpy, and then I saw him on your live. I'm sorry. Thanks
Thanks for coming up,
Forgive
Crystal.
me.
You're welcome to stay. Both
I
of you are
love
welcome
you.
to stay.
I'm Oh, I'll go ahead and drop down and listen to you.
Okay.
You're so much better at this than me, Sarah. I love you though.
Thank you. Rob, do you want to talk to Hutu more, or the next guest, Cat came down the road, or none of the above?
Your call. I mean, I was curious to hear what Hutu wanted to say there,
Okay.
like about the, yeah.
Well, they're back in the box. We'll nail this down a little bit more.
Also, my phone could die at any moment, but Hutu, give me the hand.
I will.
Let's go
Okay,
for
I'll
a
take
stroll.
your hand.
Mhm.
Now that we can have a good convo.
But quickly, because I
crystal
want to hear
clear.
this.
Okay. All right. So hold on to my hand here. So Jesus Christ in flesh, in human form, was not born yet, was never on planet Earth when Hosea 11 was written, right?
Fine.
Right. So why, although I do believe the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit all make up one God, why, before Jesus Christ was even talked about, much less born, why would I take the word God in Hosea 11 to be referring to Jesus and not the Father, who I believe is not a...
Well, to be fair, you would, first of all, I agree you should not regard it as a human. It says I'm not a human, but it is the most general, which is ale.
Yeah.
It is the most, God is not human.
Right. I don't think that's a problem though, because the Father and also the Holy Spirit are not human. So
Let me ask you another way. In what way can God become human? Unless you're a Hellenist.
the only way that God did become human was when he took on flesh and was born of a
Because you're a
virgin.
Hellenist. Yeah, because you're a Hellenist. You're not actually engaging with the Hebrew tradition. You're engaging in the tradition of Hellenism, Greek and Roman Hellenism.
I'm not Jewish, if that clears anything up for you.
What I'm saying is it's an appropriation of a Jewish tradition using Jewish texts to bolster a Hellenist tradition.
No, not at all. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not a Jew, obviously.
Let me put it this way. I'm going to tell you a story, okay? This person is of the gods, born of God, falls to an earthly position, a lowly earthly position, such that they might become something so mundane, say a carpenter or a farmer. And then later on in life, they realize that they were a god the whole time. Who am I describing?
I don't think anyone has ever realized that they... I think God has always known he is God eternally. So I don't even know. You're describing some made up person if they realized they were God.
No, this is Jesus. I was describing Jesus.
No, Jesus knew he was God.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Jesus had these powers. I'm also describing Hercules. I'm also describing Oedipus. This has nothing to do with the Jewish.
Right. That's
the
why.
Is
Yeah, that's why I
the
said
Jewish
I
story.
know who you're talking about.
Let me
God is
explain
always...
to you. The Mashiach, the anointed one, is always a lowborn who rises to a high position and then is humbled at the height of their position. Think of Joseph, born a shepherd, rises to vizier of Egypt, humbled at the shepherds. Moses, born a slave and a shepherd, rises to become the prince of Egypt, humbled at the burning bush while shepherding at the plains of Midian. King David, born a shepherd, rises to King David, humbled by the prophet Nathan with the parable of the shepherd in response to Uriah's death. The point is that Mashiach is somebody who is anointed by a prophet on their head with oil. A Messiah is somebody who is anointed on their head with oil by a prophet, ordained by God, and then proceeds to enact the vision that anointment should entail. Jesus was never anointed by a prophet, and most importantly, never enacted any of the ideas or expectations that one would expect. If you look around, there's no proof in the pudding. There's nothing to show for anything.
Orthodox religion.
I'm at a hotel right now, and there's kids coming back from a night out. I'm overseas.
Oh, nice. I'm sorry.
Do you
Was there a
understand what I'm saying?
question? Was there a question?
Yeah. The question is, in what way is Jesus in any way, shape, or form? By the way, why would you expect the Messiah to be God?
Because that's what the prophecy said.
It does say that.
A lot of places.
Show me one place.
There's
My
just so
phone's
many.
about to die.
There's just so
you're
many.
aware.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Can't think of one. Can't think
Well,
of. There's so
Isaiah
many. Can't think of one.
7, Isaiah 7 for one, Isaiah 53.
It says that the Messiah is going to be God.
Well,
Isaiah 53.
yeah,
has
Isaiah
nothing to do with
7 says he will be
Jesus.
called Emmanuel, God.
He will be called Emmanuel, that God is with. That child was born immediately after in that verse. Unless you're saying that Jesus was born 600 years later to a woman that was immediately pregnant, that doesn't
Yeah, I
make
think
any
it's a
sense
dual prophecy.
whatsoever.
I think it's about Hezekiah and Jesus.
Oh, okay. So that's actually really nice. I appreciate you acknowledging that it's not about Jesus and that the Christian Bible is using it about Jesus.
It's
And I
about both.
appreciate that you probably would say the same about the Bible and that the suffering servant is Israel, but then used by Christians in order to bolster its own claim. Is that accurate to how you would do that?
No, simply what I would say is that Isaiah 7 is a dual prophecy about Hezekiah and Jesus, who would be born many
All right.
years later
I think
to a young woman named Mary.
so. The issue is that there's nothing to indicate a virgin in the text. That's one thing. And the second thing is that, and you probably weren't here a minute ago, but Jesus would then not be able to be the Messiah. He would not have been born into the tribe of Judah. He would not have been. He would not have been a member of Israel in any way, shape, or form because it would have been a mamzer.
Did you find it, Pink?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was chatting to somebody. What am I looking for?
Oh, well, you asked me for a couple prophecies where Jesus was clearly the Messiah. I gave you 2. I can give you more.
You just said Isaiah 3, and no, we asked for the prophecies where it says the Messiah will be God. Like, you don't remember what you even claimed.
Yeah,
What's
Isaiah
the
7.
prophecy specifically that says the Messiah will be God?
Isaiah 7.
7 what?
That's what we're talking about.
7 what?
Rav and I, we've been talking about this.
In the days
let me
of...
find-
Where does it say that the
He
Messiah will
says
be God?
Emmanuel.
Let me do
Emmanuel.
your
It
work for
says
it. Let me do your work
7:9,
for
I
it.
think.
Okay, within 65 years, Ephraim will be shattered, no longer a people. The head of Ephraim of Samaria, and the head of Samaria is the son of
That's the next
Remaliah.
one, 10.
Oh, again, the Lord
Sorry.
spoke to Ahaz, saying, Ask a sign of the Lord your God, let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, Not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, Hear then, O house of David, is it too little for your weary mortals to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son, and shall name him. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to
That's it.
refuse
That
the
was it,
evil
by
and
the way.
choose the
That was
good.
it.
Yep, that's
It's
good.
okay.
Where
Yeah,
does it say that he will be
it
God?
shall bear a son.
What does Emmanuel
It
mean?
doesn't. No, it says God will be with you. Be with you.
Right. What does
Imanu.
Emmanuel mean?
Imanu means with us. El, that God is with us. It's not that the child is God. It's that the child is a sign. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, here's the sign. The young woman is with child and will bear a son, and that's that child who will be the sign, Emmanuel. In other words, God is with you. God will be with you in your battle. It's not the child being born. And by the way, when is ever called Emmanuel?
Right there, you just read it.
Where's Jesus in
That's
this
not
verse?
you're saying that this woman was pregnant for 600 years.
This is a dual prophecy about Hezekiah
You're
and about Jesus.
presupposing. Hutu, every time you
I'm
do
not.
this, you're presupposing, and then you say, No, I'm
Not a
not.
presupposition.
No, I'm not.
Not a
Jesus
presupposition.
isn't
We have
here. There's nothing in here about
we have it
Jesus.
happening in Luke
My
when
phone's
Jesus
gonna
is
die.
born.
You're
Okay.
amazing. You're awesome.
Not a
I
presupposition.
apologize.
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate you coming up. Your
Yep.
knowledge is really helpful. Hutu, I feel like this is just going to
Anytime.
continue to go
Feel free to
in
reach out.
circles. So I think I'm probably going to end and get some dinner
Yeah,
anyway.
I would run too. I would run too without Rav help holding your hand. I'd run too. I get it.
Mm.
Hutu, you're not actually an honest interlocutor. That's the issue. Like I think it'd be one thing if you were able to acknowledge the fact that that it's not your fault because it's not your book. But if you were able to acknowledge that this is all based on a presupposition and that you're sticking an arrow in a tree and painting a bullseye, painting a target around it, like that's then like at least you'd be honest. That's what's happening.
Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, that
For
is,
the Lord.
that is what's happening. I mean, like you said that I'm
Thanks,
running.
man.
It's because you're just worthless to talk to. Hey, anti-racist, how you doing?
Good, good. I just want to say real quick, yeah, people like Hutu are the reason why I love Christianity. They're the reason why I really don't want to be ever in that position where he's at, where the whole chat can see the dishonesty. And I don't know how people like this even do good in society. So
Oh, they don't. They don't.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for showing us, like, you know, what a true dishonest person looks like.
Yeah,
And
so
to Hutu, man, do better.
yeah.
Please do better.
Yeah,
Like,
so you left Christianity because you
we're
don't
trying
like
our
what the
best
Word
to
of
be
God
nice.
says.
We're trying our best to be
You left
nice to
Christianity
people.
because you don't
Hey,
like what the
hey, hey,
Scripture
calm down,
said,
calm
not
down.
what
I don't know
Hutu
you.
says.
Calm down, calm down.
What the Word
Hey,
of
calm
God
down,
says.
bro. Hutu, calm down, bro. I didn't ask. I don't want you to reply to me. I'm just saying, do better, bro. All right. You guys have a great day. Pink. Peace out.
Thanks. Okay, Hutu, do you have any last words? I'm going to probably end the live.
No. I mean, I get it. I would run too.
Interesting. Well, you know, I hope that you figure out how to get out of this nonsense.
Yeah, I hope.
Thank you all so much for coming by. It's been wonderful having you all. It's been a really good live. I think I'm just going to stick with this background. It gets people. I get results with it. I don't know how to. I feel bad because I don't want the Christians to feel that I'm mad at them or that, you know, they get it. They feel a certain way with these backgrounds, right? They get really in their emotions about it. God with us sounds unsettlingly familiar. Something about it being written on belt buckles. Oh God, yeah. That's a good point. So thank you all for the your time, your gifts, your subscriptions, your follows, your memberships, your ears. Thank you. You've lended me your ears. So that's good. Mezzo should be on soon. I'm gonna watch Mezzo. I think Bible Guy might be on with Justin, so maybe we'll go to that. Thank you for the mods, Succubussy, Rimbles, Sparrow. I think you're my newest mod. Getting a good collection of mods. Pretty exciting. And I appreciate everyone saying that they like me, because it actually means a lot. Thank you, Ali. My only Twitch viewer, my Twitcher. I appreciate you. Okay, I'm finally gonna go. Oh, we do need a song to end us on.
You don't see things the way that I see them, 'cause you gotta look at them using your spiritual eyes. God said, go kill your brother, and that's something you despised. But you gotta look at stuff with Jesus' blood-colored glasses, and you'll never see